Welcome to Estine, a city where glory and misery walk hand in hand. But our story does not begin in marble palaces or noble estates. It begins in the darkest, most forgotten corners of the city. Here lives a man known as Aoji Ragged, a boastful figure who spends his days bragging about power he barely possesses. To the people of the slums, he is nothing more than a delusional old fraud. He claims to be a great magician, yet in truth he can barely use one-star magic. He strolls through the streets with an air of false grandeur, trying to impress anyone willing to listen. His temper is just as fragile as his pride. He cannot stand it when children laugh at his cheap tricks or try to prank him. He explodes in anger within seconds. But among all those mocking eyes, there is one pair that looks at him differently. A white-haired boy who seems far too mature for his age. His name is Derek. Though he appears to be just another poor child from the slums, Derek carries a secret. He is a soul that crossed over from another world. And strangely enough, he chose to learn magic from that old man. Not out of admiration, not out of kindness. Their relationship was built purely on mutual benefit, forged under the dim glow of a campfire on cold nights. Lao simply needed someone to follow, someone to feed his wounded ego and validate his lies. Derek, on the other hand, only needed knowledge. Any fragment of magical understanding, no matter how small, was priceless to him. Time passed. The seasons changed. Snow melted into spring, and Derek absorbed every lesson like a sponge. Then one day, during a training session in the forest, something shifted. A blue aura began to emanate from Derek, under the watchful eyes of the old man. He focused intensely, ignoring the sweat and exhaustion. He could feel it now. Mana was no longer an abstract concept, it was part of him. Lao could hardly believe what he was witnessing. Had this child just grasped the flow of mana on his own? Doubt and shock clouded his mind. Derek's gaze sharpened, turning red as blood, cutting like a blade. The air around him vibrated with a new energy. With deliberate calm, he extended his hand. This was no trick, no illusion. This was real power manifesting. A spear of pure blue energy shot from his palm, tearing through the wind with a piercing whistle. It struck directly, embedding itself into a tree trunk with devastating force. The impact echoed through the clearing. The level of magic displayed far exceeded expectations. Silence fell over the forest. Both stared at the result, but for very different reasons. Derek knew this was only the beginning. The old man's face was drenched in cold sweat. For the first time, he felt fear toward the boy he had considered his subordinate. Thus, Derek spent an entire year at the old man's side, learning the fundamentals while hiding the true depth of his potential. He ran errands, did dirty work, endured insults, and eventually, he officially reached the rank of a one-star mage. Yet Aoji, perhaps to protect his own fragile pride, constantly lectured him about noble superiority. He would say that some highborn children reach 3 stars before adulthood. Don't think you're special, he would mutter while Derek chewed on dry bread. Someone of low birth like you will spend your entire life chasing what they receive by birthright. You will never break past the 2-star wall. The old man preached endlessly about bloodlines. To him, magic was a privilege granted at birth. Derek's efforts seemed like a futile struggle against destiny. Derek listened in silence. In those bitter words, he saw the reflection of everything the old man had failed to become. He spoke of insurmountable walls, unaware that that very night would mark the beginning of an inevitable end. The night felt unusually long. Derek stayed beside Lao Jialao, silently watching as the man who had taught him the basics of magic faded away. Defeated by his own failures, rain poured heavily over Estine, washing its streets. But it could not wash away the sense that something was about to change forever in Derek's life. The next morning, when Derek returned to their shelter, harsh reality struck him. The old man was dead. His body lay motionless on the cold floor, stripped of the arrogance that once defined him. Derek noticed bruises covering his entire body, as if he had been beaten mercilessly to his final breath. A pitiful scene amidst the misery of the slums. Without shedding a tear, Derek picked up a shovel and began to dig. It was the final service he could offer the man who had, in his own flawed way, been Derek's first guide in this world. He dragged the body beneath the relentless rain and buried him, closing a chapter of his life that had kept him hidden in the shadows. Standing before the grave marked only by a simple wooden cross, Derek learned the truth. The old man had been caught trying to steal a 2-star spellbook from a warehouse, not out of greed but to give it to him. No one understood why a washed-up old mage with no ambition would risk his life for such a thing. But Derek understood. The old man had wanted to give him a chance he himself never had. In that moment of solitude and revelation, a blue light appeared before Derek's eyes. A magical system unfolded, notifying him that he had unlocked the basic knowledge of magic. He remembered the old man's words about bloodlines and noble destiny, the belief that fate was sealed at birth. Now, Derek saw it differently. He had no noble blood because he did not belong to this world at all. He was an outsider, armed with a unique system, ready to challenge every law of this kingdom. For years past, Estine remained the same, but Derek was no longer the helpless boy wandering its streets in search of scraps of knowledge. That was when he met Karya Flemhart, a woman of commanding presence and unwavering gaze. Her arrival marked the true beginning of his path as a mage. Katia was the former lady of the fallen House Flamer, a Viscount family reduced to ruin. Born a noble and a 3-star mage, her reputation preceded her. Many mercenary groups sought her skills. During her time in Estein, Katia accepted contracts through the Belden Mercenary Corps, where Derek had joined at a young age. Under her guidance, he learned what it truly meant to wield power. She taught him not only technique, but discipline, the kind necessary to survive in a world that despised commoners. Inside the Belden Art Tavern, where mercenaries gathered to drink and share stories, tension and ambition filled the air. Katia studied Derek carefully and said, "It is natural for a mage to desire advancement, and you, Derek, have the talent to achieve it." Her words acknowledged his hard work, but her warning was clear: excessive greed would only hinder him. A mage must understand his limits before attempting to surpass them, or be consumed by his own power. "Yes, I will keep that in mind," Derek replied calmly. His eyes reflected cold determination, the look of someone who had already seen what happens when control is lost. "Close your eyes," Katia instructed. "Feel your mana." It was time to deepen his connection with the energy flowing through him. She taught him to sense where that energy was generated, how it flowed, and how to shape it into reality through sheer will. Derek sank inward, letting his mana move freely. A blue aura vibrated around him, revealing the intensity of his latent power. Observing the fluidity of his energy, Katia could not hide her astonishment. He possesses an extraordinary amount of innate mana. His control is remarkably stable, the undeniable result of constant and harsh experience. Derek opened his eyes with renewed resolve. He was no longer just an apprentice. His mana had become a sharpened weapon, a steady force waiting for the right moment to reveal itself to the world. Katia stared at him intently. Her instincts as a 3-star mage told her that what she had just witnessed was not normal for a mere slum-born apprentice. Suddenly, a deafening boom shook the Belden Art Tavern. The sound like an explosion echoed through the building, shattering the calm of the afternoon. Mercenaries and patrons panicked. "What the hell was that? Are we under attack? Go check outside." Amid the chaos, Derek struggled to maintain composure. Though sweat trickled down his forehead, he knew exactly who was responsible for that unnatural sound. Katia reacted instantly, gripping Derek's wrist firmly. Surprised by her sudden force, he barely managed to murmur, "Master." Her sharp gaze left no room for excuses. "Don't say anything. Just follow me," Katia whispers urgently, her voice sharp and commanding. Derek understands at once. They need to leave before anyone starts asking difficult questions. Outside, guards and passers-by are on high alert. "Search carefully. I'm sure it was an explosion," one of them orders. As the commotion spreads through the streets of Belstein, Katia leads Derek through narrow, shadowed alleys, quickly putting distance between them and the growing chaos. The only sound between them is the echo of their hurried footsteps. Confused and slightly overwhelmed, Derek follows without protest, though uncertainty flickers in his crimson eyes. "Master," he asks again when they finally stop in a secluded corner. Katia turns to him with a seriousness he has never seen before. "Derek, listen carefully to what I'm about to say." Her tone carries unmistakable weight. Derek nods. He knows he has made a mistake, or at least done something that risked exposing himself. The tension between them feels almost tangible. "As you know, the nobles are extremely protective of their privileges," Katia explains, "and magic is the greatest privilege of all. They do not look kindly upon commoners who excel in it. Among ordinary people, reaching 3 stars is almost unheard of. The system of this world is designed to keep power in the hands of a select few. The rare commoners who manage it dedicate their entire lives to study." She continues, locking eyes with him. "Well, what you just used so casually was a 2-star illusion. Spell auditory hallucination, and you executed it perfectly. That is what makes it dangerous." Before Derek, his system quietly confirms the achievement. At 14, he has officially become a 2-star mage, mastering an advanced technique that would take others decades to learn. From that day on, Katia travels with him, teaching not only spells, but also the etiquette and refined manners of the noble society she once belonged to. She becomes his bridge into a forbidden world. A year later, his apprenticeship comes to an end. Katia must depart. She has been hired by a powerful family, and her luggage is already packed beside a waiting carriage. The county of Dler has appointed her as a private tutor. It is a family so influential that even the Grand Duke of the capital shows them respect, an opportunity she cannot refuse. Katia looks at her student one last time, pride and melancholy mixing in her gaze. She knows Derek's path will be both brilliant and dangerous, but she can no longer walk it with him. Becoming the magic tutor of such a high-ranking noble is an immense blessing, especially for someone from a fallen house. With a gentle farewell, she leaves him alone in Evelstein. As a parting gift, she gives him a 2-star spellbook. Derek's system immediately registers the acquisition. A list of combat, transformation, and summoning spells expands his arsenal. He locks himself in his room, studying the book with unshakable focus. Now his progress depends solely on himself, on his ability to absorb and master this knowledge. Another year passes. At 16, Derek has independently mastered 2 additional 2-star spells. The slum child is gone. In his place stands a hardened, self-reliant young mage, with determination in his eyes and a maturity far beyond his years. He prepares to step into the wider world. Inside the Belldunner Tavern, Jaiden, the leader of the Belden mercenary corps, approaches Derek with unusual excitement. "How about it, Derek? For once, we've got a decent request," Jaiden says enthusiastically. The rugged, broad-shouldered man reveals the details. "It's from House Duplin, the Grand Duchy." He smiles, clearly impressed by the importance of the client. "Do you understand what that means?" Derek looks at him skeptically. "Duplin. That Duplin." He processes the magnitude of the name. A family of that stature does not hire simple mercenaries without hidden motives. Why would a place like that hire us? Jaiden waves off the doubt, focusing on what matters most to a mercenary: money. "Hey, idiot, is that what matters right now?" His eyes gleam at the thought of gold. "It's Duplin. They use gold the way other people use water." He insists this is the perfect opportunity to build valuable connections. If they succeed, doors to high society could open for the Belden corps. Still, Derek remains unconvinced. "So what exactly do they want us to do?" he asks, adjusting his cloak. "Nothing crazy," Jaiden assures him. "They want us to subdue a few monsters on the outskirts of the Grand Duke's territory." Derek narrows his eyes. "That's all. Noble missions are rarely simple." "Of course. Do you think nobles would break their word?" Jaiden replies. Derek reflects silently. Something does not fit. Why would a family as powerful as Duplin hire a small mercenary group to clear monsters? His instincts tell him there's something suspicious beneath the surface. "I won't do it. Find someone else," Derek says firmly, turning toward the door. He has no intention of risking his life on a mission that smells of trouble. For miles away, alarmed, Jaiden calls after him. "Just take it. You know I don't accept questionable jobs." Derek replies coldly over his shoulder. For him, safety and discretion come first, and this mission offers neither. Frustrated, Jaiden shouts, "If I could find someone else, I would." Then he reveals the real problem. The client specifically requested a mage, and mages among mercenaries are extremely rare these days. "You're the only one. That's why I called you?" Derek pauses. "Why do they need a mage just to kill monsters?" he questions. "Either way, I don't want to get tangled in something unnecessary." Jaiden knows exactly which string to pull. In a world where survival is harsh, one argument rarely fails: payment. 1 gold coin, Jaiden offers, his eyes sharp. And that's not even the full payment, it's just an advance. The mention of such a sum makes Derek hesitate. With that money, he could fund his studies and experiments for a long time. He studies the coin in Jaiden's hand. It is an absurd amount for what is supposedly a simple escort or monster-clearing mission. His suspicion deepens, but so does necessity. The balance begins to tip. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the tavern, the clients wait. A dispatch officer wearing a monocle and radiating aristocratic arrogance watches the scene with open disdain. Beside him stands a stern-faced woman, expression unreadable. Between them is a young lady hidden beneath a heavy blue hood. Only a faint, mysterious smile can be seen on her lips. A golden rose brooch gleams at her chest, a clear sign of noble blood. She is the one truly in control. Jaiden brings Derek before the enigmatic visitors. "Derek, show your respect. These are your clients," he says, trying to smooth the tension. The monocled officer looks Derek up and down with absolute distrust. "Absolutely not," he declares sharply. He is visibly offended. A child who hasn't even come of age. He had heard that Jaiden's group earned merit in the Dong War, but sending a mere boy on such an important mission feels like an insult. "I cannot believe you would present someone like this." Jaiden desperately defends him. "Sir, this boy is the real deal. He's the best mage I know." He hopes Derek will demonstrate a hint of his latent power to convince them, but the officer refuses to listen. "We're leaving. This is not a task to entrust to a child." He turns away, ready to cancel the mission before it even begins. Derek watches the scene with calm indifference, which only further irritates the noble. The woman beside the officer murmurs something in an attempt to calm him, but his pride is wounded. He cannot accept that such a young commoner might possess abilities worthy of the Grand Duchy's standards. The atmosphere grows heavy with prejudice. Unlike the officer's arrogance, the mysterious young lady beneath the blue hood studies Derek with sharp, piercing curiosity. She senses what the others fail to notice: a latent power and a composure far too steady for an ordinary mercenary. In that instant, she becomes convinced they have finally found the right person for their mission. With a soft voice that immediately silences the room, she intervenes and seals the agreement. "Derek, let's talk," she says. Derek and Jaiden travel to the outskirts of the Grand Duchy of Duplin. The landscape is vast and majestic, a powerful reminder of the immense authority held by the family that hired them for this mysterious task. Action comes swiftly. A goblin is struck by a projectile of blue energy and sent flying. From the force of the impact, it is a clear demonstration that Derek is no ordinary mage. His red eyes sharpen with icy determination as he analyzes the battlefield. There is no hesitation in his movements. Every spell he casts is precise and lethal. With surprising agility, Derek weaves through his enemies. One goblin is beheaded in a single clean strike, its blood spraying through the air as the young mage proves. He is just as formidable in close combat as he is with magic. Another goblin lunges at him from behind, roaring fiercely as it swings an axe. But Derek seems to have eyes in the back of his head. His expression remains calm in the face of the sudden threat. Without flinching, he blocks the blow and counters with ruthless speed. The goblin barely has time to comprehend what is happening before it falls. Defeated by the merciless efficiency of the young mercenary, Derek stands among the fallen bodies with a chilling calm. Despite his youth, he radiates an aura of power and experience that far exceeds his physical age. Watching from a distance, the dispatch officer can only gape in shock. Surrounded by monster corpses, Derek unleashes a surge of crackling electricity across the ground, wiping out any remaining resistance. The goblins' screams fade into silence as he stands victorious in the center of the chaos. It's finished, Derek announces calmly, without the slightest trace of fatigue from the recent battle. He turns toward the clients, his face stained with blood yet his composure intact. The dispatch officer, the stern woman, and the hooded girl stare in astonishment. "Oh, excellent," the officer mutters, trying to recover his lost arrogance. The speed and brutality with which Derek cleared the area have surpassed all his expectations. Beneath her blue hood, the young lady watches Derek with a hidden smile filled with fascination. He eliminated so many in such a short time, she thinks, recognizing that she has found someone truly exceptional in this remote corner of the world. Back at the Belden Tavern, the atmosphere shifts completely. The tension of the mission gives way to the usual mercenary chatter, but a new topic dominates the conversation: Derek's unexpected success. Pelline, a strong-willed mercenary, is furious. "So you've become a noble's dog, Derek?" she shouts, feeling betrayed by his decision to accept a job from House Duplin. Jaiden tries to calm her, but Pelline is beyond reason. "No matter how humble we commoners are, we should never become a noble's dog," she declares, climbing onto a table as her wounded pride spills out in anger. She turns on Jaiden bitterly. "Derek didn't tell you how much they're paying, did he? How much did they offer for him to throw away his pride and crawl at a noble's feet?" Jaiden awkwardly explains that crawling at anyone's feet was never part of the contract. "What? 1 silver?" Pelline scoffs, assuming Derek sold himself for almost nothing. Jaiden raises his hand slowly, spreading 5 fingers, waiting for her to guess the true amount. He cannot suppress a satisfied grin as she continues ranting. He knows the real figure is far higher than she imagines and relishes her reaction before revealing it. 1 gold. Pelline screams when she learns the truth. Her expression changes instantly. Rage transforms into absolute shock, and her eyes shine with the same greed Jaiden displayed earlier. Her attitude makes a complete turn. "Then please, let me crawl at their feet too," she pleads enthusiastically. Jaiden yells at her to shut up, insisting that none of that is part of the job. Derek watches the entire scene with visible boredom. Night falls over Evelstein, draping the city in shadows and secrets. The celebration continues inside the tavern. But for Derek, the real mission has not even begun. He knows something about those clients does not add up. Pelline lies sprawled across the table, exhausted from her outburst. "So, what was the request really about?" someone asked while Derek enjoys a rare moment of calm. His mind is already analyzing every detail. "It was nothing special. We killed a few goblins and that was it," he replies casually. Jaiden nods, but Derek adds something that captures his attention. "Their first impression was terrible. They acted like they had money but they were all lying." "Seriously?" Jaiden asks, surprised. Derek explains with flawless logic. The so-called dispatch officer wanted youth and social skill, yet he lacked both. A true aristocrat would never behave with such clumsy exaggeration, and that was not the only inconsistency. The woman claiming to be a kitchen assistant had hands far too clean for someone who does heavy labor. None of them are who they claim to be. As Derek recalls every detail, he prepares himself for the inevitable confrontation with the truth. He remembers the woman's hands soft, unscarred, untouched by hard work. That alone confirmed his suspicion. Yet she handled the payment with the natural authority of someone accustomed to command. As for the supposed officer, every gesture and word felt rehearsed, like lines from a poorly practiced script. Derek knows he is surrounded by lies, but his analytical mind is already planning his next move. His red eyes gleam with curiosity and caution. In this world, knowing too much can be just as dangerous as knowing nothing at all. For now, he chooses to play along. Jaiden notices his thoughtful expression and offers his usual pragmatic advice. "We're mercenaries, Derek. We don't need to investigate our clients. We do the job and take the money. That's it." Derek processes the words. Jaiden is no fool. He understands that in their profession, unnecessary questions often bring trouble that money cannot fix. After a moment, Derek nods silently. "You're right. Evelstein and its surrounding lands are wild places. In the jungle, survival and profit matter more than noble secrets. As long as the coins keep coming, everything else is irrelevant." The next day, under a clear sky, the group returns to the lands of the Grand Duchy of Duplin. The scenery is imposing, but danger lurks in every corner of those ancient forests. The monster clearing mission officially begins. Before long, the task is complete. Derek walks calmly among the goblin corpses, his composure stark against the brutality of the fight. It's done, he informs the clients. The goblins won't return for a long time. His efficiency is terrifying. Jaiden approaches with a triumphant grin while the dispatch officer surveys the surroundings with a mixture of awe and relief. Well done, the noble murmurs. Jaiden, ever practical, immediately asks about the remaining payment. Money is the only thing holding this fragile alliance together. The officer produces the gleaming gold coins. Their shine under the sunlight seems almost hypnotic to the mercenaries present. It is a generous, almost excessive reward for what was supposedly a simple patrol task, which only deepens Derek's suspicions. Jaiden nearly loses his mind with excitement. Derek, look at this. 2 gold coins. 2. He shouts, shaking him by the shoulders. With this much gold, we could. Derek calmly asks him to lower his voice so they can speak seriously with the clients. The dispatch officer clears his throat, regaining his aristocratic composure. He knows they have found someone special and he has no intention of letting Derek slip away so easily. The atmosphere shifts once again. The atmosphere suddenly turns serious. Derek, I truly value your abilities, the official says, fixing his gaze on the young man. I would like to entrust you with a new request. Would that be acceptable? The proposal catches both Derek and Jaiden off guard. Jaiden certainly had not expected such a direct offer. He listens carefully, his hands still resting on Derek's head, while the young mage processes the weight of the words. They both know that a personal mission from House Duplin can be either a golden ticket or a death sentence disguised as fortune. For the first time, genuine interest flickers in Derek's eyes. Then the official names the price, and for the mercenaries, the world seems to stop. For this request, the Grand Duchy will pay 15 gold coins. Will you do it? He asks, knowing the offer would be impossible to refuse for anyone from the slums. Everything now rests on Derek's decision. With a determined look, fully aware of the challenge this entails, Derek answers with a single word. Yes, the contract is sealed. What began in the shadows of Evelstein? A carriage rolls along the winding road, carrying Jaiden toward one of the most powerful estates in the kingdom. The journey has been long, but the real trial is only just beginning. Before them rises the imposing Duplin residence, the heart of the Grand Duchy. Its architecture proclaims wealth and authority, intimidating anyone who dares approach its gates. Hax, captain of the Belden mercenaries, cannot help but feel overwhelmed by the luxury, while Jaiden observes with a composure far beyond his years. They have been summoned, yet the reason remains a mystery. An elegant man with a monocle steps forward to greet them. His presence is refined, his voice polite yet carrying unmistakable authority. He introduces himself as Dellen, the Grand Butler who serves directly under Duke Duplin, and apologizes for concealing his status earlier due to the nature of his duties. Hax grows nervous. He never expected someone of such rank to receive them personally. Jaiden, however, studies the situation in silence. Soon, a stern yet courteous woman joins them, presenting herself as Katerina, the head maid of the Grand Duke. The 2 pillars of the household. Staff stand before them. Jaiden bows respectfully and introduces himself formally, while Hax can scarcely believe figures of such stature have come simply to greet them. Internally, Jaiden is surprised. He had expected minor officials, not the Grand Butler and the head maid. Whoever summoned them must be someone of extreme importance. The sound of firm footsteps draws their attention. Someone else approaches, and the atmosphere shifts entirely. Jaiden tenses, sensing that this is the true force behind their invitation. A figure cloaked in blue stops before them. Her bearing is noble, her elegance effortless, leaving Hax speechless. Long dark hair moves gently in the wind. Her presence commands the space, drawing every gaze. Jaiden recognizes her at once, the woman he saw before, whose power and beauty cannot be overlooked. She reveals herself as Aslan Eleanor Duplin, the eldest daughter of the house. Without hesitation, she presents an unexpected proposal. She wants Jaiden to become the magic tutor of her younger sister, Teela. A magic tutor. Jaiden feels a chill run down his spine. He had intended to remain unnoticed, yet now he is being asked to teach and noble his craft. Inside the mansion, however, peace is nowhere to be found. A family conflict is about to erupt within the Duke's office. The doors slam open with a loud crash, shattering the silence. Rig storms in, abandoning all protocol, demanding that his father and his brother, Valerian, address a serious problem that can no longer be ignored. Duke Duplin looks up from his documents, clearly irritated by the interruption. He demands that Rig behave with the dignity befitting his rank, but Rig presses on. He points to a maid kneeling on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. He shouts that the one who must act with dignity is Deela, who has once again mistreated staff he personally hired. The woman cannot stop crying. Fear and humiliation are etched across her face. Another victim of the young lady's unchecked cruelty. Valerian, the blonde brother, attempts to calm the situation coolly, asking Rig to lower his voice since they are in the middle of an important discussion. But Rig no longer cares for decorum. He reveals that more than 10 servants resigned just last month because of Deela, who destroys everything at her whim without facing any consequences. Finally, he explodes at his father, demanding to know how long he intends to ignore the behavior of that bully. The air in the office grows suffocating. the conflict reaching a point even the Duke can no longer dismiss. Valerian loses patience and orders Rig to stop. The Duke's office has become a battlefield of words between father and sons. With an icy stare, Valerian commands his brother to be silent and leave at once. The tension is so thick it feels almost tangible. Rig falls silent for a moment, but frustration burns in his eyes. He cannot accept that his family continues to ignore the chaos their younger sister creates. He argues that even if Dila is a disaster, they still have Isaline to preserve the family's honor. Then, in a severe tone, he suggests the unthinkable that Dila be sent away. His patience has run out. Duke Duplin's eyes blaze with fury as he reminds Rig sharply that he is not the one who makes decisions in this house. Rig insists he has already had the butler investigate a monastery, suggesting Dila dedicate herself to God's will before she irreparably damages the Duplin reputation. The Duke explodes. In a sudden burst of violence, he grabs Rig by the hair and slams his head brutally against the desk. The sound of the impact echoes through the office, a chilling reminder of the Duke's authority. Leaning over his son with a terrifying expression, he repeats that such decisions are not Rig's to make. The room is filled with pure dread. Blood trickles down Rig's face, yet he clenches his teeth and murmurs that the day will come when his father will be forced to decide whether he likes it or not. His spirit remains unbroken. The Duke stands impassive, radiating a coldness only a man in his position could sustain. Meanwhile, outside the office, Alini walks beside Jaiden through elegant corridors that sharply contrast with the violence within. She asks if he has ever heard of her younger sister, Dila. Jaiden replies calmly that he has seen her name in the Duplin family records. He knows secrets hide behind these walls. Alini sighs with a hint of melancholy, explaining that Dila is not well known to the public for a reason. She has been deliberately kept out of sight. The grand doors of the hall swing open, revealing the unfolding scene inside. Jidin's fate is about to intertwine with the family's chaos. Valerian is surprised to see his sister enter accompanied by a stranger, while Rig discreetly wipes blood from his face, trying to hide his humiliation. Valerian greets Isaline politely, striving to maintain appearances before their guest, and asks about her time in Evelstein. Alini answers with a diplomatic smile, assuring him she has lived comfortably under their care, though her eyes quickly take in the tension in the room. Noticing Jidin's observant gaze, Valerian hastily explains that Rig is slightly injured and suggests they speak later in obvious attempt to conceal their father's brutality. Jaiden remains silent, his red eyes studying every detail, detecting the lies and resentment hanging in the air. He is no ordinary boy. A heavy silence settles as Valerian and Rig assess the young man Alini has brought. Suspicion lingers in their stares. Jidin's pupils narrow. He understands he has stepped into a den of wolves, where family violence is commonplace. He does not ignore the sobbing maid in the background, a stark reminder of the danger within these walls. Yet his focus returns forward when the Duke's presence demands silence. Jaiden waits with unwavering calm, prepared for whatever this formal meeting brings. Becoming the family's magic tutor will only be the beginning of his true mission. Duke Duplin opens the conversation, expressing his relief that Alini has been well during her stay in Evelstein. The Duke expresses his relief that Alini has been safe and well. Jaiden listens in silence, carefully analyzing the room and the subtle shifts in tone and posture around him. Alini formally presents Jaiden to her father, introducing him as the magic tutor she has brought to take charge of Dila's education. The Duke studies Jaiden with an analytical and skeptical gaze, as if trying to peel back the calm exterior of the young man and uncover whatever lies beneath. Alini excuses herself politely, assuming her father has important matters to attend to, and leaves Jaiden behind for a private interview. Just as Jaiden prepares to withdraw, the Duke orders him to remain. He wishes to speak with him alone. Now standing face to face with one of the most powerful nobles in the kingdom, Jaiden keeps his expression impassive and waits for the Duke to speak first. Sunlight filters through the tall office windows, casting long beams across the polished floor. While the silence between them grows heavy and deliberate, the Duke resumes writing for a moment, allowing the oppressive quiet to weigh on the young mercenary. Finally, he breaks the silence by asking Jidin's age. Does he truly expect him to believe that someone barely 16 years old can serve as a competent tutor? Jaiden confirms his age with clipped brevity, unmoved by the Duke's probing tone. The Duke then questions his magical abilities, attempting to remain understated. Jaiden claims he only possesses basic first-level magic knowledge. The answer draws a faint chuckle from the Duke, an unexpected reaction that immediately puts Jaiden on guard. The Duke calmly informs him that there is no need to lie, and that false humility is not always a virtue, especially when standing before someone capable of seeing the truth. Jaiden locks eyes with the man and realizes his usual tactics will not work here. He can feel the immense power emanating from the Duke and understands that pretending modesty before a 5-star mage is futile. The Duke accepts his unspoken apology and remarks that possessing too much talent can consume a person if it is not properly controlled. After studying him once more, the Duke points out that neither Jidin's age nor his attire matches what one would expect from a magic tutor. Jaiden responds with quiet pride. He is a mercenary, a survivor who carved his own path far from the grand academies. Because Alini has placed her trust in him, the Duke decides not to press further and grants him permission to enter the annex where Dila resides. He orders a maid to guide him there, but before leaving, Jaiden pauses and asks for one final word. Intrigued, the Duke allows him to speak. Jaiden reiterates his code as a mercenary. Once he accepts a contract, his sole priority is to see it through to the end, no matter the cost. His mission is to ensure that Dila learns magic so she can take her rightful place in high society as a true noble. The Duke grows impatient, asking why Jaiden insists on stating what is already obvious to everyone present. Meeting the noble's gaze with unwavering resolve, Jaiden explains that his insistence is necessary to justify the sincere request he is about to make of the Grand Duke Duplin. The Duke regards him with curiosity and suspicion. It is not common for a mere mercenary to dare ask for something at their first meeting. Elsewhere in the mansion, the sound of something shattering echoes violently through the annex halls. A maid screams in terror as a plate flies across the room and explodes against the wall. Chaos reigns in the chambers of the second daughter, trembling from head to toe. The servant begs forgiveness from Lady Dila, the young noble's silhouette is visible against the light, watching with absolute disdain. With chilling cruelty, Dila orders the woman to disappear from her sight, threatening to throw the next plate directly at her face if she remains. In another wing of the residence, the atmosphere is far calmer. A cup of tea rests quietly on a table as important matters are discussed. Alini speaks with Hax, the captain of the mercenaries. He is surprised by her decision and asks why. Out of all people, she chose Jaiden for this task. With a resigned expression, Alini confesses that she has tried to hire nearly every famous magic instructor on the continent, yet none could endure Dila for more than a few days. Hax explains that although Jaiden has the background of a street survivor, he possesses unusual manners because he was trained by a fallen noble who taught him the culture of high society. Alini admits she found him refined and kind despite his profession. She hoped he might guide Dila gently and patiently. Hax laughs at her naivety and warns her not to judge by appearances. Jaiden grew up in the streets and survived as a mercenary since childhood. Someone who comes from nothing does not survive on kindness alone. There is a necessary darkness within him. Alini listens in silence, beginning to understand that Jaiden is not as gentle as she had imagined. Back in the present, Jaiden walks through the dim corridors of the annex under the watchful eyes of the Duke's servants. He knows he is entering hostile territory. He stops before the large double doors leading to Dila's chambers, aware that what awaits beyond will test both his patience and his skill. With steady resolve, he raises his hand and knocks. The sharp sound echoes through the wood, marking the beginning of his first day as official tutor of House Duplin. His face remains perfectly calm as he prepares himself for whatever madness the young noble might unleash. He turns the handle firmly. There is no turning back now. Inside, he greets her in a composed voice. Light from the window outlines the figure of a girl sitting, with her back to him, in unsettling silence. He introduces himself under the name Derek and politely asks permission to approach. The figure does not react at first. Then Dila speaks, her voice already laced with authority, ordering him to come closer. She still has not shown her face, but her tone alone is a challenge. Jaiden steps forward slowly, feeling the suffocating tension in the room. Each step draws him nearer to the center of the storm. A malicious smile curves across Dila's lips. To her, this new tutor is nothing more than another toy to break and amuse herself. Within her endless boredom, without warning, she flings the contents of her teacup straight into his face. It is her way of welcoming him and asserting dominance. The water runs down Jaiden's face and soaks his clothes, yet his expression remains cold and unchanged, as though the attack were nothing more than a trivial inconvenience. Dila burst into mocking laughter, feigning exaggerated concern over the terrible state of her tutor. She compares him to a sewer rat daring to enter her chamber and continues hurling insults, questioning whether he is truly the mercenary the butler mentioned or simply a stray animal from the slums, seeking shelter. Rising from her seat with elegant malice, she moves as though he were merely a new toy for her entertainment. With reckless force, she shoves furniture aside, her pent-up rage manifesting in destructive burst against anything within reach. Without hesitation, she grabs a bucket and throws its entire contents over him. She sneers that being drenched in dirty water suits someone of his low birth. Water drips from Jaiden's chin as he stands in absolute silence. His refusal to react only irritates her further. She complains arrogantly that she has run out of water to continue humiliating him. Cruelty comes so naturally to her that she barely considers the harm she causes. Through strands of wet white hair, Jaiden's red eyes gleam with dangerous intensity. There is no submission in his gaze, only cold observation. For a brief second, Dila feels intimidated by that look. Her confusion quickly transforms into defensive fury when she fails to provoke fear. "How dare you look at me like that?" she screams before kicking him violently. Her need for dominance pushes her to escalate into physical aggression. Jaiden falls to the ground from the blow, yet he does not utter a single sound. Dila stands above him, trying to convince herself that she holds absolute control. She mutters insults under her breath, increasingly frustrated by his mental resilience. Maintaining her facade of superiority becomes harder by the second. Covering her nose in disgust, she mocks his street origins. Her hatred toward what she deems inferior is the only way. She knows how to reaffirm her fragile sense of power. Dila throws one of her shoes at him as he tries to stand, striking him without hesitation. She refuses to allow her victim even the smallest shred of dignity. Leaning casually against the table, she watches with open contempt as the young mercenary endures her abuse. In her mind, he is nothing more than trash unfortunate enough to cross her path. With a cynical smile, she orders him to remember his place, mocking the very idea that someone like him could teach a noblewoman, such as herself, anything at all. Meanwhile, in the quiet of the Duke's office, books and documents stand as silent witnesses to the secrets and violence hidden within the mansion's walls. Duke Duplin stands thoughtfully by the window, fully aware that Jiden's arrival is a risky gamble meant to rein in his youngest daughter's disastrous behavior. His face reflects both exhaustion and unyielding authority. He recalls the young man's firm words during their private conversation. Jiden had been direct. His very presence in this house was proof that Lady Dila's problems were far too severe for ordinary methods. He had asked the Duke for something unheard of: absolute authority over Dila's education, demanding that no one interfere with his methods, no matter how unconventional they might be. Though skeptical, and with no better alternatives available, the Duke had been forced to consider the proposal of the white-haired mercenary. The sharp crack of a slap suddenly cuts through the air. Patience has ended. Jiden's hand strikes Dila across the face, the sound echoing through the chamber and shattering her carefully maintained facade of superiority. She collapses, clutching her cheek as the shock hits her harder than the blow itself. Jiden calmly adjusts his glove, his composure more unsettling than any outburst could have been. He stands over her like an immovable shadow, dominating the room entirely. The silence that follows is heavier than any scream. For the first time in her life, Dila faces someone who does not fear her status or her tantrums. Her hand trembles against her burning cheek, humiliation stinging deeper than pain. Absolute disbelief fills her eyes. Her mind refuses to accept that a commoner has dared to cross the sacred line of nobility. Jiden's cold red gaze seems to pierce straight through her soul as he gives a simple, unquestionable command: stand up. In this annex, the Duke's rules no longer apply. Only the law of her new tutor remains. 3 years earlier, beneath a clear sky during a quiet carriage ride, a younger Derek once asked his teacher, Kier Flemart, a difficult question. What would you do if you had to teach a stubborn student who does not appreciate kindness? Katia Flamert paused thoughtfully, her serene gaze concealing an iron will. She replied that she would first try to understand and accept them. Derek had been skeptical. The answer sounded far too idealistic. And what about those students you simply cannot reason with? He pressed. Katia smiled enigmatically and explained that when communication fails, one must find a different starting point to guide them toward the right path. Her expression darkened, her eyes burning with intensity. That starting point, she said, was carving fear into the depths of their being. Back in the present, Dila Catherine Duplin remains frozen in shock. Her cheek burns from a blow she never imagined receiving. Derek looks down at her without the slightest hint of compassion, ordering her to rise and learn to treat others with respect. She tries to react, her hands trembling against the floor as humiliation consumes her. But he does not give her time. With swift precision, he suppresses any attempt at rebellion before it can even take shape. How dare you? A nobody like you, she screams, her pride mortally wounded. Another slap resounds. Derek is not joking. He came here with a mission, and he will not tolerate disrespect from his student. His red eyes glow with deadly intent as he makes it clear he will not repeat his warnings. From now on, respect is not optional, it is law. Despite the pain, Dila forces a malicious smile. She believes she still holds the advantage once the household staff learns of this outrage. She begins screaming for the grand butler, accusing the commoner of laying hands on her. Dylan rushes into the room in horror. He cannot believe what he sees: the young lady assaulted in her own chambers. He immediately confronts Derek, threatening him with the Duke's wrath unless he can provide a logical explanation for such madness. Without a word, Derek retrieves an old parchment from his belt. Calmly, he presents it, the official seal of the Grand Duke clearly stamped upon it. The document grants him total authority over Dila's education, permitting him to use any methods he deems necessary. Dylan falls silent as he reads. Cold sweat trickles down his forehead as he realizes Derek is now untouchable. Dila watches in disbelief as her world of privilege crumbles. Even her own father will not shield her from this monster. Night falls over the mansion, yet the tension only deepens. Under the full moon's pale light, the corridors still vibrate with the echoes of conflict. Valerian, Dila's brother, arrives in haste, unable to contain his fury after hearing what happened. He storms into the chamber, demanding to see the mercenary who dared raise his hand. Derek, seated in absolute calm, had already anticipated his arrival. His composure is almost insulting. It is the quiet before another storm. Valerian loses control at the sight of him near his sister. How dare you touch Dila? He shouts. Fortunately, Reg intervenes immediately. attempting to prevent the situation from escalating further. Derek, unshaken, responds that his actions carry the explicit permission of His Excellency, the Grand Duke. His cold stare makes it clear he will not be intimidated by youthful nobility. Rig reminds his brother that Derek was brought by Aisline and personally approved by their father. What do you think will happen to our eldest sister's position if you keep acting like this? He warns seriously. Eventually, Valerian takes control of himself and asks Derek to accompany him, ordering Rig to stay out of it. Derek obeys without protest, leaving the suffocating atmosphere behind. Before departing, Rig approaches him with a faint smile, admitting that Dila truly needed correction before she completely lost her sanity. Don't worry, Valerian won't go too far, he assures him. Derek listens quietly, analyzing the complex family dynamics of the Duplins. Despite the chaos, there are those who recognize the severity of the young lady's behavior. As they walk down the corridor, Rig exhales in frustration, unable to understand why Valerian insists on protecting someone who seems beyond saving. In a dim corner of the mansion, an old forgotten doll rests beneath a beam of moonlight, a silent symbol of a childhood long gone, a reminder of the innocence Dila appears to have lost. Valerian leads Derek into a secluded room and invites him inside solemnly. The atmosphere here differs sharply from the opulence of the rest of the mansion. This, he explains, was Dila's room when she still lived in the main house, preserved exactly as it was the day she was exiled to the annex. Derek approaches an easel wherein, unfinished painting, rests a sunset over a quiet lake. It reveals a side of the girl he has not yet seen. With melancholy in his voice, Valerian recounts how Dila once loved drawing. The memory of her flushed face, lighting up as she proudly showed her artwork, still pains him. She used to be an adorable child, yet there had always been a strange pattern. Dila never finished her paintings. She left blank spaces, completing only the parts she liked most, a subtle early sign of her perfectionism and volatility. Lowering his gaze, Valerian sincerely apologizes for losing his temper earlier. Derek dismisses it pragmatically, curious about the purpose of this visit. He asks why he has been brought to a room filled with dusty memories and half-finished canvases. Valerian confesses that he wanted to prove his sister was not always someone despicable. Her obsessive fixation on blood purity and noble lineage had appeared suddenly, as if born from nowhere, and it had slowly begun to consume her. That same darkness was what ultimately led her father to cast her out of the main house and confine her to the annex. Valerian admits that even he does not know what changed her so drastically. While Derek flips through several old books in her room, Valerian explains the urgency of the situation. If Dila cannot learn at least a basic one-star spell, her father will send her to a monastery without hesitation. Derek is her last hope to prevent that fate. Almost pleading, Valerian places his hands on Derek's shoulders and begs him to save her. No matter what she has done, she is still his sister, and he does not want to see her banished for life. As Derek scans the pages of her magic books, something catches his attention. Wait a second, he murmurs to himself. The margins are filled with detailed notes. Dila had not completely abandoned magic as everyone believed. She had been studying in secret, trying to understand the theory on her own. Derek asks if these are the theoretical texts from the School of Regulations. Valerian confirms that they are the mandatory foundation for any noble who wishes to learn magic. Derek's red eyes gleam with renewed interest. Beneath her arrogance and cruelty, there is still a spark of determination left in Dila, a spark that can be used. The room is decorated with melancholic landscapes, silent witnesses to the loneliness of a girl who no longer exists. Derek begins forming a far more complex plan in his mind. With a decisive motion, he shuts the book. The time for introductions and stories of the past is over. The real training is about to begin, and it will not be pleasant for the young lady. Accepting Valerian's request, Derek declares with cold determination, "I'll give her a chance." The real lesson starts now. Night falls over the Duplin mansion, wrapping it in a heavy, ominous silence. No one imagines what is about to unfold inside the young lady's chambers. Dila sleeps peacefully in her luxurious bed, completely unaware of the danger lurking in the shadows of her own room. It is the last moment of peace she will have for a long time. Suddenly, the crash of a bucket of water shatters the stillness. Derek has not come with gentle words, only cold reality. Dila jolts awake, drenched and screaming in shock. The freezing water steals her breath as she struggles to understand what is happening. Derek stands before her holding the empty bucket, his expression utterly bored. "Are you seriously sleeping right now?" he asks sarcastically. Derek takes her deep into the forest surrounding the estate. The darkness and suffocating silence only amplify her terror. With a rough shove, he throws her to the ground. She falls to her knees, trembling from cold and fury. Looking up at him with eyes filled with hatred, she spits. "What do you think this will change? Wake up from your delusion. Who do you think you are to dare teach me?" Derek sighs as though dealing with a spoiled child. "You don't even listen," he says, leaning closer with a faint, unsettling smile. "Want to hear something interesting? To be honest, I have no intention of teaching you magic." His red eyes glow in the darkness, revealing his true, chilling intent. Dila's heart skips. What did you just say?" she stammers, for the first time sensing real danger. Derek spreads his arms indifferently. There's no reason for someone from the lowest ranks to respect noble names. This entire tutoring nonsense is just an excuse to beat arrogant nobles like you. Slowly, he begins to draw his sword. The sound of steel slicing through the night air feels like a death sentence. Do you know how beautiful the screams of high nobility sound? He asks with cold cruelty. Dila scrambles backward through the grass, paralyzed with fear. Do you think you'll be safe after doing something like this? She tries to threaten him, but her voice trembles uncontrollably. Derek laughs in her face. Safe, of course. You'll be sent to a monastery soon anyway. Who would believe anything you say? And if something serious happens, I can always offer my life as an apology. A commoner's life isn't worth much, right? He mocks her own prejudice. With a twisted grin, he even suggests he could simply run away. After all, he would be doing the Duplin family a favor by removing their greatest headache. Absolute panic grips Dila. This is not a lesson, it is an execution. I'm going to die. He's really going to kill me here. Without looking back, she bolts into the darkness of the forest, convinced it is her only chance of survival. Derek watches her flee with the cold gaze of a predator. The true game of terror has only just begun. Dila runs wildly across the field, her heart hammering against her ribs. She knows that if she tries to return across open ground, Derek will catch her in seconds. Her only hope is to lose him in the forest. If I reach the trees, I'll be safe. She believes she knows the terrain better than he does and plans to circle back to the mansion to report the mad mercenary. Even in terror, her arrogance resurfaces. When I return, I'll have him executed. He will die instead of me. Then suddenly, a blinding light and scorching heat tear through the night. A sphere of pure fire forms in the distance, breaking the forest's darkness. Derek stands calmly in a clearing, one hand raised. He is casting magic far beyond what a mere mercenary should wield. Dila freezes, eyes wide with shock. Fireball, she whispers, instantly recognizing the spell. The fear she felt before is nothing compared to this. Fireball is a 2-star spell. How can that bastard use magic at that level? She realizes she has gravely underestimated him. Derek smiles like a predator savoring his prey's terror. Without hesitation, he hurls the blazing sphere. The fiery projectile roars through the air straight toward her. Dila can only stare in horror as death races closer. The flames reflect in her pupils while time seems to slow. Screaming, she throws herself to the ground in a desperate attempt to avoid the blast. The fireball grazes past her, illuminating the forest in violent orange light. Boom! The explosion is devastating. Fire and smoke surge upward in a pillar of destruction, shaking the earth beneath her. Dila lies on the ground, gasping and trembling violently. The fear has shattered her completely. The proud noble is gone. Only a terrified girl remains. Derek approaches slowly, his red eyes glowing in the dark. With a cruel smile, he remarks casually, "Well, looks like I missed." The chapter ends with Dila realizing that her nightmare has only begun. Under the imposing full moon, a hunt has started, one that will forever change the fate of the so-called Devulus. Dila runs again, branches tearing at her skin and the uneven ground bruising her feet. The fear drives her forward. Her breathing is ragged, cold sweat running down her face. She has never felt so cornered, so helpless. Crack! Her foot catches on a hidden root, and she crashes heavily onto the damp earth. The elegance of nobility has vanished entirely. Only raw survival instinct remains. A pain cry escapes her lips. She is exhausted, but her pursuer will not grant her even a moment's mercy. Suddenly, the air splits apart. Arrows of pure blue mana tear through the darkness, whistling with terrifying precision. Dila's eyes fly open wide. Death or something very close to it has just passed within inches of her face. She scrambles to her feet, dodging on pure instinct as blasts of energy slam into the ground around her. The mana is already close, a chilling reminder that she is not facing a simple tutor, but a seasoned warrior who knows exactly how far he can push her. Derek steps out from the shadows, walking with an almost insulting calm. "You're pretty fast," he comments lightly, as if this were nothing more than a childish game. Dila glares at him, hatred and terror twisting together in her eyes. She cannot believe anyone would dare treat her this way. Despite her exhaustion, she runs again. She refuses to surrender to this commoner who has dared to challenge her. Derek watches her retreating figure. For him, this is not just a chase, it is a life lesson burned into her very soul. Dila's mind is in chaos. How much longer do I have to run? Can I really escape him? Her lungs burn with every breath. Each inhale feels like swallowing fire. Derek's presence seems to be everywhere at once, an inescapable shadow. He kneels and places his hand on the forest floor, channeling his mana. He does not need to see her to know exactly where his prey is heading. The darkness of the forest itself seems to respond to him. His red eyes glow with a predatory intensity that freezes the blood. This is the same forest she painted. Derek reflects. He begins to understand that Dila is far more than a spoiled child. He remembers one of her artworks, a piece brimming with life that the world dismissed as a failure. But Derek saw the truth. She feels mana in a raw, untamed way. Definitely, he murmurs. He has found the key to unlocking the young noble's true potential. With a desperate cry, Dila makes one last rebellious attempt. She lunges at him, a rock clutched in her hands, screaming with all the rage bottled inside her. Derek does not even blink. His hand moves to the hilt of his sword with a speed the human eye can barely follow. Clank. In one fluid, lethal motion, he deflects the attack. The rock is sent flying into the darkness, leaving Dila completely disarmed and utterly outmatched by her tutor's overwhelming skill. She stands frozen, breathing ragged, her pride shattered into pieces. In the suffocating silence that follows, the fierce mask of the Devulus finally crumbles, revealing a vulnerability that marks the beginning of her true transformation. Derek studies her and cannot help but acknowledge her tenacity. "I'll admit your spirit is admirable," he says in a deep, steady voice. He knows it was not easy for her to counterattack when she understood she could not outrun him. Dila collapses to the ground, her hands sinking into the damp earth as she struggles to breathe. Her physical exhaustion is severe, but it is the mental fatigue that crushes her the most. Derek approaches slowly, each step deliberate. His red eyes gleam in the forest's dim light. "You don't even have the strength to run anymore," he declares coldly, making it clear that the game is over. With a precise and merciless motion, he points his sword directly at her throat. "Any last words?" he asks, creating the unmistakable atmosphere of an execution beneath the moonlight. To his surprise, Dila lets out a small laugh. It is bitter, laced with self-loathing and the faint remnants of her pride. "Do you think I'm going to apologize?" she shouts, wounded pride blazing in her eyes. She looks straight at him and adds, "Unlike you low-born people, I do not crawl. Just kill me." Derek falls silent for a moment before asking the question that strikes at the heart of everything. "Why are you so obsessed with lineage? Do you want to know what's behind that mask of superiority?" The question echoes through the forest. Dila turns her back to him, but her shoulders tremble beneath the weight of a truth she has never dared to admit. "Then, what would I have left?" she asks in a broken voice. "If you take away my great lineage, what do I have?" The facade of the Devulus continues to crumble under Derek's relentless gaze. Years of frustration erupt within her. "Magic, magic, magic," she repeats like a painful mantra, hugging herself as she feels small and miserable. Real tears spill from her blue eyes. "Do you think I never tried?" she cries toward the sky, revealing the wound of someone who gave everything and was never enough. Derek watches her face, half hidden beneath her bangs. For the first time, he sees the real deal and not the monster everyone described. "No matter how hard I try, it never works," she admits, sinking into the grass. She fears being discarded, fears that her existence is worthless if she cannot excel in magic or painting. The tears do not stop. If even her noble blood is questioned, what remains for someone who feels like a complete failure in every part of her life? On her knees, physically defeated and emotionally shattered, she whispers, "What am I?" desperately searching for an identity beyond titles and expectations. Derek stands in silence, his face partly veiled in shadow. The moment of truth has arrived. His hand tightens around the sword's hilt, and a vibrant blue energy begins to emanate from the blade, illuminating the forest with a mystical glow. Dila lifts her tear-blurred eyes and sees the mana radiating from him with effortless ease. "I've heard enough," Derek says coldly. He raises his sword toward the night sky, channeling an immense amount of energy beneath the full moon. "Goodbye," he declares. Dila closes her eyes, bracing for what she believes will be the final blow. A blinding flash floods the clearing. Mana surges outward in a violent storm of blue energy that seems ready to consume everything. Yet instead of harming her, enormous crystals of magical ice burst from the ground. Dila stands at the center, surrounded by this unprecedented display of power. Tears still falling, she lowers her head, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of Derek's magic. It is a force she has never felt before, wild, pure, defying all the rigid rules she was taught. Derek's sword pierces into the heart of a colossal mountain of ice that erupts from the earth in an instant. The air freezes solid, and the thunderous creation leaves behind an atmosphere charged with overwhelming, absolute power. Dila lifts her tearful gaze, dazzled by the majesty of this untamed strength. In that freezing brilliance, she begins to understand that the world of magic is far broader and deeper than she ever imagined. With a sharp, precise click, Derek sheaths his sword. The tension of battle dissolves, replaced by a heavy but revealing calm in the moonlit forest. To her astonishment, Derek bows with flawless courtesy. "Well done, Lady Dila," he says serenely. "Please forgive my earlier rudeness." The hunter has once again become the tutor. Dila stares at him, tear tracks still on her cheeks, a faint wound marking her face. His sudden respect leaves her completely unsettled. "It may not strictly be called magic," Derek explains with an intense gaze. "It was merely a manifestation of mana. But even so, you did it." Those words are the first true acknowledgement she has received in years. A choke sound escapes her lips. The weight of long-held frustration burst free. Dila breaks into uncontrollable sobs, crying out with all her strength. It is not physical pain, but the release of anguish that has haunted her entire life. In the clearing, surrounded by eternal ice beneath the silent full moon, the proud lady of the duchy weeps like a small child while Derek waits patiently for her inner storm to pass. Above them, the moon bears silent witness to the end of an era of shadows and the beginning of something she never believed possible. Derek kneels before her, so they are at the same level. That means you belong to the school of the wild, he reveals, introducing a concept she has never once heard in her rigid lessons. As he carefully bandages her wounds, he explains that most nobles study the school of regulations, but her nature is fundamentally different. Trying to follow those rules was her greatest mistake. Dila listens in silence, processing his analogy. She has been forcing herself to wear clothes that simply do not fit, and that is why nothing ever worked. How did you know? She asks, suspicion and hope mixing in her voice. How did you know I belonged to the school of the wild? No one had ever taken the time to analyze her so deeply. Derek meets her gaze. I saw the paintings you made. I could feel the mana flowing through nature, and you captured it on canvas. The very works others despised were the key to her salvation. He explains that those born with the temperament of the wild often sense the world's energy from a very young age. Dila is left speechless. For the first time in her life, she feels understood. The confusion in her eyes is no longer born of hatred, but of astonishment. She is not useless. She was simply walking the wrong path. That's enough. You should be able to walk now, Derek says as he rises to his feet. His tone returns to its usual practicality. Yet something subtle has changed between them, an unspoken understanding. Turning his back to her as he concludes the lesson for the day, he adds, you've managed to manifest mana, but you still have a long road ahead. Tomorrow, I'll teach you how to do it naturally. He pauses briefly, his red eyes fixed on the distance. The reform contract has just taken its first real and successful step. Thank you, Dila stammers, her cheeks flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and gratitude. It is the first time she has sincerely thanked someone she does not consider her superior. Derek remains silent, but for a fleeting instant, his gaze softens almost imperceptibly. The Devulus has begun to change. Let's go, he orders simply. Dila quickly hurries after him through the forest. Why yes, I'm coming with you, she calls out, no trace of her earlier hostility remaining. As they walk back beneath the moonlight, dawn finally arrives at the Duplin mansion. Sunlight filters through the grand windows, announcing a day unlike any before. Dila wakes early, sitting upright on her bed with a thoughtful expression. There is no trace of the fury from the night before, only a budding curiosity within her. She raises her hand and focuses. Incredibly, tiny specks of blue mana begin to materialize around her fingers, responding to her will. She is truly doing it. Her gaze sharpens with intensity and resolve. Watching the phenomenon, she feels both pride and wonder. For the first time, the power feels like it truly belongs to her. This is difficult, she admits softly. As the mana slowly dissipates, she knows the path ahead will not be easy. But for the first time, she is eager to walk it. In the mansion's corridors, the servants are already busy. One maid hurries along carrying a bucket of water, hoping to finish her chores before the young lady awakens. Suddenly, she trips just as Dila steps into the hallway. Panic floods the maid's face the moment she sees who stands before her. The bucket flies from her hands, and water splashes violently everywhere. It is a disaster that, in the past, would have ended in tragedy for the servant. Dila's dress is soaked completely, droplets sliding down the silkas. Silence grips the corridor in anticipation of her usual explosion of rage. Lady Dila, I am so sorry. The maid stammers, trembling and bracing for the inevitable physical punishment. Dila looks at her coldly, a gaze that freezes everyone present. The servants hold their breath, waiting for the storm that always follows the young noble. The maid collapses to the floor, begging forgiveness and declaring her mistake worthy of death. But to everyone's absolute shock, Dila simply says, watch where you're going. Her tone is dry, but there is no violence in it. As she walks away, the maid remains on the ground, utterly confused. What just happened? Why didn't she hit me? The other servants stare at Dila's retreating figure, whispering among themselves. What happened last night after she left? It is clear that Devulus is no longer the same. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the commotion, Derek sleeps peacefully in his room. The exhaustion from the previous night has pulled him into a deep, restful slumber. Bang! Loud knocks shake his door. Derek! A commanding voice calls, jolting him awake in a foul mood. He sits up, rubbing his eyes irritably. What now? He wonders, still adjusting to the new day. Outside stands Dila, impatient, with the butler at her side. Teach me how to control the mana I manifested. I tried on my own, but it's not working, she demands. The butler, a stern man with a monocle, freezes in shock. She manifested mana. His heart swells with emotion. Dila refuses to wait another second. You said you'd teach me today, so hurry up and start the lesson, she insists, knocking firmly on the door. Derek sighs heavily from inside. Come back in the afternoon, he replies simply before pulling the blanket back over himself. Ignoring her persistence, the butler wipes away tears of joy, deeply moved that the young lady has finally shown interest in magic. Dila clicks her tongue in annoyance at her tutor's audacity. Who do you think you are making me wait? Open this door right now and teach me, she shouts, kicking the wood with all her strength. Derek merely settles more comfortably in bed, closing his eyes with a tired smile. Open the door, you crazy bastard. Dila's voice echoes down the hallway. The real education has only just begun. A new day unfolds at the imposing Duplin mansion, though the atmosphere feels strangely different. Firm, determined footsteps echo through the carpeted halls. The maids whisper in corners, rumors spreading quickly. They say the feared Lady Dila has not broken a single dish all day. More astonishing still, the news flies like wildfire. Lady Dila has awakened her magical power. Hearing the murmurs, a young man walking through the corridor stops abruptly. Esric, the Duke's son. His expression darkens at the mention of his sister's sudden change. What did they just say? He wonders suspiciously. In the Duke's private office, the quill continues gliding across parchment, momentarily detached from the outside commotion. Grand Duke Duplin presides over a meeting with his sons. The news is confirmed. He has questioned the butler, and servants the awakening is real. The Grand Duke exhales in relief behind his glasses. Finally, good news after so much chaos caused by his daughter. Rick does not share his father's optimism. With a cold gaze, he warns against drawing conclusions from a mere spark of magic. Your sister has awakened her magic. You should be praising her, another brother says, clearly more encouraged. The Grand Duke watches the exchange silently, analyzing the situation carefully. Rick remains firm, reminding them of all the damage Dila has caused and suggesting that a small achievement should not save her from being sent to a convent. Faced with his eldest son's severity, the Grand Duke falls into thoughtful silence, his expression unreadable as he resumes his work. Far from the tense political discussion, sunlight shines brightly over the mansion gardens. In her room, Dela Lander Duplin does not look like the prodigy everyone praises. She sits on her bed with her back turned, clearly sulking. Derek, her silver-haired tutor, watches patiently. Are you pouting again? He asks with irony. I'm not pouting. I'm angry, she replies without turning around, puffing her cheeks stubbornly. Derek scratches his head wearily. Acting spoiled will not change anything about her training, he warns. Dela insists with her peculiar logic that it is not pouting, she is genuinely angry. Derek steps closer, his tone calm. In this world, everything has order. Her frustration will not make magic easier. I told you, I'm not pouting, she finally snaps, spinning around to glare at him with all the fury her small frame can muster. Derek remains silent, staring at her with those intense red eyes. That gaze alone is enough to intimidate anyone. Under his unwavering look, Dela eventually yields, muttering softly that maybe she is pouting after all, though her wounded pride still burns. Derek grips his belt firmly, shifting the tone. Before continuing practice, he must warn her of the real danger of the power now inside her. Manifesting magic does not mean she can wield it freely. Without proper control, that power could turn against her, something he knows from bitter personal experience. Rest is just as important as learning, Derek states before reminding her she must also study. Annoyed, Dela mocks him, calling him a stiff magic professor. The air shifts instantly. Derek's eyes darken, with a somber red glow as he coolly asks whether she would prefer he teach her in a less stiff manner. A chill runs down Dela's spine. The memory of him chasing her like a predator through the forest resurfaces, reminding her not to underestimate her dangerous teacher. Intimidated, she quickly sits down and huffs, trying to salvage her pride with a small HMPH. Forget it. Though her pink cheeks betray her nervousness, Derek continues the practical lesson, demonstrating how to manifest magic in his hand. Once she masters the basics, he assures her, she will advance to one-star magic quickly. The School of the Wild is ideal for self-directed study, he explains calmly, manipulating the mana in his palm as the lesson truly begins. The blue energy shimmered softly in the air as Derek continued his explanation. He emphasized that this path the School of the Wild offered far more freedom than the rigid and suffocating school of regulations. There were no endless rules binding one's instincts, no strict frameworks choking natural talent. Derek observed Dela calmly and with disarming honesty, confessed that her uninhibited personality fit perfectly with the School of the Wild. His words caught her off guard. He added that beyond her free-spirited nature, the bloodline of the Duplin family granted her overwhelming talent power that only needed proper guidance and direction under his supervision. Dela listened in complete silence, captivated by every word. It was the first time in her life that someone praised her genuine potential, instead of criticizing her violent temper. A faint blush spread across her cheeks, and her eyes glimmered with a spark she had never shown before. Are you saying I have talent? She murmured, warmth blooming strangely in her chest at the compliment. Derek confirmed it without hesitation. Conjuring an ice barrier instantly was proof of remarkable innate ability. Excitement bubbled inside her, and she began to wonder if she might actually be some kind of prodigy genius. As a bird perched quietly in the garden, the two of them continued their animated discussion. Derek insisted that talent and genius were not the same thing, but Dela stubbornly argued they were identical. From a distance, Ray watched his sister speaking so closely with her tutor, his expression twisted with suspicion and irritation at their growing closeness. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Dela's visible happiness around Derek stirred an emotion he did not wish to acknowledge, envy disguised beneath a mask of disdain. The following morning, the Duplin mansion awakened beneath radiant sunlight, marking the beginning of a new and exhausting training routine for the young lady. Without warning, Deela burst enthusiastically into Derek's room. "Derek, I can manifest the magic now, but I can't control where it goes," she shouted without the slightest regard for propriety. The next day, she interrupted his breakfast with the same intensity, showing him her freezing energy and complaining that the tactile sensation of magic was not what she had expected. The harassment continued in the corridors. She chased him relentlessly, ignoring protocol, and the stunned maids as she questioned him about the strange vibrations she felt when using her mana. By evening, Derek sought refuge beneath a tree to read his spellbooks, but his inseparable shadow found him yet again. "What are you doing here alone?" she demanded challengingly. "I told you to stay near the annex." She accused him of wasting time, convinced her father had lent him those books to work harder, not to slack off. Derek lifted his gaze, utterly unfazed. "Exactly. My lord lent them to me precisely so I could study them in depth," he replied with maddening calm. Refusing to accept no for an answer, Deela grabbed him and dragged him away. "I managed to make the magic flow like you wanted, so hurry up and check it," she exclaimed, having become completely dependent on her tutor. As the sunset light flooded the grand hall, Rig stood before the tall window, waiting anxiously for a meeting he considered necessary. The heavy doors creaked open, announcing an arrival. It was time for Derek and the eldest Duplin's son to face each other. Regarding Deela's fate and her astonishing transformation, Rick awaited Derek in one of the mansion's chambers. Seeing him enter, he asked if Derek had been the one to summon him for this private meeting. They sat down to speak calmly. Rick, maintaining his noble composure, inquired about his sister's recent progress in her studies. Derek responded with characteristic frankness. She had advanced considerably, but mastering one-star magic would still require more time and dedication. The conversation turned serious when Rick mentioned that their mother, Lady Miria, would likely return from her social engagements the following week. He issued a direct warning. His mother was not someone to be taken lightly, especially since nobles deeply despised commoners holding important positions in their households. "I'll keep that in mind," Derek replied, completely unbothered. Before asking bluntly for the real reason he had been called, Rick fell silent, staring into space as tension thickened in the room. Rising solemnly, he spoke of his future responsibility as the next head of House Duplin, emphasizing the importance of honesty within the family. With dramatic flair, he lamented how difficult it was to understand the depths of the human heart, wishing naively that everyone's thoughts were simpler and more uniform. Derek, tired of the philosophical detours, cut him off sharply and demanded he get to the point. At that moment, Rick's composed noble facade shattered completely, revealing a vulnerability Derek had not expected. "Deela doesn't want to play with me anymore, Derek," he cried, tears welling in his eyes, exposing his pitiful and exaggerated older brother complex. Derek stared at him with utter indifference and fatigue, wondering how he had ended up listening to such sentimental complaints. Rick reminisced about their childhood, describing the old Deela as a celestial angel who greeted him with the purest smiles. Desperate to regain her lost affection, he begged Derek to reveal the magical secret to winning her favor again. Meanwhile, in the mansion's corridors, Deela ran frantically searching for her tutor, shouting his name while ignoring the maid's desperate attempts to stop her. Back in the absurd meeting, Rick confessed that he had stayed up nights learning to sew rag dolls with the servants just to please his sister. With misplaced pride, he revealed a hideous doll that looked more like a cursed object than a gift. "Don't you think it's the very image of my dear Deela?" he asked hopefully. Derek stared at it in complete horror, as if facing a psychopath. "Are you trying to curse someone with that thing?" he asked, genuinely concerned. Rick burst into tears again, accusing Derek of being a man of stone, utterly incapable of understanding the complexities of brotherly affection. Soon after, the imposing facade of the Duplin mansion glowed beneath the light of a new day, but the peace was about to shatter. Derek was finally escorted before a woman of overwhelming aristocratic presence. She received him with icy courtesy, claiming she had heard much about the capable new tutor. A calculated smile laced with hidden intentions curved her lips as she meticulously evaluated the commoner who dared to educate her daughter. Lady Miria Duplin wrapped her offer of a territorial gift in layers of false, aristocratic kindness, expecting unquestioned gratitude in return. But her smile faded instantly when Derek responded with cutting coldness. "I do not belong to any noble house," he declared, revealing his common origin and challenging the social order in a single breath. Miria froze, blinking in absolute disbelief. "What did you say?" she asked faintly, hoping she had misheard. Without lowering his gaze or showing the slightest hesitation, Derek repeated firmly, his voice chilling the air. "I am a commoner." There was no shame in his tone, only stark truth. Lady Miria's face twisted in pure aristocratic horror and disgust. A commoner had dared to enter her home and claim the position of tutor. The chapter closed with this declaration of social war. But to understand how we arrived at this painfully uncomfortable moment, we must step back in time. Exactly 1 week before this encounter, we return to the day Derek arrived at the Grand Duke's residence. His comrades in arms, the mercenaries who accompanied him, Prepare to leave him at his new post. Aisline alone or Duplin bids him farewell with a gentle smile. She has matters to attend to in Evelstein and trust that Derek can handle himself. In this nest of nobles, Derek responds with a simple dry, understood. His coldness is legendary, even when his friends are leaving him behind in an environment entirely foreign to him. Jaiden, the mercenary leader, pats him on the shoulder, teasing him for such a heartless reply and reminding him that they are entrusting him with an important task. Show a little more emotion. Man, they tell him to finish quickly and return, warning that if Peline finds out he stayed behind, she will cause a massive uproar. With the final "we're counting on you," the carriage departs, leaving Derek alone before the imposing structure of the mansion, a lone wolf stepping into a golden cage filled with refined predators. As the carriage rolls away, Aisline suddenly covers her mouth in alarm. She forgot something crucial, a small detail that could complicate Derek's life in spectacular fashion. She remembers that the mother of the family will return next week. Worse still, she forgot to warn Derek about her. Jaiden stares at her in confusion, not understanding the drama. Is it really necessary to warn him about a noble mother? After all, Derek has faced far worse monsters, hasn't he? He does not know Miria. Aisline tries to explain but struggles to find the right words. My mother is a bit, she murmurs, and memories of the lady of the house's volcanic temper echo in the air. We can almost hear Miria's furious shouting from the past. Cut to the scene of the crime. Miria's furious footsteps thunder through the corridors. She is about to burst into her husband's office like a hurricane of noble indignation, a goddess of wrath. She storms in, livid after discovering that a commoner has become Dila's magic tutor. To her, this is the greatest disgrace to fall upon her family in generations. Grand Duke Duplin, maintaining enviable calm without lifting his eyes from his paperwork, asks her to lower her voice. He knew this would cause trouble, but he values results over lineage. Miria refuses to calm down. She reminds him that this concerns Dila, her beloved youngest daughter. She cannot accept that her child's education is entrusted to someone who has wandered the world as a mercenary. The Grand Duke removes his glasses, exhausted by the circular debate. Though he understands his wife's disdain for commoners in important positions, he has solid reasons for this unconventional decision. He reminds her firmly that every well-blooded tutor gave up on Dila long ago. After the nobility failed, he chose an external solution, one that arrived with unexpected merit. Finding a decent magic instructor is not easy these days, and Derek did not come by chance. He was personally recommended by Aisline. Still, Miria remains unconvinced, pressing her hand to her forehead in frustration. She insists that a family of their caliber must maintain a minimum standard of nobility. It is not only about talent, it is about image. She even has an alternative, her younger brother, Flamen, who had been busy before. Now that Dila has manifested magic, the situation has changed. She trusts her own blood without question. The Grand Duke stares at her in disbelief. Does she truly suggest removing a man who governs an entire territory just to make him a private tutor? Does she believe managing Evelstein so lightly would not invite disaster? Miria stands firm. To her, the noble social circle is not a game, it is a battlefield. She believes salon politics are as dangerous and vital as any military frontier of the duchy. Her greatest fear emerges clearly: prestige. If Dila debuts in high society with a nameless commoner as her mentor, Miria is certain her daughter will become the laughingstock of the aristocracy. Suddenly, the doors swing open, interrupting the heated exchange. A new player enters to mediate the chaos. Valerian, the handsome young man with golden hair. In a gentle tone, he asks his mother to calm down. He hopes she has not come solely to argue with his father. But Miria refuses to let the matter slide. Glancing at her son, she insists the real question is whether this commoner mage truly possesses the qualities necessary to teach Dila. It is not just about protocol, it is about competence. The tension in the room could be cut with a knife. All eyes turn toward the entrance as a shadowed figure approaches. The atmosphere grows heavier. It is Rick. Miria greets him with a mixture of relief and pride, expecting him to support her stance against the commoner tutor. Rick walks in with cold, calculating composure. He admits that a commoner teaching a noble is not normal, but adds that if the man truly has the necessary qualifications, perhaps it is not such a grave issue. A surprising statement, yet there is a trap hidden within it. Rick proposes personally testing Derek's abilities, suggesting a magical duel to resolve his mother's doubts. A direct and dangerous challenge. The Grand Duke immediately cuts it off. Enough. His voice is firm. He assures them Derek is a true mage whose level is beyond question. He trusts the recommendation he received. Rick falls silent, his green eyes gleaming with unsettling intensity. He appears to accept his father's word, but his mind is already planning the next move in this quiet power struggle. If Derek is truly as good as they claim, then why not test Dila? If the master is excellent, the student's results should be obvious. The logic is flawless and cruel. Valerian looks stunned. He cannot understand where Rick is going with this sudden interest in their younger sister's abilities. Rick remains relentless. If Derek is such an extraordinary teacher, then Dila must already show remarkable improvement. He proposes personally dueling Tila to verify those results, a trap disguised as an examination. The Grand Duke remains silent, processing his eldest son's audacious and malicious suggestion. He knows Dila has barely begun. A duel against Rick could devastate her. Rick leaves the office with firm steps, trailing uncertainty behind him. Valerian rushes after him, shouting his name in disbelief. The family tension has reached a point of no return. What the hell are you thinking? A magical duel? Valerian demands. To him, pitting an experienced mage like Rick against their novice sister is madness. Rick stops and confronts him. Does he truly believe Dila has suddenly changed? To him, her past remains an indelible stain that cannot be erased by a few lessons. Valerian tries to appeal to his heart. She's still your only sister, he says softly. They share the same blood. His duty is to protect her, not humiliate her publicly. The contrast between the brothers could not be sharper. Rick lets out a bitter laugh. Blood, he repeats, as if the word itself is absurd, compared to the magnitude of disgrace he believes surrounds them. His contempt for Dila runs so deep that he no longer sees her as family only as a blemish on their name. His rage finally erupts. That very blood, he declares with visceral hatred, is what has been dragging House Duplin toward the abyss. Allowing Dila to debut in high society would be the final blow to their prestige. Valerian stands speechless before such hostility. He searches Rick's face for any trace of brotherly affection, but finds only dark, vengeful determination. Is that truly how you feel? He asks quietly. Rick does not stop walking. To him, Dila crossed the line first and betrayed the honor of the Duplins. According to his twisted logic, the best fate for her would be permanent confinement in the annex building, hidden from the world. Valerian remains silent, heart heavy. He understands that Rick's words are not mere threats, they are a sentence. The abyss between the brothers grows wider and deeper. Rick cast one final glance over his shoulder, filled with contempt that surpasses a simple family quarrel. He believes he is doing what is necessary to protect the Duplin, name no matter who he must trample. Meanwhile, morning unfolds with deceptive peace in the mansion gardens. Birds sing, oblivious to the drama brewing behind those stone walls, where the fate of a young noblewoman is about to be decided. Suddenly, the calm shatters. Dila burst violently into her tutor's room, shouting his name in desperation. Absolute panic has replaced every trace of her former arrogance. She knows what awaits her if she fails. Derek, true to his nature, barely reacts. He lifts his gaze from his book with a calm that borders on indifference. What is it so early in the morning? He asks, as if the girl before him is not on the verge of collapsing under stress. Dila cannot even form coherent words at first. She can only point at the parchment. The impossible situation, closing in around her as time runs out and the crushing weight of her fate presses down on her shoulders. Her own incompetence is suffocating her. Finally, Dila delivers the ultimatum. If I lose this magical duel, you're fired. She knows that if Derek leaves, the only shield protecting her from her brother's cruelty will vanish. It is a cry for help disguised as an order. Derek sighs and admits he already knew about the challenge. With complete honesty, he reminds her that Raig is an experienced one-star mage. The chances of her winning are, being generous, extremely low. Dila explodes. Is that all you have to say? She shouts, outraged by her master's lack of visible concern. She cannot understand how he can remain so calm when both his job and her future are at stake. He should be training her like a madman. Derek rises slowly and reminds her of his true nature. I'm a mercenary. He is here to do a job, receive his pay, and nothing more. His blunt pragmatism strikes Dila like a slap. She had expected at least a shred of moral support. He even tells her he has already been paid more than enough. For Derek, this is a contract, not a personal crusade. His red eyes seem to pierce through her, challenging her to find her own reason to fight instead of depending on him. A bead of sweat slides down Dila's face as she whispers, "You really mean that?" In that moment, she realizes she is alone. If she wants to win, it must be for her own will to survive, not because her master pities her. Time flies. 1 week later, beneath a clear sky and the banner of the Duplin family, the day of judgment arrives. The entire household gathers to witness what many believe will be the public execution of Dila's future. The training field stands ready and imposing, arena where generations of family mages have been forged. Today, however, the air carries a malice far removed from ordinary practice. Grand Duke Dune walks to his viewing platform with an unreadable expression. Beside him, Miria hides her anxiety behind a fan while her maids follow in silence. The tension is suffocating. You've come, the Grand Duke says upon seeing Derek appear. The tutor arrives in his blue cloak, carrying the same aura of invulnerability that irritates the nobles of the house. He does not look like a man about to lose his position. Derek offers a slight bow, observing only the minimum protocol. His silence is his strongest answer. He does not need words to show he is ready for whatever this day brings. The Grand Duke studies him carefully. He does not appear nervous at all. Is that confidence born of arrogance or of power they have yet to fully witness? Either way, the Duke decides it is too soon to discard this man, even from his throne. He cannot help but admire Derek's composure in such a hostile situation. It takes nerve to stand like that under these circumstances, he reflects, reaffirming his decision to keep him as a teacher at least for now. Another set of footsteps echoes across the arena. Rig strides forward with an arrogance that seems to fill the entire space. His boots strike the ground with a military rhythm, announcing his arrival. His cape flutters in the wind as he clenches his fist, barely containing the violence within him. He does not see this as mere practice. To him, this is the moment he will finally erase the stain his sister represents. A cold smile curves his lips as surveys the field. His goal is clear and terrifying: to break Deela completely, leaving no trace of mercy in those green eyes filled with contempt. As he takes his position, his thoughts are a declaration of war. Deela, I will make you regret your past to the marrow of your bones. Meanwhile, in the shadowed corridors of the mansion, Deela walks toward her fate. Her steps echo through the silence, marking what could be her final walk as a respected young noble. Beneath the shadow of her red hood, her eyes reflect fear mixed with a spark of rebellion. She is still processing her master's harsh words, wondering if she truly stands alone against her own brother. Her voice trembles as she confronts Derek once more. Do you really mean it? She asks, unable to believe that he cares only about his pay. While her world teeters on the edge of collapse, she searches his face for even a trace of humanity. Derek, maintaining both physical and emotional distance, tells her that her magical growth is already in motion. In his flat tone, he explains that even if she cannot wield one-star magic immediately, it will not take long before she can. It is technical validation, not emotional comfort. He reminds her that her potential is no coincidence. She was born with the blood of the Duplin family flowing through her veins. Deela is stunned. Why would a man who despises noble titles bring up her lineage? She senses there is something more behind his words. Turning away, Derek finally reveals his teaching philosophy. His school is the school of the wild. This is not a place for inherited lessons or refined manners. It is a path of self-study and pure survival, learning to bite before you are bitten. Deela burst into tears, overwhelmed and frustrated. Why tell me this now? She cries, feeling that the weight of the duel against Rig is already too much without a lecture about savage living. She stands on the brink of collapse. Derek says nothing. His red eyes watch every tear not with pity, but with the cold assessment of a craftsman examining a blade not yet tempered. He knows this pain is necessary. Lowering her head, Deela finally confesses her deepest fear. I know I'm not a good student. For the first time, she lays bare her insecurity, admitting that her former arrogance was nothing more than a shield to hide how inferior she felt compared to her siblings. Through her sobs, she makes a desperate request. Even so, I want to keep learning magic from you. She rejects every other teacher, clinging to Derek as her only hope of redemption. She has decided to entrust her fate to this cold man. Derek turns his back, processing the raw honesty of his disciple. He knows he has achieved what he intended, shattering the shell of the spoiled, noble girl to reveal the will of someone who truly wants to survive. Silence fills the room. As he adjusts his combat gloves, he warns her that he knows nothing about noble duel etiquette. He has never participated in one and has no intention of following absurd protocols now. His methods are far more direct and far more lethal. He looks straight into her eyes with fierce intensity. But I can teach you how to win a fight. Then he asks the question that will define the rest of her life. Do you want to win? In her mind, Deela hears the venomous whispers of high society. It seems Lady Dawn has no magic after all. She remembers how they mocked her, saying even the most famous teachers gave up on such a hopeless case. The cruel comparisons echo endlessly. How could something like that be born from the Duplins? They would sneer. They called her the end of her house's golden era, burden who caused nothing but trouble. But now, as the tears dry on her cheeks, her gaze transforms. The wounded girl is gone. Yes, make me win, she answers with steel in her voice. She has accepted Derek's methods. She is ready to prove them all wrong. Back in the present, in the arena, Deela steps forward with firm resolve. But this time, the story is different. She has not come merely as Rick's younger sister, the girl everyone expects to see humiliated. She has not come as the pitiful youngest daughter of House Duplin. The air around her vibrates with new energy, a confidence born from accepting her own darkness and her fierce desire to triumph at any cost. Derek watches from the shadows, satisfied. She stops at the center of the stage, facing her brother before the entire noble elite. Today, beneath that red hood, there is no Duplin heiress. There is only Derek's disciple, a mage prepared to do whatever it takes. The true battle is about to begin. She stared at her instructor in total shock, her voice trembling as she asked if he was truly serious. Her red cape swaying beneath the bright morning sun. He watched carefully and realized she was not stepping forward as a sister or merely the youngest daughter of a noble house. She stood there as his disciple, as a mage in her own right. The scene shifted to the family crest waving high above the arena. A gentleman with a mustache cleared his throat and announced the advanced rules. Whoever activated their protective artifact first would lose. The magical device floated between the duelists, glowing softly to ensure their safety. The dark-haired brother fixed his serious gaze on her, but she did not waver. Without hesitation, he began casting a powerful spell, summoning fierce winds that whipped through the arena and tugged at her clothes. A sphere of green light formed in his outstretched hand, swelling with concentrated power. apologizing coldly. He unleashed a devastating wave of cutting wind aimed straight at her. The blast tore across the stone floor, destroying everything in its path. Her eyes reflected its glow as it rushed toward her. Yet at the last instant she ducked beneath it with astonishing agility. Surprise flashed across his face. Annoyed, he pressed forward with relentless attacks. But she moved like a blur, dodging each strike with unexpected ease. From afar, the white-haired young man analyzed the fight and noted that she was using too much mana to control her spells. Soon, a violent gust collided with the towering wall of ice she had raised for defense, shattering it upon impact. Her opponent mocked her, saying it was not a true spell, but merely raw mana shaped crudely. Preparing an even stronger attack, he declared that cheap tricks would be crushed. Energy spheres streaked toward her position as she remained behind her barrier. In that moment, a memory surfaced, her instructor's voice reminding her that mercenaries did not care about honor, only victory. She had once worried that people might dislike her even if she won. He had asked if she could accept that as long as she achieved her goal. Now, with fierce determination, she had already chosen her answer. Back in the present, she ran alongside her crumbling ice wall, dodging with sharp precision. The narration echoed the lesson. Some warriors do not duel, they fight to win. Sliding across the ground with controlled magic, she used the terrain to her advantage. Catching him off guard, she hurled a shard of ice that struck him cleanly. Her eyes blazed as she prepared her next move, but he responded with a confident smile, declaring it was the end for her. A razor-sharp blade of wind surged toward her, forcing her to throw herself flat against the ground. The attack smashed into the arena, erupting into a thick cloud of dust that obscured everything. Gasps rippled through the crowd. A woman cried out the girl's name and begged for the duel to be stopped. Fearing she had been struck, the man beside her ordered her to sit, stating that the protective artifact had not activated and therefore the fight continued. His steady gaze never left the arena, as if he had seen something others had missed. Through the settling dust, the white-haired young man remained calm, seated and composed, watching every movement with quiet certainty as the duel's outcome had yet to be decided. From the bench at the edge of the arena, the white-haired young man watched everything with quiet composure. His eyes never left the battlefield. She hadn't even blinked when that last attack came at her. Was that calm part of the plan from the very beginning? Meanwhile, inside the cloud of dust, the duelist moved carefully across the crackstone, scanning for any sign of his opponent. He was certain his attack had connected. Then why hadn't the protective artifact activated? Confusion crept across his face as he turned from side to side. The girl had completely vanished. Without warning, the wooden floor beneath his feet split apart with a sharp crack. A massive spike of ice burst upward from below and struck him cleanly, launching him into the air. He crashed down hard, stunned, struggling to understand what had just happened. Realization hit him a second later. She was attacking from beneath the arena platform. He shot a questioning glance toward the judge, wondering if going under the platform counted as leaving the battlefield. The gentleman with the monocle calmly shook his head. No, being beneath it did not count as stepping out. The young man gritted his teeth. No one would expect such a trick. Determined not to fall behind, he pushed himself back up. More ice spikes erupted from the floor, forcing him to dodge repeatedly. Spears of ice tore through the platform in unpredictable patterns, keeping him in constant motion. Sweat formed on his brow. How could he strike her if he couldn't even see her? He leapt into the air, frustrated, complaining that there was no noble etiquette in this duel. Staring at the dark hole in the broken floor, he called out her name, concern flickering in his voice. Then she appeared. The girl in the red hood rose from the opening below, her small figure framed by drifting dust, looking up at him from beneath the platform. Her blonde hair shimmered faintly, and her eyes glowed with a deep, furious red. The sight made him pause. He had seen that look before. His brother Derek once wore the same expression in battle. Understanding dawned on him. From that moment on, his demeanor changed. More serious, more focused. This strategy, it wasn't hers alone. Someone had guided her. Perhaps the one watching silently from afar. He adjusted his cape and prepared himself. Another spike shot upward, and he dodged it smoothly. Fine. If this was their strategy, he would follow along. Above them, the sky stretched wide over the ruined arena. In the audience, the lady gasped in shock, asking if the girl had truly gone into that pit. She begged her husband to stop the duel, but he replied firmly that no rules had been broken. Nearby, a bearded man observed with a thoughtful, grave expression. Beneath the shattered platform, the girl steadied her breathing. From here, she could see clearly the flow of her opponent's mana. It moved like a current around him. But just as she focused, he began casting again. An ice spike shot up near him, interrupting the spell and throwing him slightly off balance. Anger flared in his eyes. Every time he tried to cast, she broke the ground beneath him. He could not afford to lose. A drop of sweat slid down his temple as he searched for another solution. From above, the arena looked devastated. The fallen flag lay across broken boards and crackstone. The girl noticed something. His mana flow had stopped. He was planning something. She tensed, ready to strike the instant he began another spell. The judge suddenly stiffened, calling out to the young master. In a flash, the duelist leapt upward and landed on top of the fallen flagpole, balancing with precision. From that height, she wouldn't be able to react in time, but casting from there was nearly impossible. So, he made a bold decision. Blue energy gathered around him, dense and violent. If he couldn't aim precisely, he would simply destroy everything. Without an incantation, he released the power. The white-haired observer's gaze sharpened. A massive explosion of blue energy tore through the arena. The wooden platform shattered completely, and the flagpole snapped at its base. The young man fell along, with the collapsing structure as the entire battlefield erupted in a storm of dust and debris. The lady in the audience screamed his name in panic. When the smoke began to settle, he emerged, landing firmly on his feet. His eyes locked onto a single moving shadow cutting through the dust at high speed. The girl. He formed a brilliant blue magic arrow in his hand and fired it like lightning. The projectile sliced through the air straight toward her. Its glow reflected in her eyes as it closed the distance, but she did not flinch. At the last possible instant, she raised her hand and caught the arrow mid-flight. Her palm burned with blue light as she held the raging energy in place. Her hair whipped around her face, but her expression remained calm and focused. Under her control, the arrow shifted shape, transforming into a blazing blue blade of condensed energy. With a sharp motion, she redirected it and sent it hurtling back toward him. She sprinted forward right behind her counterattack, pressing the advantage. He thought that landing even one arrow would secure victory. Instead, she leapt into the air and drove a powerful kick straight into his chest. The impact echoed across the ruined arena. They locked eyes at close range as he dropped to his knees from the force. In a single fluid movement, she grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and flung it into his face. The particles struck his eyes, and he cried out in shock at the unfair tactic. As he struggled to wipe his vision clear, she retreated to create distance. He realized something then. She was using kicks and sand. Was she out of mana? No. She was pushing herself to the limit to prove her worth. A faint smile touched his lips despite the pain. If that was her resolve, then he would respond with everything he had like a true brother. A bright light shimmered across the sky, and the atmosphere shifted. The blonde girl stood facing him, breathing heavily. One hand rested against her head as exhaustion crept into her body. Yet her eyes burned with determination. A thin line of blood traced from the corner of her mouth. A single drop fell. The scene blended into memory. A calm voice explained that mana was like paint, and the spell was the brush used to shape it. With the brush, you gather the paint and give form to an image. That, he had said, is magic. Her young eyes had sparkled with wonder beneath the open sky as he showed her the flow of mana in the air. Back in the present, she closed her eyes and steadied her breathing. Mana is paint. A spell is the brush. Blue energy gathered softly around her, swirling at her fingertips. The glow intensified as she shaped it with new clarity. Determination filled her voice as she declared she would paint her own picture with this magic. The judge with the monocle stared in disbelief as a radiant blue aura enveloped her and an ice spear formed. Within her grasp, the lady in the audience gasped, recognizing it as one-star magic. Even her opponent's expression shifted to concern such power, if mishandled, could cause serious damage. But the girl in the red hood did not hesitate. Her gaze was steady, unwavering. He answered in kind, surrounding himself with his own blue aura. Stepping forward, he declared that even if she had reached one-star magic, he was still one step ahead. And with that, the two prepared to clash in their final, decisive exchange. Determined to secure victory, he decided he would strike first and end it in a single exchange. The little blonde lowered her hand toward the ground, gathering every remaining thread of mana into one final, decisive attack. Blue light swirled violently around her fingers as she focused with absolute clarity. At the same instant, rage unleashed a barrage of glowing energy arrows, each one cutting through the air with lethal speed as they rushed toward her. The two spells met at the very center of the ruined arena. For a heartbeat, everything froze, then a blinding explosion of light swallowed the battlefield. The collision erupted into a massive shock wave that tore through the remains of the platform, obliterating what little structure still stood. Dust, splinters, and fragments of stone were hurled outward in every direction as the force of their power rippled through the air. In the stands, the young man's mother cried out the girl's name. Then, within the thick smoke, something began to shine. A golden sphere of energy glowed brilliantly, floating gently above the shattered arena. It pulsed with a steady light. General Pelham's protection sphere had been activated. The duel's safeguard shimmered clearly in view, signaling that one of them had reached the limit. As the dust slowly settled, the young fighter stood hunched and breathless, staring toward the glowing barrier. His body trembled from exhaustion, every muscle strained from pushing his mana to its edge. Across from him, the girl in the red hood struggled to steady her breathing. She too had reached her limit, her chest rising and falling rapidly. As the last traces of blue energy faded from her fingertips, from his seat at the edge of the battlefield, the white-haired young man observed the scene without emotion. His gaze remained cold, sharp, and calculating as he studied the result of their final clash, waiting to see whose resolve had endured to the very end. The story goes back 1 year. Hungry chicks chirp loudly in their nest, waiting to be fed. The nest rests on the branch of a tree just outside the window of a grand mansion, a small symbol of life growing peacefully in contrast to what is happening inside. Inside the mansion, the Grand Duke, Dupla, walks through the long corridors while his aide informs him that a letter has arrived from House Belmiar. The aide explains that the letter appears to concern a recent incident and asks how they should proceed. The Grand Duke's gaze slowly shifts toward a half-open door. Through it, he sees his young daughter, Dila, sitting alone in a corner, completely isolated. Little Dila sits with her hands tightly clasped over her lap, her expression dark and determined, very different from what one would expect from a child her age. The Grand Duke watches her silently. His face shows no emotion as he observes the lonely figure of his daughter. The flashback ends. Back in the present, Dila has a wound on her forehead and a distant look in her eyes. She has just been defeated in the duel. A wave of magical power slowly fades around her as the battle comes to an end. Reality strikes her hard. Dila realizes that the trigger has been activated, leading to her inevitable defeat. Her brother, Rake, the victor of the duel, kneels on the other side of the arena, staring at the scene with a mixture of surprise and concern. From a distance, her master Derek observes everything calmly. His expression remains composed, almost indifferent, as he analyzes the result. He already understands what she is feeling. Inside Dila's mind, only one word echoes again and again. I lost. Shame and sadness completely overwhelm her, and Dila suddenly breaks down, crying uncontrollably. From a balcony above, the Grand Duke has witnessed the entire confrontation, watching as the magical barrier finally disappears. Standing beside him, the Grand Duchess is furious. She shouts at her husband, unable to believe that such a vulgar and dirty fight is being called a magic duel, declaring that it makes absolutely no sense. Below, Dila continues to cry. She feels utterly humiliated, not because she lost, but because she believes she has failed her master. The Grand Duke reflects on his wife's words. He thinks about how that so-called master has been teaching such nonsense to the young lady of House Duplin. The scene shifts to another memory. A young knight stands proudly and introduces himself formally. His name is Riemann Oswald Duplin, and he declares that it is an honor for him to join the war. In front of him stands a younger version of the Grand Duke. The Duke tells him that he has heard much about his father, and notes that the young man's eyes resemble his. The Duke sees great ambition burning in the knight's eyes. The young knight simply thanks him with respect. The memory ends. Back in the present, Dila wipes away her tears. The defeat has left her devastated. From the balcony, the Grand Duke watches her with a serious and thoughtful expression, processing everything he has just seen. In his mind, he acknowledges her progress. Your gaze has improved a lot, Dila. A group of maids rush toward her, worried about her condition. They surround her, insisting that she must receive treatment for her injuries immediately. But Dila has no interest in their help. With a sharp motion of her hand, she pushes away the maid who tries to touch her, leaving the girl startled. Ignoring everyone completely, Dila walks away with determined steps across the ruined battlefield. She stops in front of her brother Rake. He looks at her with surprise and discomfort, unsure of what to say. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Rake tries to congratulate her, but Dila does not even look at him. She simply lowers her head in silence. Without saying a word, she turns her back on him and walks away. One of the maids offers to take her to her room so she can rest, but Dila ignores her again. Instead, she looks around the crowd as if searching for someone, leaving the maid confused. Finally, she finds him. Away from everyone else, her master Derek sits calmly on a bench, waiting for her. He watches as she approaches, his face carrying the same calm and analytical expression as always. Dila stops in front of him with her head lowered, unable to meet his eyes because of the overwhelming shame she feels. She clenches her teeth tightly as more tears roll down her cheeks. The pain inside her becomes unbearable. Suddenly, in a desperate outburst, she collapses to her knees and grabs Derek's cloak. Between heavy sobs, she tries to speak. I lost. She lifts her head, her eyes filled with tears, and apologizes. Her greatest fear was never losing, it was disappointing her master. Derek simply looks at her. As always, his expression is unreadable. There is no anger, no disappointment in his eyes. Dila remains kneeling at his feet, completely surrendering herself to the guidance of her master. Finally, Derek places a hand on her shoulder, calming her. He tells her that everything is fine, and that he is fine as well, giving her the comfort she desperately needed. But he also gives her one final lesson. She must use this frustration to surpass her limits and become stronger. His words reach deep into her heart. The despair on her face slowly begins to transform into a new determination. At last, Dila releases all of her pain and frustration in a piercing scream. The maids watch in shock as their noble lady displays such raw emotion in front of a mere commoner. Suddenly, the sound of furious footsteps approaches. It is the Grand Duchess. Miria rushes toward them, shouting her daughter's name in anger. She kneels in front of Dila, pretending to be worried. Gently touching her daughter's face, she says that Dila must have suffered so much. All Dila can manage to say is, "Mother." The Duchess embraces her, assuring her that everything will be all right, and insisting that she go receive treatment for her injuries. Overwhelmed by everything that has happened, Dila simply nods while continuing to cry in her mother's arms. As the maids take Dila away, the Duchess wipes away a fake tear, maintaining her performance as a grieving mother. But the moment her daughter disappears from sight, her expression changes completely, revealing a cold and furious anger. Now that her daughter is gone, she turns toward the true target of her rage, Derek. She marched toward him with firm steps across the grass. Derek watches her approach, slightly confused by the intensity of her glare. Without warning, the Duchess explodes with rage. She calls him a vulgar wretch and demands to know what he thinks he has done, mocking his pathetic one-star magic. Then she slaps him hard across the face, grabbing his clothes. She accuses him of teaching cheap tricks and staining the purity of a noble lily. She shouts that he has made the young lady of the ducal house perform something dirty and disgraceful. Derek receives the blow without reacting. Despite the red mark forming on his cheek, his expression remains completely neutral. The Duchess continues screaming, insisting that there exists a world someone like him could never understand, a world of values and dignity that must be protected at all cost. Seeing her husband approaching, she turns to him for support. She complains that what they witnessed was not a magical duel at all and points at Derek, accusing him of teaching such things to Dila. But then, another slap echoes loudly. This time, the Duchess is the one who receives it. She freezes in shock. The Grand Duke grabs her wrist, stopping her with a cold and commanding voice. He asks if she does not realize who is truly behaving shamefully here. The Duchess cannot believe what just happened. Stuttering, she asks why he is defending Derek when he is nothing more than a worthless commoner. The Duke calmly agrees. Yes, he is a worthless commoner. But then he adds a statement that changes everything. But he is our daughter's master. He continues sternly, asking what kind of parent would treat their child's teacher in such a disgraceful way. Throughout all of this, Derek remains silent. Then the Duke turns toward him and, to everyone's surprise, apologizes on behalf of his wife, explaining that her behavior is simply a strange form of maternal love. Derek looks up, surprised by the Duke's intervention. He never expected to be defended like this. Accepting the apology, he calmly says that it is fine. The Duke then invites him to his office to discuss something in private. Derek agrees and follows him, leaving the Duchess behind publicly humiliated. She clenches her teeth in rage, holding her aching cheek as she watches her authority being completely ignored. Inside the Duke's office, the Duke praises Derek's work, saying that he has raised Dila splendidly. As the master of the house, he believes Derek deserves a proper reward, the highest reward a commoner could ever receive. Then he makes an offer that leaves Derek speechless. A 3-star spell. The Duke knows exactly what Derek desires most. The tension in the office becomes heavy. The Duke acknowledges Derek's achievements, but warns him that a simple 1-star spell is not enough to survive within high society. Derek calmly replies that now that Dila has mastered the basics, her growth will accelerate quickly. He adds that there are many people within House Deplane who could guide her further. But the Duke interrupts him. What his daughter needs is not just an instructor. She needs a true master. The only sound in the room is the scratching of a pen as the Duke prepares to write. With a sharp gaze, he goes straight to the point. Derek possesses an ambition that a mere commoner should not even dare to dream of. Derek realizes immediately that the Duke is no ordinary man. The Duke continues, explaining that such ambition would normally be considered an insult to the nobility. However, he is willing to overlook it only because it is Derek. Derek thinks silently. The Duke has completely seen through him. He understands that Derek's true goal is not merely a 3-star spell, but something far greater. That realization alone makes the Duke terrifying. As he writes, the Duke warns him that with such ambitions he will not be able to remain in a place like this forever. Looking directly at him, he asks a simple question. Is he prepared to leave? Derek confirms that he is. Recognizing his ambition, the Duke sets a condition. Derek must stay and continue teaching Dila for a little longer. In Derek's mind echo the limits imposed on commoners, the highest level they are ever allowed to reach. Then the Duke asks the question that changes everything. Do you want a 3-star spell? For a brief moment, Derek is stunned. Then he regains his composure. Determination shines in his eyes. With a firm voice, he answers, "Yes, I want it." Moments later, a secret door opens, revealing a glowing passageway. The deal has been sealed. Derek enters the Duke's private library, a place filled with knowledge he once believed completely unreachable. His hands rest on one of the heavy tomes, feeling the power contained within it. When he opens it, he sees pages filled with complex runes and intricate diagrams, the key to mastering a 3-star spell. He stands there silently, absorbing the magnitude of what lies before him. The information is dense, powerful, extraordinary. A quiet whisper escapes his lips as a faint smile appears on his face. Incredible. He thinks about how countless mages spend their entire lives trying to obtain even a single 2-star spellbook. And yet here, in front of him, lies an entire library of 3-star spellbooks. Now the deal finally makes sense. Holding the book in his hands, Derek realizes that he finally has a solid reason to remain in this mansion. This knowledge is worth more than any risk. However, a single thought quietly crosses his mind. Derek knows very well that if his mercenary companion, Pauline were to hear about this new agreement, it would cause a huge commotion. Meanwhile, in a noisy tavern somewhere in the city, Jaiden, the leader of the mercenaries, is busy with his usual affairs, while Pauline sits nearby looking strangely embarrassed and confused about something. The scene shifts again. A bright blue sky and a warm sunlight mark the beginning of a new day of training. Standing proudly with her chin raised and confidence practically shining from her face, Deela loudly announces to anyone who will listen that she is now officially a one-star mage. Without even lifting his eyes from the book in his hands, Derek responds with complete indifference. In a dry tone, he tells her that technically, since she has successfully cast a one-star spell once, she can indeed be called a one-star mage. His cold reaction immediately irritates her. Deela cannot believe that her master is not even a little happy about his student's achievement. However, Derek calmly replies that it was hardly an early accomplishment, subtly implying that she actually took too long. Frustrated, Deela complains that dealing with him is incredibly difficult. Derek, completely unfazed, simply remarks that she seems to have recovered quite well over the last 3 days. He reminds her that she cried quite a lot the last time they met. The comment makes her blush instantly and turn her face away in embarrassment. She denies it loudly, insisting that she did not cry at all, and that a bit of dust had simply gotten into her eyes, a very poor excuse. Still muttering complaints under her breath, Deela says her father should have warned her earlier because she had been seriously worried Derek might get kicked out of the mansion. Derek ignores her grumbling and calmly changes the subject, announcing that it is time to begin the lesson. Since she learns quickly, he says, she will soon be able to master other one-star spells. The word quickly catches Deela's attention. She looks confused and asks what he means. Derek finally offers her a small compliment. He explains that her growth has indeed been fast because casting a one-star spell so soon after awakening her mana is actually quite rare. Immediately her pride returns in full force. Filled with excitement again, Deela begins enthusiastically suggesting flashy spells she wants to learn next. She proposes Mana Arrow or the Wind Blade spell her brother Rake used. As she continues fantasizing about defeating her brother with impressive magic, Derek abruptly interrupts her. Ignoring all her suggestions, he calmly declares that today they will practice Mana Manifestation. The proposal completely confuses her. She thought they were going to learn new one-star spells, not return to something as basic and boring as that. Derek explains patiently that although there are many reasons for it, the fundamentals are always the most important part of magic. Just as Derek is about to give a more detailed explanation, Deela suddenly interrupts him with a resigned sigh. She reluctantly agrees to the training, which actually surprises Derek a little. She mutters that if he says so, then it must be right. But she clearly cannot hide her disappointment. She had gotten excited for nothing, thinking she would learn something exciting. Her expression becomes a strange mix of confusion and curiosity. She suddenly notices that Derek is staring at her. Instinctively, she touches her face and asks if something is wrong. Why is he looking at her like that? Derek casually replies that it is nothing. He is simply surprised that she is listening and obeying so obediently, which is completely out of character for her. The comment immediately offends her. Deela blushes and becomes defensive, insisting that she has always respected him from the very beginning. Derek interrupts her again, and an unpleasant memory surfaces in his mind. Deela, with a mischievous grin, dumping a bucket of dirty water over his head. In a calm voice, he reminds her that she poured dirty water on him, not once, but twice. Deela's face instantly twists in embarrassment after being exposed so easily. She mutters awkwardly that she cannot believe he still remembers that incident. Derek simply replies, "It's hard to forget." Trying to escape the awkward moment, Deela suddenly begins laughing nervously. She starts commenting on how nice the weather is before quickly running off to begin practicing Mana Manifestation. With exaggerated enthusiasm, Derek watches her with a faint smile, clearly amused by her reaction and her obviously fake excitement for such a dull exercise. Time passes. Eventually, night falls over the Grand Duke's mansion under the pale glow of a full moon. After hours of relentless training, Deela lies flat on the ground, completely exhausted. Blue mana still swirls faintly around her body as she struggles to catch her breath. Suddenly, Derek appears, floating slightly above the ground. He casually remarks that it seems she will be very busy from now on. Landing gently beside her, he looks down at her tired figure. Deela, still breathing heavily, realizes that he must have heard about her new schedule as well. Frustrated, she grabs her head with both hands and complains that starting next week she will also have to attend etiquette classes. Derek does not see the problem. He tells her it is actually a good thing. Now that she has learned a spell, she will finally receive the proper education expected of a noble. Deela stares at him in disbelief. She begins listing the endless subjects she will have to study: etiquette, languages, geography, history, botany, piano, sewing. She cannot understand why she needs to learn all of that and wonders how her older sister, Aisline, managed to endure it. Derek answers seriously. That is precisely why her sister is known as the Flower of Duplin and the Shining Center of High Society in Evelstein. Deela sighs and admits that all she really wants to study is magic. Derek calmly tells her that she should simply do that then. Since the Grand Duke personally hired him, they have plenty of freedom. But Dila is not convinced. She wonders whether they will really have the time for it. Derek reassures her confidently by asking who could possibly fire him, now that he has the Grand Duke's direct support. Dila smiles bitterly. She explains that even if her father acknowledges him, her mother will not stay quiet. The Duchess will do everything she can to find an excuse to drive him away. Derek asks her directly why the Duchess is so determined to expel him. With a worried expression, Dila explains that her mother believes learning from a commoner like him will drag her away from the dignity of a noble. The Duchess fears that Dila might even end up becoming a mercenary. Derek considers this carefully. From the perspective of the nobility, the duel they fought really did lack the elegance and dignity they value. It was a raw, unrefined fight. Then suddenly an idea forms in his mind. With a new sense of determination, he calmly tells Dila that the solution is actually simple. She looks at him in confusion. Derek's gaze sharpens with strategy. Lady Dila, he says calmly, silencing the Duchess is not that difficult. You only need to remove her justification. Dila is left speechless. She has absolutely no idea what he means. At that moment, Derek's plan is still far too abstract for her to understand. The next morning, the sun shines brightly over the Grand Ducal mansion. A new day begins, and with it, Derek's plan quietly moves into action. Inside the mansion, Duchess Miria walks through the halls with a worried expression while several maids follow closely behind her. She has already made up her mind to take action. In her imagination, she pictures the worst possible scenarios. In her mind, Derek is a terrible teacher who will drag her innocent daughter into the vulgar world of mercenaries. She imagines him teaching Dila to become a rough, wild fighter instead of a graceful noble lady. Her worst nightmare appears vividly in her mind. Dila, dressed like a savage, storming into high society with a wild boar slung over her shoulders, terrifying everyone and forever staining the name of House Duplin. Just thinking about it gives the Duchess a terrible headache. She cannot allow such a thing to happen. With renewed determination, she reminds herself that no matter what that commoner teaches her daughter, and no matter if her husband approves, she is still the lady of the house. Her word is law. I must find a way, she repeats in her mind, fully determined to expel Derek and protect her family's honor. Just then, a voice calls out to her, "Mother, it is Dila." The Duchess turns, ready for confrontation. But the moment she sees her daughter, her mind briefly drifts to the past. For a single instant, she no longer sees the troublesome girl standing before her. Instead, she remembers the small, innocent child who once smiled in her arms. The memory warms her heart. A single tear forms in her eye, but the memory only strengthens her resolve. She must protect that image. She must protect her daughter. Yet when she looks at Dila again, her expression suddenly changes from nostalgia to pure confusion. Something is very wrong. Standing before her is Dila, wearing an elegant blue dress and maintaining perfect posture. She bows gracefully with flawless etiquette. "Did you rest well last night, mother?" she asks with a gentle and serene voice the Duchess has never heard before. The Duchess freezes completely, unable to process what she has seen. The transformation is so sudden and so unbelievable that she can only stammer in confusion. Derek's plan has begun. With a bright smile and sweet voice, Dila apologizes for not being able to speak earlier because she was recovering from her injuries. She says there are many things she would like to share with her mother, but unfortunately she has piano lessons that morning. The Duchess can barely respond, still stunned by her daughter's unusually polite behavior. "All I see," is all she manages to say. Dila bows once more and politely excuses herself, explaining that she must hurry to her class. The Duchess watches her leave in complete bewilderment. Finally, she calls out to stop her, confused. She reminds Dila that her etiquette classes do not even begin until next week. Her mind cannot understand why her daughter suddenly seems excited about something she has always hated. Dila turns back. In her mind appears the image of her perfect older sister, her role model, with a smile that perfectly imitates the grace of a noble lady. She replies that thanks to her mother's concern, she is actually looking forward to it. Completely disarmed, the Duchess can only give in. Oh, yes, she stammers. "Hurry, or you will be late." In an instant, she has lost all initiative. Her carefully planned confrontation disappears completely. As Dila walks through the courtyard, the servants, accustomed to her unpredictable and often violent behavior, instinctively move out of her path. They watch her with a mixture of fear and amazement. Her transformation is so unbelievable that no one knows how to react. One maid, so shocked by the change, accidentally drops the box she was carrying. The object falls to the ground with a loud thud in the silent courtyard. Everyone freezes, expecting Dila to explode in anger. But instead, she calmly approaches the frightened maid with a gentle smile. She asks if the girl is all right and kindly advises her not to overwork herself. The unexpected act of kindness leaves everyone even more stunned. The maid, pale and trembling, can barely answer. Strangely enough, the kindness of the young Duchess is far more terrifying than any of her former bursts of anger. From a distance, Duchess Miria watches the scene with clenched fist. She sees her daughter walking away like the perfect noble lady she always dreamed of raising. But deep down she knows something is terribly wrong. This victory does not feel like a victory at all. Later that same day, the scene settled in the noble district of Ebelstein Noble District. Beneath its silent presence, a round table had been prepared for afternoon tea. Yet during the last gathering, she had clearly sensed something troubling Aisline. The cheerful mood had not completely hidden the weight on her mind, and Ellen had been quietly worried ever since. Aisline blinked in mild surprise when she heard this. She had not realized that her feelings had been so visible. Composing herself with a small, graceful smile, she lifted her teacup and admitted that she had indeed been concerned at the time. Fortunately, most of the matter had already been resolved, and she felt much better now. Her voice was calm and steady, carrying a quiet sense of relief. Hearing this, Ellen felt genuine comfort. Even so, another matter still lingered in Ellen's thoughts. She had heard a rumor that Aisline had personally left the noble district to save someone. The idea alone had disturbed her. Noble daughters rarely stepped outside their protected world without serious reason. She admitted honestly that hearing the rumor had worried her greatly. Aisline gently thanked her for the concern and explained the situation. Her younger sister, Dilla Belmiard, had needed a proper magic teacher. Finding the right person had not been easy, so Aisline had chosen to search for one herself. Though her explanation sounded simple, Ellen's mind sharpened instantly. If Aisline had personally gone to find the teacher, that person could not be ordinary. A noble lady would never go through such effort for someone insignificant. She kept her pleasant smile, though curiosity quietly stirred behind her composed eyes. At that moment, Lady Denise Linear Veltis, the second daughter of House Veltis, who had been listening silently beside them, joined the conversation with a polite smile. She confirmed that the teacher had indeed been hired for Lady Dilla. Not long ago she had visited the Belmiard mansion and seen Dilla again, and the change had been remarkable. The once troublesome young girl had grown into a proper young lady, so refined that she was almost unrecognizable. Aisline nodded, her voice carrying quiet pride. Dilla had already manifested one-star magic, and her conduct had become neat and composed. Witnessing her younger sister's progress had even made Aisline feel that she needed to work harder herself. Denise maintained her gentle smile, but doubt flickered quietly within her thoughts. The Belmiard family had always kept Dilla hidden from society. Why speak about her so openly now? Something about the situation felt unusual. Still, she merely commented that Aisline must have found an excellent teacher. Aisline agreed without hesitation. The teacher did not possess noble status, she admitted, but his ability was exceptional. In fact, it had been worth traveling all the way to the Belden mercenary corps to find him personally. At those words, both Ellen and Denise paused. A mercenary. The word hung in the air with unexpected weight. Ellen's thoughts drifted to an old memory. She recalled a cook who had once fled the Belmiard estate in terrors, whispering stories about Dilla's harsh and uncontrollable behavior. In the past, Dilla had been known as wild and even cruel, yet now she had become disciplined, refined, and a one-star mage. Transforming someone like that required more than simple skill. It demanded strength, patience, and control. Ellen took a slow sip of tea, hiding the intensity of her thoughts. Whoever this teacher was, he was certainly not ordinary. If Dilla continued to improve, his name would eventually spread throughout noble society. It would be wise to learn it sooner rather than later. With a warm and curious smile, she finally asked for the teacher's name. Aisline looked slightly confused by the sudden interest. Ellen simply explained that if he was guiding Dilla, he would surely become famous someday. It would not hurt to know in advance. Aisline accepted the reasoning without suspicion and answered calmly. The teacher's name was Derrick. The scene then shifted quietly to the sitting chamber of the grand Belmiard mansion. Lady Dilla sat beside her mother on a beautifully embroidered sofa. She spoke with bright enthusiasm, explaining that Derrick had also been teaching her a little etiquette along with magic. She admitted with a soft laugh that etiquette was extremely difficult to learn alone. Her mother responded with a composed smile, saying she understood and that it was admirable for Dilla to study so diligently by herself. But Dilla quickly corrected her, explaining that it was not truly self-study. Derrick had patiently taught her everything. Curious, her mother asked what had been so difficult when she tried learning alone before. Dilla laughed again and answered honestly that almost everything had been difficult. She added cheerfully that she could manage even this much only because of Derrick's help. At that moment, irritation quietly ignited within her mother's heart. Although her face remained calm and her elegant smile never faltered, her thoughts were anything but peaceful. That damn Derrick, she fumed inwardly. How many times must I hear that name? She did not know exactly what he had done to influence Dilla so deeply, but she could not allow things to continue this way. There had to be a way to deal with the situation. When their conversation ended, she excused herself with dignified composure, carefully hiding the anger simmering beneath her refined exterior. Soon afterward, she began moving through the mansion halls, determined to gather information. She first approached a maid and casually asked about Dilla's recent behavior. The maid smiled warmly and replied that Lady Dilla had been very kind to the servants lately. She had become noticeably gentler. Unsatisfied, The mother continued her quiet investigation and spoke to a gardener. He also smiled and remarked that Lady Dilla seemed to be in an unusually good mood these days. Her personality had softened greatly, and the change had happened in only a few short weeks. Finally, she spoke to the butler. The butler paused thoughtfully before answering. The transformation was truly surprising, he said. The kind of refined demeanor Dilla now displayed was something he had previously seen only in Lady Aisline. Perhaps Lady Dilla was finally trying to become a true noble lady. There was now a natural dignity in her behavior that had never existed before. Instead of comforting her, each of these remarks only deepened the mother's resentment. Her face flushed red with suppressed anger. Though she forced herself to maintain her composure, without revealing her emotions, she quietly withdrew from the servants. As night slowly descended upon the estate, her thoughts burned with growing frustration. Outside, beneath the faint silver glow of moonlight, Derek was practicing his magic on the castle grounds. Sweat rolled down his forehead as exhaustion pressed heavily on his body, but he refused to stop. Blue mana flickered around his hands as he focused intensely, trying to refine his control. The aura flared brighter for a brief moment, but the strain became too much. His strength gave out and he collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. As he lay there catching his breath, he suddenly sensed a presence nearby. Turning his head, he saw Ra, Dilla's former opponent, standing a short distance away. Ra apologized politely, asking if he had interrupted Derek's training. Derek pushed himself up slightly and assured him that it was no trouble. Curious, he asked what had brought Ra there so late at night. The two of them sat together beneath the open sky. Ra explained that he had wanted to talk about Dilla. Before continuing, he noticed the book resting in Derek's hand and asked whether it was a 3-star spellbook. Derek confirmed it and explained that His Grace, Duke Valerian, had lent it to him. Ra was visibly shocked. Such a valuable book being entrusted to someone like Derek was extraordinary. Derek admitted that the magic inside it was still far beyond his current level, but studying ahead could never hurt. At that moment, he remembered the Duke's firm words when handing him the book, declaring that Derek was a true mage. Ra murmured in amazement that it really was remarkable. Returning to the original topic, Derek asked what about Lady Dilla had made Ra seek him out. Ra lowered his head slightly, looking unexpectedly nervous. His face even turned faintly red. Hesitantly, he asked what teenage girls usually liked. Derek listened carefully. Becoming more embarrassed, Ra suggested that if he embroidered a doll that looked like Dilla, would she like it? For a moment, Derek imagined a strangely detailed doll, and immediately rejected the idea with firm annoyance, telling him that she absolutely would not like it. Ra quickly backed down, admitting that he had suspected as much and insisting that he had not truly planned to make one. Laughing awkwardly, he stood and suggested they return inside if Derek had finished training. Derek stood as well, and the two began walking back toward the castle. While they walked, Ra suddenly expressed his gratitude. Derek looked confused. Ra explained that the atmosphere within the household had improved greatly recently. Even Duke Valerian had begun focusing more seriously on managing the territory, and though the Duke rarely showed emotion, he seemed satisfied. Derek replied that it was difficult to read the Duke's feelings. Ra laughed softly, saying everyone in the mansion would agree with that. After a few steps, he stopped and looked up at the quiet night sky. In a reflective voice, he said he supposed he needed to accept certain things. People could change, especially when they were still young. Perhaps he had simply failed to notice Dilla's transformation earlier, or perhaps he had been avoiding it. But since she had truly changed, he felt that he should change as well. Turning toward Derek, he thanked him sincerely, saying the change had happened because of him. Derek said nothing in response. He simply continued walking. After a moment, Ra mentioned that Dilla's magic had felt strangely different. During their earlier duel, Derek asked if he had noticed the difference. Ra explained that it had felt like watching someone draw a picture. Inwardly, Derek acknowledged the boy's perceptiveness. A genius truly was a genius. It should not have been easy to notice something like that. Derek then explained that Lady Dilla used a mana operation technique belonging to the School of the Wild. Every person used mana in their own unique way. Once she reached a certain level, she would naturally develop her own understanding and would no longer need his instruction. At that stage, a teacher's interference could even become a hindrance. Ra nodded thoughtfully and murmured that her moment to shine would eventually arrive. 2 months passed. During that time, the atmosphere within the mansion grew noticeably lighter. One morning, the scene opened with Dilla sitting gracefully at her dressing table. A small arrangement of fresh flowers rested on the polished surface before her. Tilting her head slightly, she asked her maid why the flowers had been brought. The maid replied with a warm smile that they had bloomed beautifully in the garden that morning and thought they would look lovely woven into her hair. Dilla gently picked up one of the blossoms and inhaled its soft fragrance. Smiling peacefully, she said they smelled wonderful. It felt as though spring had already been lingering for months. As the maid carefully styled her hair, Dilla spoke thoughtfully about how much her life had changed. She was already comfortable using 1-star magic now, and she had grown closer to the servants as well. Her smile shone with quiet happiness as she admitted that she must have missed many things before, She believed all of these changes had happened thanks to Derek. The maid noticed how radiant Dilla looked and teasingly asked if it happened to be the day of her magic lesson. Dilla brightened immediately and asked if she truly looked that happy. When the maid finished arranging her hair, Dilla asked for one of the leftover flowers so she could give it to Derek. However, the moment she entered the room, the atmosphere changed completely. The flower slipped from her fingers and fell silently to the floor. She froze where she stood, shock filling her eyes as tears slowly gathered. Her voice trembled as she asked what he meant. Derek answered calmly that she had heard him correctly. There was nothing more he could teach her. Silence spread through the room, heavy and unavoidable, as though an invisible truth echoed between them. Just as there is no eternal winter, there is no eternal spring. The scene then shifted to the Duke's office. Derek sat respectfully before Duke Valerian and explained that his Grace had probably already noticed something important. Lady Dilla belonged to the school of the wild, and among those who followed that path, her trait was exceptionally strong. Her nature and her natural disposition was not something that should be restrained by a teacher's constant guidance. Her growth depended on freedom. If he continued interfering in her development, admitted honestly that he would only end up breaking her wings before she had the chance to truly fly. The man sitting across from him, Duke Valerian, listened quietly without interrupting. The room remained still for several moments. After a brief pause, the Duke finally spoke. If that was truly the case, he said, then there was no longer any reason for Derek to remain in the mansion. Derek answered simply that this was correct. The Duke appeared as if he wanted to say something more, but the words never came. Instead, he slowly rose from his chair. Derek noticed the movement but remained silent. The Duke walked toward the tall window and stood there with his back to the room, gazing outside rather than at the young man behind him, speaking while facing the distant courtyard. He admitted quietly that many things had changed thanks to Derek. Because of him, his daughter had grown. He confessed that he had been so consumed with governing his territory that he had failed to be a proper father. The responsibilities of ruling had taken too much of his attention. Yet now, he said softly, he felt relieved. After that came the most difficult question. Without turning around, still looking out through the window, the Duke asked when Derek planned to leave. Derek answered calmly that he had heard Lady Isline Belmiard would soon visit the mansion and then return to Ebelstein. He intended to ride in her carriage when she departed. The Duke acknowledged this quietly. Then, still refusing to turn around, he said that Derek should return the library key before leaving. Derek looked toward the Duke's back and replied that he would return the spell books he was currently studying and pass the key to the head butler afterward. But the Duke responded immediately that there was no need for that. He should return the key now. Derek did not argue. His gaze lowered to the 3-star spell book resting in his hand. For a short moment, he simply looked at it in silence. The Duke then said that if there was nothing else to discuss, he could go. Derek's expression dulled slightly, though he said nothing. He rose from his seat, offered a respectful bow toward the Duke, who still faced the window without turning around, and quietly left the office. He walked along the mansion corridor at an unhurried pace, his footsteps echoing faintly against the polished floor. As he turned a corner, he suddenly came face to face with Dilla Belmiard. Derek stopped immediately. Dilla looked at him with a mixture of frustration and hurt. She demanded to know how he could appear in her life so suddenly and now leave just as suddenly. Derek addressed her calmly as Lady Dilla and said that it simply could not be helped. Dilla replied that she already knew he would not listen to her, but she would say it anyway. Her voice softened slightly as she asked if he truly could not stay. Derek did not answer right away. Instead, he stepped closer and lowered himself so that their eyes met at the same level. In a steady voice, he explained that, just as before, he would return to living as a mercenary. He would continue studying magic on his own. And someday, when Lady Dilla had improved her abilities even further, she would travel to Ebelstein for her debut. Dilla lowered her head as tears gathered in her eyes. The sadness she tried so hard to hide was obvious. Derek gave a faint smile and said that when that time came, they could meet again. If his magic had improved enough by then, he might even be able to teach her something new. Her sadness immediately turned into frustration. She called him annoying, complaining that he always managed to say exactly the right thing, leaving her with no way to argue back. That night, Dilla lay in her bed, but her sleep was uneasy. Sweat formed on her skin as she drifted into a troubling nightmare. In her dream, harsh voices surrounded her from every direction. They called her useless. They called her an incompetent child who possessed nothing but a noble bloodline. They mocked her, saying she had not even the smallest trace of talent. They called her the shame of the Duplain family and asked why someone like her had even been born. Fear gripped her heart, and tears filled her eyes even within the dream. Suddenly she shouted no, and woke up abruptly. Her breathing was heavy, her heart pounding violently in her chest, and a dull ache throbbed in her head. Slowly she realized it had only been a nightmare. A maid rushed into the room in alarm, calling out to Lady Dilla and asking if she was all right. She explained that she had heard shouting and came immediately to check what had happened. Dilla stared silently at the maid. In that fragile moment, memories of her old behaviors surfaced in her mind. A strange thought appeared. What if she created a reason for Derek to stay? What if she went back to her old ways, slapping maids, throwing tantrums, causing trouble throughout the mansion? If she became that troublesome girl again, Derek might have no choice but to remain by her side. For a moment she seriously considered it. The maid asked again if something was wrong, or if she felt unwell anywhere. For an instant Dylan nearly snapped at her, but she stopped herself. Instead she answered calmly that she was fine. Inside, she made a firm decision. She would not become that person again. With a gentle smile she reassured the maid not to worry. As the maid relaxed, Dilla lay back on her pillow. She understood something clearly now. Acting like that would never make her valuable. Morning arrived, and golden sunlight spread across the castle grounds. The air felt fresh, though the quiet mood of departure hung in the courtyard. Lady Eislein was already waiting inside the carriage. Derek arrived carrying his luggage, his expression calm as ever. Eislein looked at him and asked if it would be fine to drop him off at the commercial district of Ebelstein. Derek replied that he would appreciate that. She smiled gently and told him to take a moment to say his goodbyes, as they would soon depart. Derek turned around and looked behind him. Everyone from the household had gathered there. The prince stepped forward first and asked if he was truly leaving. Derek answered that he had to return to where he originally came from. Ross smiled faintly and said life in the mansion had probably not been easy, but Derek had worked hard all this time. The prince added that if anything ever happened, Derek should contact him and he would help however he could. Derek lowered his head respectfully and thanked him. Then he lifted his gaze and looked at Dilla. She had already been watching him. For a brief moment neither of them spoke. Dilla suddenly grew flustered and shouted, demanding to know why he was staring at her like that. She insisted that he should not misunderstand. She was not going to beg him to stay. She declared that she was no longer a child. Derek smiled gently and said that it had been an honor teaching her. He added that he could not proudly call himself her teacher, but he hoped she would remember the magic she had learned with him. Dilla lifted her chin proudly and replied that she would proudly say he was her teacher. After all, he was the teacher of the great Dilla Catherine Duplain, which meant he would not be able to live quietly anymore. Derek showed little reaction, but behind her confident smile sadness was clearly visible in her eyes. Turning her face slightly while blushing, she told him to take care of himself and not to do anything reckless or dangerous that might get him hurt. Derek answered that he would be fine and told her not to push herself too hard either. Dilla quickly insisted that she was already an adult now and could take care of herself. She repeated it firmly, almost as if trying to convince both him and herself. Her words stirred an old memory inside Derek. Long ago he had said the exact same thing. I'm already an adult. I can take care of myself. He had said it to a woman who had responded by pulling him into a tight embrace. She had smiled gently and told him to remember her words. The memory faded as the present returned. Derek spoke Dilla's name softly. Then he reached out and gently patted her head. Dilla's eyes widened in shock at the unexpected gesture. While patting her hair, he told her quietly that she did not need to grow up so quickly. Tears gathered in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Derek stepped back and turned away. Dilla quickly wiped her face. As he began walking away, she suddenly called his name. Derek stopped and turned around. Dilla forced a bright smile and waved at him, shouting that they would meet again someday. Derek lowered his head politely and replied that they would meet again in Ebelstein. Lady Dilla. Tears finally filled her eyes as she answered softly, okay. And just like that, Derek left the castle. By evening he arrived in the commercial district of Ebelstein. The noisy streets were alive with activity. Two men were shouting excitedly nearby, cheering someone on and urging them to beat their opponent harder. Curious, Derek stepped closer without being noticed. In the center of the commotion stood a blonde-haired young woman punching a boy whose face was already smeared with blood. She struck him again before suddenly pausing, as if sensing someone watching. Slowly she turned around. The moment she saw Derek standing there, her expression lit up instantly. She called his name with clear excitement. Derek looked at her steadily and answered simply, I'm back. After that, the scene shifts to the tavern Belden's Tier. The warm, lively atmosphere of the tavern contrasts with the quiet tension that had surrounded Derek earlier. Inside, we see Jiden standing behind the counter, holding up a drink with a casual grin. He says, this is honey wine. The kind nobles act all classy about when they drink it, but you used to love it. Hearing this, Derek quietly thanks him. Jiden then waves his hand dismissively and adds with a cheerful tone, it's a welcome drink, so it's on the house. As Derek takes the drink, Pauline looks at him carefully from the side. Her eyes narrow slightly as if she's inspecting him. After a moment she asks, were you always this pale? Or did you get even paler after living like a noble? Derek doesn't seem to fully understand what she means and simply looks at her with mild confusion. Seeing his reaction, Pauline continues teasingly, when I heard you became a magic teacher, I figure the nobles must all take some kind of strange drug together or something. So, what happened? Come on, tell me. Derek calmly answers, I simply worked there. There isn't much to tell. Pauline immediately reacts with exaggerated disbelief. Leaning back with a playful smirk, she says, wow, listen to you talking like a noble now. Would it kill you to talk about it a little? Before she can keep pushing him, Jaiden steps in to calm her down. He places a drink in front of her and says firmly, Paline, that's enough. Drink this. But Paline is already irritated. Slamming her hand on the table, she shouts angrily, I'm so annoyed. I went through hell working alone because he wasn't here. Her frustration fills the tavern for a moment. Hearing her complaint, Jaiden glances back at Derek and says jokingly, well, thanks to that, Derek must have brought back plenty of money, right? So, did they pay well? However, Derek shakes his head slightly and replies in a calm voice, I received something more important than money. Jaiden's expression immediately changes to confusion. Before he can ask anything, Derek slowly takes out a book and places it on the table in front of them. The moment Jaiden sees it, his eyes widen. Leaning closer, he mutters in shock, what is that? Could this be a Z-Star spellbook? Paline also leans forward, her curiosity instantly ignited. With excitement in her voice, she says, hey, something this rare. But Derek calmly interrupts their assumptions and explains, no, it's a 3-star spellbook. The moment those words leave his mouth, both of them are completely stunned. Jaiden stares at him in disbelief and blurts out, did you steal it? If you get caught with something like that, you're dead. Paline, however, reacts very differently. Her eyes practically glow with excitement as she exclaims, who cares about stealing? It's a 3-star spellbook. I want to steal one too. Where is it? Seeing their extreme reactions, Derek calmly clears up the misunderstanding and says, the Grand Duke gave it to me. Hearing Derek say that the Grand Duke had given him the spellbook, Pauline's eyes widen with excitement. She immediately leans forward and blurts out loudly, what? Don't lie. You little punk. Are they looking for an archery instructor there? Answer me. Her voice is filled with eager curiosity, as if she is already imagining herself working among nobles as well. However, Derek does not respond to her outburst at all. Instead, he simply sits there quietly. After a short moment of silence, the scene becomes calm again. Derek is now sitting with the spellbook open in front of him, carefully reading its contents. Without even looking up, he asks in a calm voice, have any requests come in lately? At the same time, Paline can be seen lying nearby, already fast asleep after all the excitement. From behind the counter, Jaiden looks surprised and replies, huh? You're taking on a request when you just returned? Derek calmly answers, yes. If it's something light, like a simple subjugation, I feel like I've lost my edge a bit. Jaiden immediately shakes his head with a confident grin and says, oh, please. Like you'd ever lose your edge. There's always a shortage of mages in this line of work. If you want work, there's more than enough to go around. Derek closes the book slightly and responds without hesitation. Then I want to start tomorrow, as soon as possible. The story then moves to the next morning. Derek and Paline are shown traveling together toward their destination. Riding along the road, the two mercenaries begin their mission. As they move deeper into the wild areas, they encounter several monsters along the way. At one point, they are seen fighting a group of goblins. Later, they also face a terrifying spider monster. After defeating these creatures, they continue their journey further into the dangerous wilderness. As night falls, they finally stop at a quiet spot to rest. Paline relaxes after the long day of fighting, but Derek remains focused on something else. Even during their rest, he continues trying to understand and master the third circle magic from the spellbook. Sitting quietly, he concentrates deeply, attempting to control and gather his mana. For a brief moment, it seems like he actually manages to form the magical flow properly. But suddenly, a massive explosion erupts. The powerful blast can be seen even from far away. Something has clearly gone wrong with the spell. After the explosion, Derek sits down again and carefully studies the book. Inside it, he notices many new patterns and complex magic, circles that he had not fully understood before. Determined to improve, he continues analyzing them. As time passes, the story shows the slow change of seasons. Days and weeks slip by, and the scenery gradually transforms until winter finally arrives. Snow covers the land, and the air becomes bitterly cold. Eventually, Derek and Paline return from their long journey. As soon as they step inside the tavern again, Paline shivers and complains loudly, ugh, it's freezing. How much colder is it going to get? Hearing them, Jaiden laughs warmly and says, man, it's good to be young. You went all the way to the Kent Mountains and back in this weather? Derek silently places several items from their hunt on the counter. Meanwhile, Paline sighs in frustration and says, I keep telling him to go when it warms up. But when Jaiden looks at the items they brought back, his eyes widen slightly in disbelief. Shaking his head with a laugh, he says, you two are the only ones crazy enough to bring back a harpy's head in this kind of weather. Hearing Jaiden's earlier words, Derek quietly replies, thank you. I feel alive again. Jaiden smiles slightly at that response and continues speaking. Since you've worked so hard, you'll probably rest tomorrow. But it just so happens a request came in that fits you perfectly, Derek. Derek looks up with interest and asks, what kind of request? Jaiden explains calmly, an expensive and easy one. Though it might be a bit of a hassle, it's a request that got sent over from the Royal Mercenary Corps on West Street. You've heard of Count Belmiard, right? They're looking for a commoner to help with magic sparring. To put it bluntly, they need a punching dummy. You just go there, take a few hits, and that's it. Soon after, the scene shifts to the nobles' district magic sparring arena. The training ground is large and well-maintained, clearly built for the training of noble mages. Inside the arena, we see an old man standing beside a young girl with striking red hair. The girl looks curious as she asks, "So who am I sparring with today?" The old man answers calmly, "To practice offensive magic, we've arranged for a commoner." The girl, whose name is Ellen, immediately frowns in disbelief. "What? You're telling me to beat up a commoner right now?" Hearing her reaction, the old man responds firmly, "This is also part of your training. We've promised the commoner sufficient compensation, so you may practice to your heart's content." Ellen sighs and crosses her arms, clearly unimpressed. "Yeah, sure. So this practice is just beating the hell out of a commoner. Typical nobles." The old man tries to justify the situation and adds, "Still, he's someone who can handle one-star magic." Ellen raises an eyebrow at that explanation and says, "Hey, teacher, I'll be 2-star soon. Isn't there a massive difference between 1-star and 2-star? Like heaven and earth?" A moment later, the scene shifts again, this time inside the sparring arena itself. Derek is already there, sitting quietly while waiting for his opponent to arrive. He remains calm and composed, showing no signs of nervousness. Then someone suddenly steps in front of him. It is the red-haired girl from earlier Ellen. Looking at him curiously, she asks, "Are you my sparring opponent today?" Hearing her question, Derek calmly introduces himself. After listening to his introduction, the girl nods slightly and replies, "I'm Ellen." However, as she repeats his name in her mind, a faint sense of familiarity appears in her thoughts. "Derek," she wonders silently. "I've heard that name a lot from somewhere." After a brief pause, the old teacher speaks again, calmly bringing the conversation to a close. "All right, then, let's go to the arena." Even as they move toward the sparring ground, Ellen continues thinking to herself. She studies Derek carefully, a bit puzzled by his appearance. But wait, is he really a mage? She wonders silently. Why does he look so young? The thought lingers in her mind for a moment, but she quickly pushes it aside and begins preparing herself for the match. Once they step into the arena, Ellen straightens her posture and focuses her attention on Derek. Her expression becomes serious as she gets ready for the sparring session. Looking directly at him, she asks, "Now then, do you know the basic etiquette of magic sparring, Derek?" Derek answers calmly without hesitation, "Yes, I know the basics." Hearing that, Ellen nods slightly and says, "Good. Resist as much as you can. I'll try to end this quickly." However, while saying this, she begins thinking quietly to herself again. "Yeah, I'll do it if I have to," she thinks. "But if I blast him out of bounds with a shockwave, it'll be over in no time." Meanwhile, Derek considers her words carefully before speaking again. "Resist as much as I can. Exactly how much resistance are you asking for?" Ellen immediately looks at him with confusion and annoyance. What kind of ridiculous question is that?" Derek calmly explains, "I need to know how much I should resist for me to be helpful to you." The old teacher standing nearby listens to this exchange silently. Hearing Derek's unusual way of speaking, Ellen can't help but smile slightly. Shaking her head, she says, "You sure have a funny way of talking. Like I said, resist with everything you've got." As soon as Derek hears those words, a faint smile appears on his face. At the same moment, a surge of energy begins to flow from him as he prepares himself for the sparring match. With calm confidence, he replies, "As you command." Blue magic gathered slowly in Derek's palm as he stood in the sparring arena, facing Lady Ellen. The space between them felt heavy, thick with tension and magical energy, yet neither of them rushed. Both remained composed, preparing in silence for what was about to unfold. Lady Ellen began to chant, her voice soft, steady, and refined, each word carrying control and precision as power condensed into her hand. As she studied the young man before her, she could not deny what she saw. This commoner possessed rare talent. Reaching the level of a 1-star mage at such a young age was no small achievement. Still, in her eyes, his calm confidence edged close to arrogance. To her, he seemed unaware of the invisible boundary that separated nobles from commoners, and she felt it was her place to remind him. When her chant ended, she released the gathered magic in one swift motion. A destructive wave surged forward, cutting through the air with overwhelming force as it rushed toward Derek. Yet, he reacted instantly. Without a hint of panic, he stepped lightly to the side and shifted back just enough, avoiding the attack with effortless precision. The spell shot past him and slammed into the trees behind the arena, erupting violently. Thick trunks were sliced apart as though they were paper, splinters and dust scattering across the ground in a chaotic burst. Lady Ellen narrowed her eyes, disbelief flickering within them. The ease with which he had evaded her attack felt almost like mockery. Meanwhile, Derek simply watched her, his expression calm, his posture relaxed, as if quietly waiting to see what she would do next. That composure only irritated her further. A surge of anger rose within Lady Ellen. In her mind, no matter his skill, a commoner had no right to stand so calmly before a noble mage. Determined to correct what she saw as his misplaced confidence, she decided to overwhelm him completely and force him to acknowledge the gap between them. Without hesitation, she began chanting again, This time, her voice echoed more sharply across the arena, and multiple magic circles appeared beneath her feet, glowing with a cold, eerie light. From those circles, countless arrows of ice began to form in midair, gathering like a frozen storm under her command. She watched them take shape with quiet certainty, convinced that someone at his level could never withstand such an attack. With a decisive gesture, she released them. The air filled instantly with a massive wave of icy projectiles, rushing toward Derek from every direction, leaving no obvious path of escape. Yet even then, he did not falter. He simply raised one hand and cast what seemed to be a very basic spell. The moment the two magics collided, Lady Allen's eyes widened. His simple spell shattered every single ice arrow before they could even come close to him. The projectiles broke apart into countless shimmering fragments, scattering across the arena like falling glass, some landing near her feet. For a brief moment, she stood frozen, unable to process what she had just witnessed. It was then she realized something deeper. Such precise control over a basic spell was not ordinary. It required an exceptional level of understanding and mastery over magic. Nearby, a teacher observing the duel watched the exchange with growing interest. The rumors surrounding Derek no longer seemed exaggerated. In fact, the skill he displayed hinted at experience far beyond that of a typical academy student, perhaps even confirming that there was far more to him than anyone had initially believed. The watching teacher could no longer ignore the growing weight of the rumors. Stories that Derek had once lived as a veteran mercenary no longer sounded like exaggerations, but quiet truths hidden beneath his calm demeanor. Realizing her mistake, Lady Allen understood that she had underestimated him. The time for testing was over. A new determination settled in her eyes as golden, magical energy began to swirl around her body. She started chanting once more, her voice sharper now, more focused. Flames of radiant light flickered around her like a blazing aura, illuminating the arena with an intense glow. In her mind, she admitted her earlier carelessness. This time, she would not hold back. As her chant reached completion, dozens of golden arrows materialized around her, each one gleaming with destructive power. The air seemed to hum under their presence. Derek watched quietly, immediately recognizing the shift in her strategy. She was no longer aiming for precise strikes. This was a wide-scale assault meant to consume everything in its path, leaving no room to evade. A faint sense of admiration crossed his mind. Her ability to adapt so quickly was not something to be taken lightly. Without hesitation, Lady Ellen raised her hand and gathered the arrows before releasing them all at once. A storm of golden light surged forward, crashing toward him like relentless rain. Understanding that dodging was no longer an option, Derek reacted instantly. He chanted a defensive spell and formed a magical barrier around himself, gripping it firmly with both hands as he braced for impact. One arrow after another collided with the shield, erupting into deafening explosions that shook the arena to its core. Dust and debris rose in thick clouds, swallowing the battlefield and obscuring everything from view. From a distance, Lady Ellen watched with steady confidence, convinced that such relentless force would eventually break through his defense. Yet as the smoke slowly began to clear, her eyes narrowed. Derek still stood in the same place, his barrier intact, his posture steady, showing no sign of injury. Before the moment could settle, Derek suddenly sensed something movement cutting through the chaos at incredible speed. Using the cover of the explosions, Lady Ellen had closed the distance with remarkable agility. In her hand, she held a massive ice spear, its sharp edge glinting as she launched a sudden close-range attack. For a brief instant, Derek's expression shifted in surprise. At such a distance, there was barely time to react. Even so, he acknowledged inwardly that her combat instincts were sharp. Acting without delay, he flicked his fingers and released a small spell. A blinding flash of light burst between them, freezing the moment and forcing Lady Ellen to shut her eyes as she muttered a frustrated curse. Struggling to steady herself, she cautiously opened one eye again only to find that Derek had vanished. Her vision still blurred, she forced herself to calm down, focusing on her breathing. If she could not rely on sight, then she would rely on sound. She sharpened her senses, listening carefully for even the slightest movement. Moments later, she felt a faint trace of magic brushing past her. A bead of sweat formed on her forehead as unease crept in. Something had moved, silently. Then, as if emerging from nowhere, she caught sight of him again. Derek stood calmly before her, as though he had never moved at all. 3 small spells floated quietly around his body, steady and controlled. Without hesitation, he released them one after another. Lady Ellen reacted quickly, barely managing to dodge each attack, though it cost her balance and composure. Confusion clouded her thoughts. How had he approached so close without a single sound? This time, she looked more carefully, forcing herself to analyze instead of react. And then, the realization struck her. The answer was hidden in the silence itself. Derek was using a delusion-type spell, one that erased sound completely. He had already predicted that she would rely on her hearing once her vision was compromised, and he had prepared for it in advance. Depend on her hearing once her vision was taken away. The realization struck her sharply, and with it came a surge of anger. It meant that his earlier attack had not failed, it had been controlled. he had deliberately missed. From the very beginning, he had been holding back. That thought alone irritated her more than anything else. Meanwhile, Derek remained as calm as ever, his control over the simple spells unwavering as he launched another attack. She was forced to block it hastily, her focus tightening. But in that same instant, her eyes widened. Derek had already moved. He rushed forward, closing the distance between them with sudden, aggressive speed. A confident smirk appeared on her lips despite the pressure. Rapid spell manifestation was her greatest strength. She believed that the moment magic formed in his hand, she could counter it faster than he could release it. But just as she prepared to respond, something unexpected disrupted her confidence. When Derek stepped forward, the magical energy did not gather in his hands. It flared beneath his feet. For a brief moment, she froze, caught off guard by the unfamiliar technique. Instinctively, she jumped backward, her mind racing as she tried to understand what she was seeing. Then it became clear. He was channeling magic through his feet. As she continued retreating, her focus sharpened. But the situation only grew more overwhelming. Even the tips of his toes glowed faintly, releasing small bursts of magic with every step he took. Each movement carried a hidden attack, each step unpredictable. She struggled to keep up, barely managing to dodge as the pressure mounted. But the irregular rhythm, so different from the structured flow she was used to, began to disrupt her timing. In the end, it was too much. Her footing slipped, her balance broke, and she fell to the ground. From the sidelines, the observing teacher watched with widened eyes, a realization forming in his mind. Derek's technique bore a striking resemblance to the methods of the school of the wildest style, where magic was not confined to rigid forms but flowed freely through the body, emerging from any point without warning. Against such unpredictability, those trained in the disciplined school of regulation would always struggle to anticipate the next move. Back in the arena, Lady Ellen placed a hand on her head and looked up at Derek, letting out a soft, slightly nervous laugh. There was no longer any trace of arrogance in her expression, only genuine surprise. She admitted openly that he was an extremely interesting opponent. Her voice carried honesty as she confessed that she had underestimated him, dismissing the rumors as nothing more than exaggerated claims from a boastful commoner. Slowly, she rose and stepped closer, her movements calm but measured, while Derek remained alert, watching her carefully for any sign of deception. Then she lowered her head slightly, offering sincere appreciation. She explained that the fight had shown her something truly fascinating, and that she was grateful for the lesson he had unknowingly given her. A gentle smile formed on her lips, and for a moment, it seemed as though the duel had come to a peaceful end. But that moment did not last. In the very next instant, she proved just how quickly she could adapt. Using the same principle Derek had revealed, she channeled magic through her foot. A sharp spark of light burst from the tip of her toe and shot forward like a sudden arrow. Derek reacted immediately, raising his hand without hesitation. He intercepted the attack midair, catching the spell within his own magic. With a swift motion, he redirected it, sending it flying straight back toward her. Lady Ellen cried out in surprise, her composure breaking as she tried to dodge. But in that precise moment when her balance faltered, Derek moved again. He leaped forward with sharp determination, launching another attack to follow the first. His eyes were focused and tense, leaving no room for hesitation. She stared at him in shock as his strike rushed toward her, fully realizing that the battle had reached its decisive point where even the smallest mistake would decide who would stand victorious in the arena. Derek descended from the air, his movement swift and controlled, as his hand burned with sharp, crackling purple energy. The power wrapped tightly around his arm, flickering with intensity as he closed the distance. Below him, Ellen looked up, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. For a brief moment, she found herself unable to move, her body frozen under the overwhelming pressure of his approach. Beads of sweat traced down her face as her mind struggled to keep up. His gaze never wavered, those crimson eyes shone with a focused, almost piercing light, his expression hidden behind the high collar of his cloak. Just as the clash was about to reach its peak, a sudden, sharp ringing cut through the battlefield. The clear sound of a handbell echoed across the arena, breaking the tension in an instant. At the edge of the field, the bald teacher stood firm, his stern expression visible behind his glasses as he rang the bell repeatedly, signaling the end of the match. The sound forced everything to stop. Derek landed on the stone floor with a heavy thud, the violet energy around his hand fading away as quickly as it had formed. Without hesitation, he straightened himself, his composure returning immediately. Placing a hand over his chest, he bowed deeply in a gesture of respect, his voice calm and steady as he thanked Alente for the match. She remained silent for a moment, her breathing still uneven. Her gaze dropped to the ground as her thoughts raced, trying to understand how the sparring session had reached such an ending. The scene shifted soon after to a peaceful gazebo bathed in warm sunlight, where the tension of the battle had given way to quiet recovery. Ellen sat gracefully at an ornate table, a maid standing attentively behind her. She looked toward Derek and admitted openly that he was a truly splendid mage, her voice carrying both sincerity and lingering amazement. Standing across from her, Derek did not accept the praise so easily. Instead, he responded with equal calm, telling Lady Ellen that it was her reflexes that stood out to him unlike anything he had ever encountered before. She met his gaze and offered a small, knowing smile, lightly remarking that he must be quite experienced in dealing with people, if he could flatter her so naturally. Her tone softened slightly as she continued, noting that although she had heard he was a commoner, the level of skill he displayed could only come from relentless, bone-deep effort. At those words, Derek's expression shifted. He looked down briefly, his face growing more solemn as he simply explained that such effort was not a choice for him, it was a necessity. As a mercenary, survival depended on it. Hearing that, Eleni's expression changed as well, the sharpness in her demeanor easing into something more thoughtful. She told him to put aside the humility, admitting that she personally admired hard-working individuals. However, her gaze drifted slightly to the side, toward the background where her bald magic teacher sat quietly reading a book. With a subtle warning in her voice, she advised Derek to be careful, mentioning that the old man would likely not take a liking to him, and that it would be best not to attract his disapproval. Taking a slow, composed sip of her tea, she shifted the conversation, mentioning that she had learned a great deal from their sparring session. She spoke of an upcoming match at the Roja Salon, expressing a quiet hope for a favorable outcome. Derek listened attentively, his posture relaxed yet respectful, and reassured her that with her level of skill, she had little to worry about. At that, Ellen gently placed her teacup back onto its saucer, the soft clink breaking the calm. Her expression changed once more, her eyes growing sharper, her thoughts clearly turning elsewhere. She spoke again, her voice firmer now, saying that she had no interest in small fry. The opponent she truly wished to defeat was Eleni Eleanor Duplain. As she uttered the name, the image of a refined blue-haired girl appeared vividly in her mind. Her face darkened slightly, not with anger, but with a deep, burning sense of rivalry and determination. Across from her, Derek said nothing. His red eyes remained fixed on her, quietly observing, taking in every word and every shift in her expression. As he began to understand the true weight behind her ambition, the weight of her ambition settling clearly in his mind. After a brief pause, Allende seemed to realize she had been speaking for far too long. With a small, dismissive wave of her hand, she told Derek that he could leave. Without protest, he turned and began to walk away, his dark cloak trailing softly behind him as he exited the pavilion. The calm atmosphere returned as his figure disappeared into the distance. Left alone with her thoughts, Alan reached for her teacup once more, her movements slower now, more absent-minded. As she stared into the surface of the tea, a thought resurfaced: his full title, Derek of the Baldoni Mercenary Corps. The name echoed quietly in her mind, stirring something familiar. She frowned slightly, certain that she had heard it before. Then, like a distant echo, the memory surfaced: Alini speaking that very name. The realization struck her suddenly, sharp and overwhelming, as if something had fallen into place all at once. Her eyes widened, her breath catching as the truth settled heavily over her. Without hesitation, she pushed herself up and rushed forward. Outside, Derek was already walking away, his pace steady and composed, unaware of the storm of realization unfolding behind him. The silence shattered under the sound of hurried footsteps. In the next instant, Alente reached him, grabbing his arm firmly and forcing him to stop. He turned slightly, glancing back over his shoulder, his expression calm but curious. Alente looked up at him, her face lit with an intense, almost excited smile. There was a new energy in her eyes, now sharp, focused, and filled with curiosity. Without hesitation, she asked him directly if he was the mercenary who had taught Della. The question hung between them, heavy and undeniable, marking a clear shift in the way she now saw him. As the sun dipped lower, casting long orange shadows across the estate, the scene shifted indoors. Inside a grand room, the warmth of a crackling fire filled the space, its flickering light dancing across the walls. The two sat across from each other at a small table, the quiet atmosphere contrasting sharply with the intensity of their conversation. Alene wasted no time. Leaning forward slightly, her voice low but firm, she declared that she would do whatever it took to defeat Alini. Derek watched her closely, the firelight reflecting in his eyes as he repeated the name, questioning her determination to overcome the lady of the Duplain household. Alente explained her reasoning with clarity. Alini had not yet reached the rank of a 2-star mage, and her goal was to surpass that milestone first. But even if she failed to do so, she was determined to at least win their upcoming sparring match. There was no hesitation in her words, only resolve. Derek observed her quietly, noting that her drive was more than simple ambition. It was something deeper, something more intense. He remarked that she possessed an incredibly competitive spirit. At that, Aleni let out a soft scoff, shaking her head slightly. She suggested that competitive was far too gentle a word for what she felt. Her gaze lowered to her teacup, her reflection wavering in the amber liquid. Her voice softened as she admitted the truth. In the past, her desire to win had come from something far less admirable. She confessed that she had been consumed by jealousy, something she now described as ugly and pathetic. She spoke openly of how she had gossiped behind Elaine's back, how she had searched for flaws to damage her reputation. Yet no matter what she did, Alini had never responded with hostility. Instead, she had always shown understanding, even attempting to reach out and accept her. Derek listened carefully before asking why she would choose to reveal such personal and shameful details to him. Alente lifted her gaze and met his eyes directly, her expression unwavering. She told him that she needed him to understand her true self, even if it meant exposing the worst parts of who she had been. There was no hesitation in her voice, now only honesty. She explained that there was something she needed to know, something only he could answer. Since he had spent time with the Duplain family, she was certain that he understood the true extent of Eline's abilities. Looking at him now, her expression held both desperation and determination. She wanted to know where she truly stood. How did her strength compare? And more importantly, what would it take for her to win? She asked him directly what she must do to defeat Aline. The room fell silent after her question. The fire continued to crackle softly, its sound the only thing breaking the stillness. Derek did not answer immediately. Instead, he reached for his teacup and took a slow, measured sip, the faint clink as he set it down echoing in the quiet room. His expression remained calm, but thoughtful, as he began to consider her plea, acknowledging that while Eline's skill is indeed at an astonishing level, Alene herself possesses tremendous talent. Derek began to explain this calmly, his tone steady as he told her that if she continued to work hard and refine her abilities, she might one day find the path she was searching for. As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on her, quietly observing. The firelight flickered across her face, casting shifting shadows, and in that moment, he found himself reading her more clearly than her words ever could. He believed that a person's true nature often revealed itself through their eyes, and what he saw in her was not someone seeking empty praise or comfort. Instead, there was something raw, something intense, a burning desperation. She was desperate enough to sit across from him, a mere mercenary, someone far beneath her status, and ask for guidance without hesitation. The silence in the room stretched, heavy and unbroken, interrupted only by the steady crackling of the fire. Then, without softening his words, Derek finally spoke. His voice was flat, direct, and without hesitation as he told her the truth: she could not defeat Aline. The statement fell into the room like a weight, cold and absolute, leaving no space for misunderstanding. For a brief moment, it seemed as though even the air had stilled. Yet Alente did not look away. Her gaze remained steady, though her expression tightened slightly. She admitted that even if it seemed impossible, she still wanted to win. There was no doubt in her voice. Her resolve did not waver in the face of reality. If anything, it hardened. Leaning forward, she pressed her hands firmly against the table, her determination clear. She reminded him of his own past, pointing out that he was the one who had taken Della, whom she bluntly described as useless, and turned her into a capable mage. If he could do that for Della, then surely he could do the same for her. In her mind, the conclusion was simple. He was the key to her victory over Aline, and she was unwilling to let that chance slip away. Derek did not respond immediately. He sat in silence, his eyes half-lidded as he considered her demand. Time seemed to pass slowly before he finally spoke again. He admitted that it was not as though there was absolutely no method worth trying. However, there were two things that concerned him. At that, Alene's posture shifted. She leaned back slightly and crossed her arms, a faint sense of satisfaction appearing on her face. He had not rejected her outright. That alone was enough to hold her attention. She asked him directly what those concerns were. His first question was simple, yet heavy with implication. Did she truly understand how he had trained Lady Della? As he spoke, the atmosphere seemed to darken. A chilling image surfaced in his mind, himself standing over a terrified, trembling Della, a sword drawn, his face shadowed, his expression cold and unyielding. He did not need to explain further. His methods were far from gentle, far from conventional. They were harsh, unforgiving, and not meant for the faint-hearted. Yet Alente did not flinch. She admitted that she did not know the details, but repeated her answer without hesitation. She was willing to do anything to win. Derek moved on to his second point, reminding her calmly that above all else, he was a mercenary. But before he could finish, Alente interrupted him. She misunderstood his meaning entirely, assuming he was concerned about pride or social standing. She stood up abruptly, her voice rising with fierce intensity. She declared that she was serious about her future, that she intended to become someone whose name would echo across the entire empire. To her, the idea of not even being the best within Evilstein's social circle was unthinkable. She warned him not to question her sincerity over something as trivial as gossip or reputation, insisting that she understood far better than anyone what truly mattered. Throughout her passionate outburst, Derek simply watched her, his expression completely unchanged. When she finished, he responded calmly, cutting through her words with simple clarity. He told her that she was mistaken. He was not concerned about her pride or reputation in the slightest. His reasoning was far more practical. As a mercenary, his services were not given freely. She needed to pay him. The shift in the room was immediate. The intensity she had built up collapsed in an instant. Alene stood there, completely caught off guard, her thoughts faltering as the meaning of his words sank in. For a moment, she said nothing at all. Then, slowly, a deep flush of embarrassment spread across her face as she realized just how badly she had misunderstood him. The scene shifts, and we are shown an angel statue. Nearby, Aisline is speaking with a few people. She says calmly, "It seems the next meeting will also include a magic duel. I hear Lady Eleny's skills have improved enormously. In that case, I should prepare well too." One girl beside her sighs, "Oh no, another meeting already," while another adds eagerly, "Then I must participate too." Just then, we see Ellen approaching them. With a polite tone, she says, "Lady Aisline, you are modest." The moment Aisline notices her, she responds, "Lady Ellen, so here you were." At the same time, Ellen thinks to herself with a smirk, look at that surprised face. You're furious, aren't you? I bet you're very frustrated the man you couldn't get is now mine." However, contrary to her expectations, Aisline suddenly brightens up with genuine excitement and says, "Congratulations, Lady Ellen. I'm sure you've made a very wise decision. He must be someone truly trustworthy. Congratulations once again." She smiles warmly, looking sincerely happy. Seeing this reaction, Ellen is caught off guard. Thank you," she replies awkwardly, thinking, wait, this is not the reaction I was expecting. As Aisline looks at her, a memory surfaces in her mind. In that memory, she is speaking to her younger sister, saying, "Dila, why don't you ask Derek for extra magic lessons? I've noticed your progress has slowed down a bit lately. If Derek guides you, I'm sure we can trust him." But upon hearing this, Dila hesitates and nervously responds, No, we don't need to go that far. I really don't think it's necessary. Please, don't do that, because you are very important to me." The scene returns to the present, where we see Lady Aisline standing quietly, lost in thought. Watching her like this, Ellen thinks to herself, "That's right, Aisline. If you think about it, you must realize what it means now that I've taken it from you, right?" "Yes, Aisline, let out your anger, because I, Ellen, snatched your guardian right under your nose, Alfione Belmead." Meanwhile, Aisline, still calm and composed, begins to speak. But Lady Ellen, actually, Derek is a little. But before she can finish, Ellen suddenly interrupts her, saying, "Oh, is it time already? Today's talk was lovely. I should go. Today is my first lesson." With that, she simply smiles and walks away. Watching her leave with that smile, Aisline thinks to herself, it shouldn't be anything too serious. Derek isn't the type to do anything truly terrible. All of this, everything that had just happened between them, was being quietly observed by Denise, who was sipping her tea nearby. As she watched, she thought to herself, furthermore, they are all just trying to make a living. The scene then shifts again, this time to the interior of Belden's Terre. There, Derek is speaking to Jiden, saying, "Anyway, I'll leave that aside. I need to focus on the work ahead." Hearing this, Jiden responds, "The Belmead family, aren't they? Why does your workload keep piling up like this?" Derek answers calmly, "Furthermore, I won't have to travel all the way to the Belmead residence. It won't be a problem as long as I can take care of it here in Ebelstein." Jiden, slightly skeptical, replies, "Hey, you make it sound easy. But can our young lady really defeat Lady Aisline in that duel?" Derek explains, "It's not completely impossible. I still have a plan. Provided Lady Ellen manages to overcome second rank magic, even by directly facing Lady Aisline, we can use that rank advantage to dominate her and secure victory." As he listens, Jiden continues working, lifting a large barrel with ease before saying, "All right, let's set that optimistic thinking aside for now. So, what's your most realistic plan?" Hearing this, Derek looks at him seriously and replies, "Actually, that's exactly what I wanted to tell you, man. That's why I need your help with this." Jiden listens to Derek, but can't quite understand what he's getting at. Seeing his confusion, Derek explains again, also, "To ensure a safe environment, we will need Pauline's help as well." As he says this, he casually takes a sip of wine. Even then, Jiden still doesn't fully grasp the situation, but he frowns and says, instead of something sensible, "You're planning something reckless, aren't you?" Derek doesn't deny it and replies honestly, "Dude, to be honest, this whole plan is extremely dangerous." At that very moment, from the side, Pauline suddenly bursts into tears and cries out, "This is incredibly dangerous. Those bastards are scammers. They scammed me until I was left with nothing and made me suffer. Sniff. They took my last penny." She continues sobbing, completely overwhelmed, leaving both Derek and Jiden stunned by her outburst. After a brief pause, Jiden finally sighs and says, "Here, use this money," trying to calm her down. The scene then shifts to another place, where we see Ellen, fully prepared, standing before her. Derek begins the lesson, saying, "First, we will begin with live combat training." He stretches his body lightly and continues, "We will basically repeat this exercise 10 times. Only then will I be able to analyze the details of your magic in depth." Hearing this, Ellen looks surprised and asks, "Are we going to have 10 consecutive rounds of combat?" Derek nods slightly and replies, "First, I need to observe your actual combat skills." Hearing his words, Ellen lets out a small hum and says, Typical of your past as a mercenary. Even your teaching style is brutal, huh? Well, never mind. It's not like I hired you to sit me down and give me boring lectures from old books." Derek doesn't react much to her comment. Instead, as he releases a bit of energy into his hand, he calmly says, "Okay, if you're ready, let's begin." After some time passes, the training ground is left in complete disarray, everything broken and scattered from the intense combat. On the other side, Ellen stands there, clearly exhausted, struggling to even keep herself steady. Looking at her, Derek says in a composed tone, "Thank you for your effort, my lady. Please rest for 10 minutes. After that, we will discuss the fundamentals of magic theory." Alan looks at him in disbelief and replies, "Huh? Only 10 minutes? I'm out of mana." Hearing that, Derek responds firmly, "If you put in the effort, I'm sure you still have mana to draw out. The shape is incorrect. Concentrate more and create 10 more ice spears." Despite her condition, Alan keeps trying again and again, but she continues to fail. Seeing this, Derek says once more, his tone strict, "If you can't even do this, what are you capable of? You're still 5 short. Now, fire 100 more magic arrows." Barely able to stand, Alan struggles to speak. "I really don't have any more mana." But Derek cuts her off coldly. "Instead of wasting time making excuses, you should be creating another arrow." Pushed far beyond her limits, Ellen finally collapses on the spot. Watching her fall, Derek simply says, "You have worked hard all session. You can go to dinner." After saying that, Derek looks at her and continues, "My lady, are you okay? If you truly feel like you can't go on, giving up is always an option." But on the other side, Ellen is still smiling. Despite her exhaustion, she lets out a confident response. "Are you telling me to give up on a workout like this? You gave me some pretty worrying warnings before we even started. I thought it would be something extreme. But is this just normal hard work? You couldn't imagine what I had to go through just to survive in this ruthless high society. This little workout, it's nothing for me." Hearing that, Derek looks at her with a bit more interest and says, "I see. Perhaps I underestimated you." Ellen slowly stands back up, still catching her breath, and says, "I'm just a little tired because I just got back from a social gathering. Starting tomorrow, I'll show you my true skills. So from tomorrow, you'd better increase the intensity of your training even more, okay? Because this light warm-up barely made me sweat." Derek listens quietly, then responds in a slightly puzzled tone, "Tomorrow, my lady? What do you mean by that?" As Ellen looks at him, confused by his reaction, Derek continues calmly, "Didn't I already tell you? Right now, this is just the dinner break." Ellen lets out an awkward laugh, trying to brush it off. "Ha, ha. You have quite a peculiar sense of humor, my lady." But Derek cuts her off immediately, his tone completely serious. "I didn't take this job to joke with you." The midday sun blazes relentlessly over the estate, casting sharp shadows across the training grounds where the air hums with the scent of ozone and exertion. Derek stands like a statue of iron, his voice cutting through the heat as he commands Lady Ellen to push past her exhaustion, demanding 5 more magic arrows. A violent tremor takes hold of her frame. Her breath hitches in a ragged gasp of pain, yet her mentor remains unmoved. The white-haired man insists that her limits are merely illusions and that she still has more to give. To emphasize his point, mana flickers around her in erratic sapphire sparks, a visible manifestation of the reservoir still locked within her. When Derek doubles his demand to 10 more arrows, shock drains the color from Ellen's face. She questions the escalating cruelty of the task, but when faced with the choice between more grueling manifestation or a punishing run, she forces her leaden legs to move, choosing the path of physical motion over the mental strain of magic. She stumbles through her exhaustion until she finally collapses onto a weathered garden bench, her lungs burning. Derek leans over her, his shadow looming large as he dryly questions her well-being. To his surprise, a jagged, defiant smile crosses her lips. She gasps out that she finds the torture almost enjoyable. When he suggests that surrender is an ever-present option, Ellen scoffs with a flash of regal pride, declaring that giving up is a word she does not know. Her bravado, however, is met with a new trial rather than praise. Sensing her spirit is still intact, Derek decides her rest is over and announces that it is time to spar. For 2 relentless weeks, the cycle continues under the harsh winter sun until Lady Ellen is reduced to a shadow of her former self. In a moment of rare stillness, she slumps over a stone table in the garden, her vibrant red hair spilling across the cold surface like a pool of blood. She pleads with Lady Denise to wake her. The second Lady Eislein arrives, admitting through her haze of fatigue that the arcane studies have drained every ounce of her vitality. Denise watches her friend with a mix of pity and wonder, softly asking why Eileen chooses to push herself to such a terrifying breaking point. The answer comes not with a sigh, but with a gaze that burns with chilling intensity. Ellen stares into the distance, her voice cold and hollow as she states that she does this simply because she wants to win. In the architecture of her heart, there is no room for second place. As Denise offers soft words of encouragement and a promise to cheer her on, the peaceful atmosphere is shattered by the arrival of Lady Eislein. Panic surges through Ellen, and she bolts upright, the sudden movement echoing sharply against the garden walls. The dark-haired Eislein approaches with a natural, infuriating grace that only adds fuel to Ellen's inner fire. From a distance, Eislein invites the group to visit a newly opened boutique, but Ellen hides her face, desperate to avoid a direct confrontation while she is in such a disheveled state. Once Denise confirms that the rival has departed, a wave of relief washes over Ellen, though the shame of her unladylike sprawl lingers like a stain. While Denise tries to reassure her that Eislein likely noticed nothing, The dark-haired noble had actually lingered for a heartbeat longer than necessary. Aisline's blue eyes had reflected a quiet, genuine concern as she observed Alan's deep fatigue, wondering silently if the girl was truly okay. Back in the sanctuary of her chambers, the weight of this rivalry takes a physical form when a maid presents Alan with an ornate chest from house to plane. It is a gift from Aisline, overflowing with rare, high-quality elixirs designed specifically for mana recovery. The maid begins to explain their immense value, but Alan's expression hardens into a mask of ice. With chilling finality, she commands the servant to throw every single bottle away, refusing to accept what she perceives as a gesture of pity. As the maid recoils in confusion, Alan repeats the order, demanding the charity be removed from her sight immediately, shifting her focus back to the only thing that matters. She asks if Derek has arrived for their next session. The maid confirms he has been preparing since the break of dawn, leaving a discarded letter on the table to flutter in the draft. The parchment, penned in Aisline's graceful hand, speaks of the approaching winter and the falling snow, asking kindly after the health of the ladies and mentioning the quality goods her territory has produced to share with the salon. Alan's jaw sets as the polite words ring in her ears. She views them not as kindness, but as a challenge to her sovereignty. As gray, heavy clouds gather overhead, Lady Alan returns to the courtyard where Derek waits, her resolve forged anew in the fires of her own resentment. Derek acknowledges her early arrival with a curt nod, but Alan has long since lost any appetite for pleasantries. Standing amidst the cooling air of the courtyard, she demands a professional assessment of her progress, her voice sharp with the need for validation. After weeks of grueling, bone-deep labor, Derek merely watches her, his neutral expression an unreadable mask that causes the tension to stretch until it is nearly physical. When she finally snaps, forcing him to speak his mind, Derek reflects on the duration of their training with a clinical detachment. He looks at her with a blunt honesty that cuts deeper than any training blade, suggesting with terrifying calm that giving up might actually be her best strategy. The words hang in the freezing air, a direct challenge to the internal fire that has been driving her forward at the devastating cost of her own health. Fury ignites in Alan's eyes, her pride wounded as she demands to know why he continues to offend her so brazenly. Derek offers a hollow, practiced apology for any pain caused, but he does not recant his assessment. Lady Alan stands tall, her voice trembling with a volatile mixture of rage and desperation, as she asks how he could even suggest the word surrender. Her singular, obsessive goal remains unchanged. She must know how Aisline can be defeated. The confrontation reaches a boiling point as she screams that she hired him to engineer a victory, not to receive unsolicited advice on how to quit. She tells him to get lost if he intends to continue such nonsense, claiming he is wasting the precious time she is left to close the gap between her and her rival. Derek remains unmoved by her outburst, his red eyes fixed on the trembling girl before him with cold clarity. He poses a final, haunting question, asking what would happen if winning simply isn't an option. He notes that a frantic fixation on victory often stalls a person's true evolution. In his grim worldview, a humble acceptance of defeat is sometimes the only prerequisite for genuine progress. Alan recoils as if struck, her face suddenly wet with tears as the weight of his words shatters her composure. Such a path acceptance feels too pathetic for her to endure. In a moment of raw, jagged honesty, she confesses her true nature, reminding him that she is merely a shameful, petty individual who once spread rumors about Aisline to mask her own inadequacies. The titles bestowed upon her by society, the Pillar of Belmiard or the Flower of Roja, Salon, feel like hollow, mocking lies. A suffocating sense of worthlessness takes hold as she admits she is nothing like those grand descriptions, her voice cracking as she acknowledges she is consumed by petty jealousy. She screams her acceptance of the truth, finally voicing how lacking and pathetic she feels. There is no longer a reason to harbor a focused hatred for Aisline now that she has admitted her own failings. Yet she trembles, wondering why her heart remains in such violent turmoil. The weight of an inferiority complex crushes her, and she demands to know why the self-hatred refuses to vanish even after the truth has been laid bare. She explains her desperate need for him to see the depth of her resolve, even if it meant exposing her most disgraceful traits to the light. The root of her pain runs deeper than simple envy. She realizes now that she never truly hated Aisline. The true target of her loathing was always herself. This conflict didn't stem from a shallow grudge, but from a belief that victory represented her only escape from the grip of her own perceived insignificance. Just as she seems ready to break, a firm step sounds against the damp stone. Derek moves forward, his expression hardening with an absolute, terrifying certainty. He pledges, with the winter sun catching the silver of his hair, that they will win. He vows to make sure she defeats Lady Aisline, not out of pity, but as a recognition of her bared soul. Looking up, a new, quiet purpose begins to stir within Alan's burning eyes, and she gives her consent to the path ahead with a simple, whispered okay. Then, we see the carriage moving forward until it finally comes to a stop at a certain place. From inside, a figure steps out, and this person is none other than Alan's old teacher. As he looks ahead, we are shown that the current location is Count Belmiard's territory and residence. At that very moment, A red-haired man walks toward him and says, "Welcome. I take it your journey to Eberstein went smoothly?" Seeing him, the old teacher respectfully greets, "Greetings, my lord. How have you been?" Hearing this, the red-haired man replies, "The trip must have been exhausting. Please, take a seat and rest." After that, they both sit down, and the man continues, "It's been a while since I last saw my dear Ellen. How is she doing over there?" Upon hearing this, the teacher responds, "She is doing well. My lady has been putting a great deal of effort into her magic training lately." The red-haired man laughs and says, "Ha, I've never seen a girl with such incredible talent as our Ellen. With her talent, I'm sure it won't be long before she surpasses me." As the teacher looks at him, he begins to think to himself, "I can't let him find out that my lady is learning under a commoner. If he finds out, both Lady Ellen and I will be in deep trouble." Meanwhile, the red-haired man continues, "I actually happen to have some business in Eberstein as well." The teacher replies, "Oh, is that so?" The man then adds, "I'm curious to see how she react if I show up unexpectedly with a gift." On the other hand, we see the teacher growing visibly nervous, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he says, "I'm sure my lady will be thrilled, my lord." But deep inside, he thinks, "Let's just hope I survive this." The scene then shifts, showing us a vast door, and we are told that this place is located on the outskirts of Eberstein, known as the Nameless Labyrinth. Here, we see someone saying, "Something still feels off about this." It turns out to be Peline, as she steps forward and adds, "Is it really a good idea to send someone as fragile as her into a dungeon?" Hearing her concern, Jiden responds calmly, "I'm sure Derek has thought this through." Listening to all their doubts and confusion, Alan suddenly speaks up, slightly startled. "Wait, so I have to go into that dungeon?" As everyone continues to question the situation, Derek finally steps in and explains, "It's the lowest ranked dungeon in this area. You can definitely handle it." Even after hearing that, Alan still seems unsure and asks, "But what exactly am I supposed to do in there? Do I just charge in and attack the monsters?" Hearing her hesitation, Derek replies firmly, "You need to sharpen your instincts through real combat. As a precaution, my colleagues and I will be watching your back." Still nervous, Alan responds, "Seriously? You're kidding, right?" Meanwhile, Derek, releasing a strong wave of energy, says in a serious tone, "The duel is only a few days away. We're short on time. This is the most efficient method to meet our needs." Saying this, he begins moving forward along with his companions. On the other hand, Ellen, after hearing everything, looks visibly anxious it seems. This might be her first time entering a monster dungeon. Soon, all four of them start walking ahead. There is an eerie silence surrounding the place, making the atmosphere even more tense. After a moment, Ellen, both curious and nervous, finally asks, "What even is in there?" Derek speaks in a rather harsh and commanding tone, "Prepare yourself. Even in the lowest ranked dungeon, you must remain on guard." Hearing this, Alan becomes even more nervous. At the same time, we see Peline staring straight ahead as she suddenly says, "Derek, a horde of goblins is heading this way." The moment Ellen hears the word goblins, she panics and exclaims loudly, "Goblins." But Derek remains calm and replies, "Yeah, I already heard them." From behind, Jiden adds, "Derek, there's a big one behind us. Looks like an ogre." Hearing this only makes Ellen even more terrified. Meanwhile, Derek turns to Jiden and asks, "Can you handle the ogre?" Jiden, clearly unfazed, smirks and replies, "Depends on how much extra you're willing to pay." A powerful energy begins to radiate from Derek's body as he says, "We can discuss the fee later." At that moment, they all face forward and see numerous glowing eyes emerging from the darkness, closing in on them. On the other hand, Alan stands frozen, trembling in fear as she thinks to herself, They're really going to fight monsters." Just then, the goblins charge toward them. Derek takes the front line, stopping the goblins head-on, while behind him, Ellen stands helpless, her voice barely coming out due to fear. Derek then shouts firmly, "Peline, protect my lady." As soon as he gives the order, he rushes forward, charging into battle with his sword, acting as support. Peline skillfully uses her arrows to eliminate monsters, approaching from different directions, while Derek, as the main attacker, unleashes his swordsmanship and fiery power to cut down the enemies one after another. Everyone in the team is performing their roles perfectly, each handling their responsibility with precision. Yet, in the middle of all this chaos, Alan stands still, doing nothing, completely overwhelmed and unable to understand what to do. Suddenly, she senses a massive presence behind her, the very monster they had just mentioned earlier. At that moment, the scene shifts to the back, where Jiden stands firmly with his sword, facing the towering creature. With a calm yet confident expression, he says, "I'm curious to see how high the bounty is on your head." The large, giant goblin charges forward to attack, but in an instant, we see Jiden stepping in, with a clean and precise strike, slice off the monster's arm. At the same time, on the other side, Derek continues cutting down enemies relentlessly, combining his swordsmanship with blazing fire attacks. Watching all of this unfold, Alan is left completely stunned. In this terrifying situation, sweat runs down her face as panic takes over her thoughts. They actually killed that goblin. I could seriously die here. I could seriously die here. No. This is insane. I can't do this. Overwhelmed by everything happening around her, she can barely process what to do. Just then, Derek turns back and shouts, "My lady, one of the goblins is heading right for you. Keep your wits about you." At that very moment, the goblin begins rushing straight toward Ellen, ready to strike. Seeing it come closer, fear grips her completely as she thinks, "Am I really going to die? I'm really going to die." Her mind goes blank, her body frozen in terror. From behind, Derek's voice rings out again, firm and commanding, "You have to defeat it yourself." Hearing this, something inside Ellen begins to shift. A deep realization dawns on her, and in her mind, she whispers, my entire life." Suddenly, fragments of her past begin to surface, memories where she admits to herself, "Yes, I admit it. I know exactly how pathetic and naive I am." Back in the present, the goblin continues rushing toward her, closing the distance. Another memory echoes in her mind. "I've always been all talk and no action." The goblin raises its weapon, preparing to strike, and for a brief moment, we see that terrifying, almost mocking expression reflected in her thoughts as she continues. "Someone who could only envy others and badmouth them behind their backs. That was me." But then, amidst all the fear and chaos, her resolve begins to take shape. Her thoughts grow stronger, more determined. "But I came here to put an end to that version of myself, to become a better person." And at that very moment, Ellen finally activates her ability. Gathering her courage, she creates a massive giant ice arrow, its chilling energy forming in front of her. At the same time, the goblin lunges forward, ready to strike her down. From a distance, Derek watches everything closely, observing her every move without interfering. In the next instant, the giant ice arrow shoots forward with incredible force, piercing straight through the goblin and tearing past it completely. The monster is struck down in a single decisive attack, and it is Alan who has done it. Seeing this, the rest of the team can't help but feel slightly impressed. Until now, she had done nothing, almost like a useless member who couldn't contribute, but this time, she had finally taken down a goblin on her own. Right after the attack, Alan remains standing there, trembling slightly, her body still shaken from the fear and adrenaline. Slowly, she lifts her gaze and looks toward her teacher, who is watching her from afar. With a calm and steady expression, he says, "This is only the beginning." Hearing those words, Ellen smiles softly, a new sense of determination shining in her eyes as she says, "I am finally stepping forward." With a somber smile, the entity acknowledges that it has finally taken its first real step forward. It is a quiet night beneath a full moon, standing before a stone arch that looks like the entrance to ancient ruins. At the bottom of the image, a letter begins, addressed to Derek. Derek sits there, reading the words of someone he hasn't seen in over 2 years, ever since he left Tilstein. The letter explains that Korea Flemher, his former master, is now teaching magic to a young girl in the county of Elbester and has been very busy. She fondly recalls the days they spent training together in Ebelstein, saying that although it was difficult, she felt far freer back then. As Derek continues reading, the letter reveals that out of all the mages Korea had met in her life, he was the most talented of them all. We see Korea writing from her study, wondering just how far her star pupil has progressed by now. At the end of the letter, she asks that the next time they meet, he show her just what he is capable of with his magic. After finishing the letter to her dear Derek, Korea lingers by the window, lost in memories of the past. Back in the present, the mercenary folds the paper in silence under the flickering torchlight that illuminates the stone walls. 2 brutal weeks of relentless training have passed, and the entity finally takes a moment to sit down and rest. Exhausted, dirty, and worn out, she has noticed that Derek always reads that same letter whenever he has a moment to spare, and at last she asks him what it is about. He explains that it is from his master, and she laughs, saying that this person must be someone truly special to have endured teaching someone like him. Derek's expression turns serious as he replies that she was, without a doubt, an excellent mentor. The girl is slightly taken aback by how honest and straightforward his answer is. She had tried to tease him just to get a reaction, but when it fails, she decides to drop it. Only 2 days remain before the duel, and Derek asks how she feels after all the intense training. The entity admits that she doesn't even know how to feel after such physical and mental strain. But despite her uncertainty, one thing is clear: she intends to win, no matter the cost. The day of the event arrives, and the dueling arena for the nobles is packed to the brim with spectators eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Alini is among the crowd, laughing and chatting with her friends, looking as flawless as ever. Suddenly, she notices a familiar figure moving through the sea of nobles. It is Derek, walking with his usual dark cloak and that ever-cold gaze. Alini excuses herself from her group and makes her way toward him before he disappears into the crowd. She calls out his name with a smile, stopping him in his tracks along the arena corridors. She tells him it's a pleasure to see him again. While he greets her formally in a dry tone, she brings up what everyone has been talking about. She has heard that he has been helping the entity with her magic lessons lately. Derek closes his eyes and nods, confirming that he is indeed working with the Belmia family. For a few seconds, the two fall silent. Alini remarks that the entity has looked extremely exhausted lately and asks if he might have overdone it with the training. She adds that, according to rumors, he isn't exactly known for conventional teaching methods. Derek asks whether she truly cares about her opponent, noting how confident she seems in herself. She should not underestimate them today. Alini feels a flicker of unease at his words, sensing that something about the atmosphere isn't quite right. Up in the stands, the nobles continue to speculate about which of the two will emerge victorious. One girl reads a book while others comment that the entity looks terrible, as if she has lost a significant amount of weight. The tension in the air rises as the announcer declares that it is time. It is time for the participants to enter the arena. Alini steps out first, walking with an elegance that captivates everyone present. Drawing admiration with every movement, she presents herself to the audience with a graceful bow, fully embracing her role as the Academy's shining star. The sharp sound of her heels echoes across the stone floor as she makes her way to her starting position, confident and composed. On the other side, the entity enters while repeating to herself like a mantra that she will win, ignoring the murmurs of the crowd that expects her to fail. Her gaze is completely different now, focused, unwavering. She is ready to prove that she is no longer the same as before. At last, the two stand face to face in the center of the arena. The entity keeps her head slightly lowered, concentrating on what lies ahead. Alini approaches with flawless elegance, greeting her like the perfect noble lady she appears to be, wishing her well in a tone so polite it almost feels like mockery. Given the circumstances, the entity does not fall behind, thanking her for the concern. Not a single sound comes from the stands. The entity gives a faint smile and asks directly if they are ready to begin. Alini nods sharply, casting aside all formalities to focus entirely on the battle. In the blink of an eye, the entity begins releasing an overwhelming blaze that engulfs her entire body. Alini reacts instantly, summoning her own water energy, preparing for the first clash. Both launch forward at the same time, colliding in a burst of light and power that shakes the arena. But what no one expects is for the entity to unleash a massive rain of fiery spears that blankets the entire sky. Alini freezes in shock at the sheer scale of the attack. She had no idea her opponent possessed such overwhelming power. The spears descend at a brutal speed, blazing with an intensity that leaves the audience speechless. It is a massive area attack, leaving no space for Alini to escape. Surrounded by flames, the entity looks unstoppable, proving that Derek's 2 weeks of merciless training were not in vain. A flashback reveals her broken and exhausted after fighting monsters. Barely able to stand, Derek had been brutally honest with her. If they fought purely with magical technique, Alini would completely overwhelm her. The only way to win, he said, was through sheer willpower, enduring more than her opponent. At the time, the entity had protested, thinking he was treating her harshly out of some sadistic pleasure. He dismissed that idea, explaining that he had no such hobbies. He simply knew that when mana runs out, the one with the stronger will to survive is the one who wins. His strategy had been clear from the beginning. Expend all her mana aggressively from the start and force a battle of endurance. The entity had hesitated, knowing her mana reserves were smaller, but Derek told her to drag Alini into the mud no matter what. She reflected on those words, realizing that she could not fight by normal rules if she wanted victory. The mercenary reminded her that while mana might be something one is born with, she carried Belmiar blood, and that mattered. He urged her to believe in herself, giving her the final push she needed before the duel. Back in the arena, the girl unleashes all that pride, channeling an amount of fire no one thought possible for her. Alini, shaken, wonders if this is truly the same person she once knew, because this level of power is anything but normal. The red-haired girl raises her hand and commands the fiery spears to rain down all at once upon her opponent. It becomes an unrelenting bombardment, burning through mana recklessly just as Derek had taught her. The assault is so intense that Alini can barely hold her ground under the pressure of the flames. The prodigy has no choice but to burn through her own reserves. Hastily raising a defensive barrier of water, she manages to form a shield, but it is clear that the entity's attack is forcing her to exert far more effort than she had planned. The two lock eyes, both driven by a fierce hunger for victory. Today, neither of them intends to take even a single step back. Without a second of hesitation, Lady Aisline launched her assault. A storm of blazing arrows tore through the air, descending like relentless rain upon Ellen's position. One after another, the flaming projectiles struck the barrier. Though it held strong, the sheer intensity and number of impacts triggered a violent explosion that shook the entire battlefield. Smoke and fire spread outward, engulfing the arena as the crowd gasped in awe. The scale of Aisline's magic was undeniable. Her mana reserves had clearly grown to an extraordinary level. Yet even under such overwhelming pressure, Ellen's barrier did not falter. It continued to glow with a steady blue light, unbroken and controlled. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she assessed the situation with precision. Her firepower is immense, she thought, but she's releasing it without restraint. At this rate, her mana will drain quickly. Then, through the dense smoke, her attention sharpened. She sensed movement. Aisline was shifting positions, using the chaos as cover. Found you. Ellen murmured under her breath. In one smooth motion, she formed an ice arrow in her hand, her aim locking perfectly onto the subtle motion within the smoke. With flawless timing, she released it. The arrow sliced through the haze at incredible speed and pierced straight through Aisline's chest, or so it seemed. In the next instant, the figure dissolved into nothing. Ellen's eyes widened in shock. An illusion? To manipulate such a convincing illusion in the midst of battle would require immense mana and control. For a brief moment, her thoughts stalled as she processed what had just happened. That single moment of hesitation was all it took. From behind her, Aisline emerged, already in position, gripping a massive ice arrow and ready to strike. As the attack descended at close range, Ellen sensed it at the last possible moment. She turned sharply, their eyes locking, but the distance was too small. There was no time to raise another barrier. The scene briefly shifted to a memory inside a carriage, where Aisline sat beside Derek. "It'll work," he said calmly, his voice steady. Aisline glanced at him, uncertain. "How?" Without lifting his eyes from the book in his hands, Derek explained, "Overwhelm her vision with flame arrows. Then use illusion magic to mislead her. After that, close the distance and strike with ice spears. Even a skilled mage will reveal an opening under that pressure." He paused, finally looking at her directly. "But remember, your opponent isn't just any skilled mage." Back in the present, Aisline had already closed the gap, her ice spear raised for the decisive blow. At the last second, Ellen turned and saw the attack. Her eyes widened in realization. At this distance, there's no time for a barrier. In that instant, she made a decision. Raising her hand, she gathered all her mana into her palm. A concentrated sphere of blue energy formed, pulsing violently with compressed power. Aisline stepped in and thrust her spear forward. At the exact same moment, Ellen released the sphere. The force exploded outward, pushing her body back with tremendous pressure and instantly shifting her position. The ice spear missed by a hair's breadth and slammed into the ground with devastating impact, cracking the battlefield beneath it. Ellen landed a short distance away, sliding back slightly before regaining her footing. She steadied herself without falling, maintaining her composure despite the force she had just unleashed. Across from her, Aisline froze in place, her expression filled with shock. What was that? She wondered, unable to fully grasp what she had just witnessed. Ellen now stood before her like a phantom, faint streams of blue mana flowing around her eyes. The speed of her movement had been almost unreal. Aisline exhaled, trying to steady her breathing. That was close. Derek's words echoed in her mind, no matter who your opponent is, never let your guard down. A drop of sweat slid down her face as realization settled in. Now I understand what he meant. Her opponent was no ordinary mage. Every movement, every decision, Ellen's control over her magic, had reached another level entirely. Aisline's expression hardened as her resolve solidified. Then I'll overwhelm her with sheer power. With that determination burning within her, she began to gather her mana once again, preparing for the next clash. Aisline's resolve hardened, and without wasting another second, she unleashed her next move. From the shattered ground beneath her, countless ice spears began to rise. They emerged rapidly, one after another, covering the battlefield in a forest of glistening, razor-sharp spikes. What made it even more astonishing was the fact that she wasn't chanting. There was no incantation, no visible preparation. The magic responded to her will alone. At the same time, she continued advancing forward, refusing to give Ellen even a moment to breathe. I'm confident in a direct clash of power, she told herself, her gaze steady. More and more spears formed, spreading outward until they filled nearly every inch of the arena. The crowd could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Voices of amazement rippled through the stands. Are those all ice spears? She created that many without incantations. Incredible. Even among seasoned observers, the display was nothing short of overwhelming. Meanwhile, Derek stood quietly at the sidelines, his expression calm, but his eyes sharp, carefully observing every detail of the battle. She took the bait, he thought, recognizing exactly how the situation was unfolding. Aisline grew even more focused as she prepared her next move, her mind racing ahead. Across from her, Ellen stood amidst the countless spears now under her control, each one hovering and waiting for her command. Her gaze remained steady, though her thoughts were calculating. I admit, Lady Aisline has grown remarkably, she acknowledged inwardly. But even as she prepared to retaliate, something unseen was already in motion. With a subtle flick of her finger hidden carefully behind her back, Aisline guided a single flame arrow she had concealed earlier beneath the glare of the sunlight. It rose silently, almost impossible to detect, positioning itself high above Ellen's formation. Completely unaware, Ellen continued focusing on her attack. Then try blocking this as well, she murmured, ready to unleash her overwhelming array of ice spears. But before she could act, Aisline moved. With precise control, she waved her hand, and the hidden flame arrow plunged downward at incredible speed. At that exact moment, Ellen felt something, an instinctive warning. Her eyes snapped upward, widening in shock. What? The arrow tore through the air and struck her formation directly. One by one, the ice spears shattered under the sudden impact, unable to withstand the unexpected attack from above. In mere seconds, the entire array collapsed, fragments scattering across the battlefield. Ellen could only stare upward, stunned. A flame arrow. Since when? Her thoughts spiraled. I didn't sense any incantation. No mana flow. Then realization struck. Was it from earlier? Did she hide it back then? Just for this moment. The precision and foresight behind the move left her momentarily frozen. As the arrow struck the ground near her feet, she remained still, caught between shock and realization. On the other side, Aisline lowered her hand slowly, a faint smirk forming on her lips. Her plan had worked flawlessly. For the first time, she could feel the momentum shifting in her favor. Ellen, however, was far from composed. A bead of sweat rolled down her face as unease crept in. I can't read her. I have no idea what she'd do next. The unpredictability of Aisline's tactics had begun to shake her confidence. Among the spectators, Lady Denise watched with clear surprise. What's happening? They're fighting on equal footing. That's impressive. The battle had reached a level where neither side held a clear advantage, and the tension in the arena only grew heavier. Aisline's eyes gleamed with determination, though sweat traced down her face as well. This is working, right? I'm overpowering her now, aren't I? But across from her, Ellen's expression darkened. Doubt crept into her thoughts. I can't win like this. Not under these conditions. She recognized it clearly now, Aisline's tactics. Her boldness, her unpredictability. She's one step ahead. The murmurs of the crowd echoed faintly around her, but Ellen forced herself to shut them out. Taking a slow, deep breath, she steadied her mind. Let me reset the conditions. From the beginning. As her breathing calmed, her eyes sharpened. The hesitation that had clouded her before vanished completely, replaced by a cold, unwavering resolve. From the sidelines, Derek noticed the shift instantly. His gaze narrowed slightly as he observed her presence change. This, he said quietly, is where it truly begins. Ellen raised her hand once more, beginning a new spell. Blue mana started to flow around her, at first gently, then growing denser and heavier with each passing second. She focused deeply, drawing in more and more energy, her hands moving with deliberate precision as she guided the mana into formation. On the other side, Aisline watched in shock. Sweat formed on her face as the pressure in the air intensified. An enormous surge of mana enveloped Ellen, releasing a force so overwhelming that Aisline had to raise her arm to shield her face. What is this? She thought, unease creeping into her chest. This isn't even magic. It feels like raw mana itself. Then, without warning, everything went silent. The pressure vanished. The air stilled. Aisline's eyes widened. I can't feel any mana. Even the natural flow of energy in the surroundings had disappeared completely, leaving behind an unnatural emptiness. At the edge of the battlefield, Derek's expression grew serious as he narrowed his eyes. It lasted only a moment, but the phenomenon was unmistakable. Mana alignment, a state where all surrounding mana is forcibly drawn, synchronized and controlled. When a mage exceeds their natural limits, the very mana in the surrounding environment is forced into submission. It bends, aligns, and synchronizes under overwhelming pressure, a rare phenomenon known as mana alignment. In simple terms, it meant that Ellen had just pushed beyond her own boundaries. Back on the battlefield, she raised her hand high into the air, her presence commanding and absolute. Above her, a massive sphere of fire began to take shape. It formed rapidly, expanding at an alarming rate until it towered over the entire battlefield. The sheer size of the blazing orb distorted the air around it, sending waves of heat and crushing pressure outward in every direction. Aisline could only stare in disbelief, her eyes wide as the heat brushed against her skin. How, she thought, stunned. How did she create something that massive? But Ellen's expression did not waver. Her face remained firm, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. As she poured every ounce of her mana into the spell, pushing beyond her limits, she forced the fireball to grow even larger. This was no ordinary magic, it was a 2-star fire spell, brought into existence through sheer will and overwhelming power. Her mind briefly drifted back to a moment from her training. After an exhausting session, Aisline had collapsed onto the ground, completely drained. Her chest rose and fell heavily as sweat soaked her face. Derek approached quietly, holding out a water pouch. I brought some water. Drink, he said calmly. Aisline slowly pushed herself up and accepted it. Thanks, she muttered, but her expression soon turned uncertain. Derek, I'm really not sure, she admitted in a tired voice. He looked at her, slightly puzzled. Can I really beat Ellen? Can I win after just a few weeks of training? Without hesitation, Derek replied. You will win. He paused for a moment, then added, to be more precise, you will win in a certain sense. Aisline looked at him, confused and still catching her breath, unable to fully understand his meaning. The present snapped back into focus as the crowd erupted in shock. Is that really fire? A fireball of that size? A 2-star spell? Their voices trembled with disbelief. Aisline's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open as panic crept in. A fireball? This wasn't part of the plan. She glanced toward Derek, desperation rising inside her. Derek, what is this? What am I supposed to do? But he remained silent, watching without offering a single word. Frustration and fear overwhelmed her as tears welled up in her eyes. Stop standing there and tell me something useful. You fraud. Before she could think any further, the massive fireball surged forward. For a split second, Aisline froze. Then she looked up and her breath caught. The enormous sphere of fire loomed directly above her, descending with unstoppable force. Panic took hold. What do I do? Sweat streamed down her face as her thoughts spiraled. A barrier. There's no way I can block a 2-star spell. Ice spears? That won't work either. Her mind began to collapse under the pressure. I knew it. It's impossible. Someone like me can't defeat Ellen. Meanwhile, Ellen extended her hand, guiding the fireball forward with controlled force. Her focus absolute despite the strain. In the crowd, Denise watched intently. Her eyes narrowed as she followed every movement. Around her, spectators stood frozen, unable to look away from the overwhelming display of power. Just as the fireball was about to strike, Aisline's instincts kicked in. She released a burst of mana forward, using the recoil to propel herself backward. Ellen's eyes widened slightly in surprise at the sudden maneuver. A moment later, the fireball crashed into the ground, unleashing a devastating explosion that engulfed the battlefield. Flames and smoke erupted outward as the shockwave tore through the arena. Aisline raised her arms to shield herself, but the force still pushed her back violently. Losing her balance, she rolled across the ground, barely avoiding the full impact. Smoke thickened, swallowing the battlefield in a dense haze. Ellen stood at the center, breathing heavily. That single attack had consumed a massive portion of her mana, leaving her reserves significantly drained. Through the smoke, Aisline slowly pushed herself up onto her knees, struggling to catch her breath. Ellen stared at her, disbelief flickering in her eyes. She dodged it. Her gaze sharpened as realization set in. And she used the same method I did, something she's only seen once. On the sidelines, Derek remained calm, his expression unchanged as he observed the outcome. A lack of experience, he thought quietly. A 2-star spell, when used without mastery, becomes nothing more than a beast that devours its caster's mana. Ellen's hand trembled slightly from exhaustion as she clenched her fist, trying to steady herself and regain control. Derek watched her closely, his gaze thoughtful. She's recognized Aisline's effort, and now she's beginning to change. Ellen had always possessed overwhelming talent, but now she was going beyond that. She was giving everything she had. This was her way of showing respect, not through words, but through power. To her, anyone who fought this hard deserved nothing less than her full strength. She stood firmly in place, though her body clearly showed the toll of the battle. Sweat covered her face, her breathing was heavy, and her mana reserves were dangerously low. Even so, she forced herself to remain composed. Across from her, Aisline steadied her footing. She too was exhausted, her body aching and her breaths uneven, but her eyes remained sharp and filled with determination. A faint smirk formed on her lips as understanding finally settled in her mind. So this is what you meant, Derek. If she could endure this moment, she would win. Ellen raised her hand once again, refusing to back down. Blue mana shifted into blazing heat as she began casting another spell. A sphere of fire started to form above her palm, growing rapidly just like before. Her eyes were focused, unwavering, as she poured even more mana into it. Once again, she recreated the same massive 2-star fireball, but this time, something was different. Her body trembled under the strain, her control wavering as sweat streamed down her face. She gritted her teeth, barely holding the spell together. Yet she still pushed forward. With a forceful motion, she hurled the fireball toward Aisline at full speed. From the crowd, gasps erupted. Another one? It's even faster than before. The blazing sphere tore through the air with terrifying speed, heading straight for its target. Aisline reacted instantly, turning and running to evade it. But Ellen didn't simply release the attack, she controlled it. With subtle movements of her hand, she adjusted its direction, tracking Aisline's movements precisely. The fireball curved and followed, refusing to miss. However, maintaining that level of control came at a cost. Ellen's already depleted mana began draining even faster, pushing her closer to her limit. The fireball closed in rapidly. It seemed unavoidable, certain to strike. But at the very last moment, Aisline made her move. She suddenly dropped low, planting her hands firmly against the ground. Then, with a powerful motion, she kicked upward while releasing a burst of magic beneath her. The force propelled her high into the air, just barely avoiding the fireball as it rushed past below her. She soared upward, rising so high that her figure blended into the brightness of the sun itself. Ellen tried to track her, but the intense glare made it nearly impossible to see clearly. For a brief moment, Aisline vanished from her sight. High above, hidden within the sunlight, Aisline allowed herself a small, confident smile. Raising her hand, she began forming ice spears once more. One after another, they appeared around her, suspended in the air as she prepared her next attack. From this height, she thought, she won't be able to read the trajectory. As the spell completed, the air around her filled with sharp, gleaming spears. Her focus sharpened further. If she tries to use a barrier now, it will only drain what little mana she has left. Below, Ellen struggled to remain standing, her body trembling under exhaustion. Then, with a swift motion, Aisline hurled the ice spears downward at full speed. Ellen reacted at the last possible moment. Her legs gave slightly as she dropped to one knee, forcing herself to act despite her condition. With what little strength she had left, she began casting a spell. Just as the ice spears were about to strike, a layer of ice formed in front of her, intercepting the attack. The spears slammed into it, embedding themselves deeply into the hastily created shield. From above, Aisline frowned slightly as she landed back on the ground. Not a barrier, just a simple ice construct, she realized. She's used up too much mana controlling those fireballs. Ellen's condition was clear now. Her face had gone pale, her breathing ragged, her body barely able to stay upright. She looked as though she might collapse at any moment. From the sidelines, Derek watched calmly, his gaze steady. It'll be over soon, he thought. Aisline straightened her posture and took a step forward, confidence returning to her expression. A small smile spread across her face. It worked. I've cornered her. Her thoughts grew clearer, more certain. There's no way she has any mana left. I still have enough. I can cast magic arrows or ice spears at least 2 more times. That's more than enough. I've won. But the moment that thought crossed her mind, a sharp cracking sound echoed across the battlefield. Aisline's eyes widened instantly. The ice shield in front of Ellen began to fracture not from the outside, but from within. Before Aisline could react, a hidden fireball burst through the shattered ice. Ellen had cast it in secret, concealing it behind the very shield she used for defense. With a desperate motion, she released the fireball forward. The force of the spell was so great that it pushed her own body backward, threatening to throw her off balance as she gave everything she had left for one final attack. The force of her own spell pushed Ellen backward, completely throwing off her balance. She lost her footing and fell hard onto the ground, the impact knocking the breath out of her. Her face turned pale with pain as her body trembled, struggling to respond after being pushed far beyond its limits. At the same time, the fireball she had released surged forward, tearing through the air toward Aisline and shattering her brief sense of certainty. But as Ellen collapsed, her control over the spell broke. The fireball wavered mid-flight, its path becoming unstable. Instead of striking its target, it veered off course at the last moment, narrowly missing Aisline and shooting upward into the sky, where it eventually dissipated into the distance. For a brief moment, everything fell still. Aisline stood frozen, her body tense from the sudden turn of events. Her eyes followed the fireball as it disappeared, her mind struggling to process what had just happened. Then, slowly, she calmed herself. Her breathing steadied, and she lowered her guard slightly, her gaze shifting back toward Ellen. She said nothing, simply watching. On the ground, Ellen's body trembled uncontrollably. She had used almost all of her mana far beyond what her body could safely handle. Her hands shook as she raised them weakly in front of her, staring at them with growing frustration. Please, just one more time, she thought desperately. If I can just do a little more. She tried to gather mana again, forcing herself to cast another spell. A faint glow formed in her palm, weak and unstable, but it flickered almost immediately, barely holding together before fading. It wasn't enough. No matter how hard she pushed, her body simply refused to respond. Aisline stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Her footsteps were slow but steady until she stopped right in front of Ellen. She didn't raise her hand, didn't attack, didn't speak. She simply stood there, looking down at her opponent in silence. Ellen slowly lifted her gaze to meet hers. For the first time, something unfamiliar appeared in her eyes. Fear began to surface. Lady Ellen's thoughts churned restlessly, rising and falling like waves she could never quite calm. In truth, there was no noble lady in Ebelstein who shone more brilliantly than Lady Aisline. Her presence alone drew admiration. Her elegance seemed effortless, and her talent appeared almost divine. But where there is brilliance, there is always shadow, and Ellen had long believed she was that shadow. While Aisline stood bathed in admiration, Ellen lingered in that forgotten darkness, unseen and unacknowledged. The bitter voices of the past echoed faintly in her mind, taunting her, reminding her that while some were born with everything, others were left to claw their way forward. Even so, Ellen had never stopped sharpening herself in that darkness. She had endured, trained, and pushed forward with a single resolve. One day, she would rise above it all and prove her worth. When her awareness returned to the present, she found herself still standing before Aisline in the arena. Aisline was on her knees, her mana nearly depleted, her body trembling from exhaustion. Yet even in such a state, she remained composed, graceful in a way that seemed almost unfair. Mud stained her clothes, her hair was disheveled, and her strength was clearly fading. Yet none of it diminished her presence. To Ellen, it was almost infuriating. How could someone look so perfect, even while falling apart? It was as though Aisline had no fragile image to protect, no fear of being seen as imperfect. She simply existed as she was, giving everything she had without hesitation. The crowd's voices rose in encouragement, calling out Aisline's name, urging her to stand, to continue. Their faith in her was unwavering. Aisline struggled, her hand trembling as she tried to gather what little mana she had left. A faint flicker formed in her palm, unstable and weak, barely holding together. Watching her, Ellen stepped forward and raised her own hand, summoning flames once more. Mana gathered obediently, forming a blazing arrow ready to be released. For a moment, her gaze shifted toward Derek, as doubt flickered within her. Could she truly win? The answer seemed within reach. Yet beneath that confidence, something darker stirred, a familiar weight that coiled around her heart. Even if she won, What would truly change? Would victory free her from the shadow she had always known? Or would it simply return her to it? As that realization settled, the flames in her hand flickered uncertainly. Meanwhile, across from her, Aisline continued to struggle, forcing herself to stand despite her exhaustion. Then, unexpectedly, Ellen spoke. Her voice was calm, almost light. What a shame. Startled, Aisline looked up, confusion filling her eyes as she clutched the last trace of mana she had managed to gather. Before she could react, Ellen lowered her hand and let the flames disappear. I'm out of mana, she said simply. The words didn't make sense. Aisline stared at her, unable to comprehend what she was hearing. Ellen smiled faintly, her expression gentle yet distant. You really are amazing, Lady Aisline. It seems I still can't beat you after all. Then, placing her hand over her chest, she bowed with quiet dignity. I forfeit. For a moment, the entire arena fell silent. Then the crowd erupted into cheers, their voices rising in excitement and admiration. Aisline's victory was declared, but she remained frozen in place, her mind unable to catch up with what had just happened. Her mouth parted slightly in disbelief, her eyes wide as she struggled to process the sudden turn of events. Around her, her friends rushed in, congratulating her, praising her strength and growth. She responded with a shy smile, still overwhelmed, but her gaze drifted away from them, searching. In the distance, Ellen was already walking away. She moved quietly, her steps steady, her expression calm, as though a great burden had finally been lifted. Derek stood nearby, reading a book, but as she approached, he closed it and slipped it away. Ellen stopped in front of him, her smile returning, though it carried a strange edge. You saw it, didn't you? She said lightly. That's enough, Derek replied calmly. She laughed softly, tilting her head. You're surprised, aren't you? Even someone like me knows how to accept defeat. Her eyes glimmered with amusement. As she continued, you should have seen Lady Aisline's face, completely shocked, like she was about to give up right there. Her laughter grew, but it faltered as tears began to gather in her eyes. She wiped them away quickly, as if brushing off something insignificant. Honestly, it was worth losing just to see that. Thanks to you, I finally feel like I've gained the upper hand over her. She paused, studying him. So, what do you think of me? It wasn't perfect, but I wasn't that bad, right? I learn quickly, don't I? Derek said nothing, his gaze steady, watching her closely. The silence lingered, heavy and unyielding. Then, suddenly, Ellen's expression broke. Tears slipped from her eyes before she could stop them. She stared at her own hands, trembling in confusion. Hey, don't just stand there, she muttered, her voice unsteady. Why? She didn't understand. The tears wouldn't stop. Her vision blurred as emotion overwhelmed her. And slowly, she sank down into a corner, covering her face. What the hell? I'm not a child anymore. After a moment, Derek spoke, his voice calm but firm. My lady, there is nothing to criticize about your performance today. You worked incredibly hard. His words lingered in the quiet. Ellen's shoulders shook as she cried. I wanted to win too, she admitted softly. But when I was about to finish it, I realized something. Even if I won, nothing would change. I'd still be stuck in the same place, the same miserable existence. Her voice trembled. That part of me, it's too deep. Silence followed, broken only by her quiet sobs. Then Derek spoke again. So what if you look a little pathetic? She froze, lifting her tear-filled eyes to meet his. He didn't look away. If you're not willing to look pathetic, he continued, then you'll never grow. Those words struck deeply. Ellen covered her face again, her tears continuing, but something within her had shifted. Her memories flickered images of Aisline standing strong, untouched by the darkness that had always weighed Ellen down. And yet, for the first time, that darkness didn't feel like a prison. It felt like something she could overcome. In the distance, Lady Denise observed everything quietly. Her gaze shifted from Ellen and Derek to Aisline, who still stood surrounded by her friends. Stepping forward, Denise approached her with a gentle smile. The others soon excused themselves, leaving the two alone. You were brilliant, Lady Aisline, Denise said softly. That duel was truly remarkable. Aisline lowered her gaze slightly, her expression troubled. Lady Denise, you noticed it too, didn't you? She asked quietly. I wasn't the real winner. Denise smiled but said nothing at first. After a moment, she spoke gently. When it comes to magical talent, Lady Ellen may even surpass me. Aisline shook her head, her voice firm despite her uncertainty. It's not just talent. There's something more important, something that truly closes the gap. Her thoughts drifted, unbidden, to Derek. Startled, she quickly shook her head, regaining her composure. Turning to her maid, she spoke with quiet determination. Daisy, prepare a letter for the main estate. Then, lifting her gaze, her eyes sharpened with resolve. There was something she needed, and she would not hesitate. The scene shifted to the Duplain household, where servants moved about in their daily routines. Inside, Raymond Oswald Duplain sat reading a letter, his expression tense. Driest Wolfville, what is a 6-star travel pass doing in Ebelstein? He murmured. Across from him, Valerian Duplain responded thoughtfully, explaining that the customs agreement had likely been advanced due to Driest's movements. The situation was far from ordinary. Raymond fell silent, deep in thought. So even the Count of Belmeard's visit is connected, he muttered. If someone with foresight is involved, then this is no coincidence. Valerian then mentioned another matter, a letter from Aisline requesting a magic teacher. Raymond looked up, mildly surprised. Can't you arrange one? Valerian hesitated. She specifically requested Derek, but he's currently teaching Lady Ellen at the Belmeard estate. Raymond rested his hand against his chin. Considering the situation carefully, I was planning to send the butler to negotiate, he said slowly, before pausing. Then he shook his head. No, there's no need. His gaze sharpened with decision. I must go to Ebelstein anyway because of the Dria's matter. I'll handle everything personally. And with that, the pieces of a much larger story quietly began to fall into place. The scene shifted gently to Lady Ellen's residence, where the afternoon sun drifted behind slow-moving clouds, casting soft, shifting shadows across the garden. Ellen sat outside, her posture relaxed as she faced Derek across a small table. For once, there was no tension in her expression, only a quiet calm, as if something inside her had finally settled. With a faint, easy smile, she spoke first. Derek, I think I'm going to rest for a while. Her tone was light, almost casual, but there was a deeper meaning beneath it. Derek looked at her curiously, sensing the change. Ellen continued, her voice soft but steady. Studying, training, everything. I just need a little time to clear my head. After a brief pause, she glanced at him again, her eyes searching his face. You're going to keep working for the Baldoni mercenary corps, right? Derek nodded calmly. Yes, I suppose so. Hearing that, Ellen shifted her chair slightly closer, closing the distance between them. The movement caught Derek off guard, and he instinctively leaned back, unsure of her intent. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and with a soft, almost playful smile, she asked, You'll come again if I call you, won't you? To teach me magic. Derek paused, studying her unusual sincerity. Then, with a small, reassuring smile, he replied, Of course, though. I'm not sure there's much left for me to teach you. Ellen leaned back, stretching her arms lazily as a teasing grin replaced her earlier seriousness. Geez, what's with that humility? That doesn't sound like you at all. Then her voice brightened, carrying a gentle warmth as she looked up at the sky. Winter's finally ending. It felt longer than usual, didn't it, Derek? As the day faded, the scene shifted to Belden's tier, now alive with a warm glow of lantern light against the night. The atmosphere inside was lively, filled with chatter and laughter. At one table, Pellini sat confidently, finishing a card game with a triumphant grin. Her opponent groaned in defeat while she basked in her victory, her expression shamelessly greedy and satisfied. Just then, the door opened and Derek stepped inside. The moment Pellini noticed him, she immediately raised her hand, waving energetically. Derek, his uncle also looked over, recognizing him at once. Derek stepped in fully, a calm smile on his face as he greeted them. I'm back. It was a simple statement, but it carried a quiet sense of return, like someone stepping back into a familiar rhythm after time away. Morning came quickly, and with it, a carriage sped along the open road beneath the rising sun. The horses moved steadily, their hooves striking the ground, in a rhythmic cadence as they carried their passenger toward Ebelstein. Inside, Belmeard sat in silence, his gaze fixed ahead, his expression unreadable, but focused. There was purpose in his journey, something that demanded his presence. Meanwhile, back at Ellen's residence, the young lady slept peacefully in her room, wrapped in a rare moment of rest. The quiet was suddenly broken by a knock at her door. Half asleep, she groaned and pulled a pillow over her head. Come on. I said I'm resting starting today. No lessons, no interruptions. Outside, her maid hesitated before speaking nervously. My lady, I think you need to come out and see this. Ellen sighed heavily, dragging herself out of bed with clear reluctance. No, just tell them I'm not here. Still muttering, she walked to the door and opened it with an annoyed expression. Didn't you hear me? From today. Her words stopped instantly. Standing before her was her father, Belmeard, smiling brightly, his eyes glistening with emotion. Ellen, he said warmly, his voice filled with affection. It's been far too long. My pride, my jewel, my treasure. The shock hit her all at once. Without thinking, Ellen slammed the door shut. Inside, panic erupted. Why is father here? She thought, her heart racing. After a moment, she forced herself to calm down, pressing her hand against the door as she tried to steady her voice. Father, what brings you all the way here? She called out, attempting to sound composed. I'll change my clothes and come out shortly. Please wait a moment. Outside, Belmeard chuckled softly, still smiling to himself despite the abrupt reception. A few minutes later, under a now brighter sky, the two sat together with tea laid out between them. Belmeard spoke calmly, his tone measured. The young lady of the Duplain family. She must have been quite a formidable opponent. Ellen gave a small, slightly nervous smile, waving her hand lightly. Yes, but I learned a lot from her. Taking a sip of tea, Belmeard continued, his voice thoughtful. If that mercenary teaches so well, it would be best to keep him exclusively at our estate. Ellen blinked in surprise at the suggestion. But the vassals might oppose it, she said hesitantly. Belmeard laughed softly, his confidence unwavering. Don't worry. Is there anything I wouldn't do for you? Just trust your father. His words carried warmth and certainty, and Ellen couldn't help but blush, her eyes softening as she smiled. The scene shifted once more, descending into the dim depths of the Ebelstein dungeon. Flickering light cast long shadows across the stone walls, and the echoes of battle rang through the cavern. Paulini stood ready, her bow drawn as she released an arrow that struck a goblin cleanly. As it fell, her expression suddenly changed. "Derek, behind you!" she shouted. A goblin leapt forward with a wild scream, aiming straight for Derek. He reacted instantly, sword in one hand as he began to gather mana with the other. But something was wrong. His mana wavered, shattering, shifting unpredictably. His eyes widened in shock as a strange sensation overtook him. Without hesitation, he turned, forming a red sphere of mana in his palm. Dark energy flickered around it, unstable yet powerful. At the same time, he attempted to cast what should have been a 3-star fireball. Instead, his mana transformed wildly, erupting into a blazing, uncontrolled force. Acting on instinct, Derek released it toward the airborne goblin. "Derek!" Paulini cried out again as the spell exploded, a massive burst of energy shaking the entire dungeon. Even outside, the surge of mana could be felt. By nightfall, tension filled Belden's tier. The earlier energy had faded, replaced by uneasy silence. "What?" Derek almost died. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Paulini, usually lazy and carefree, now looked unusually serious, her eyes narrowed. "Don't even get me started," she muttered. "Are all mages like this? Who tries a 3-star spell while hunting goblins?" Derek's uncle stared at him in shock, while Derek himself lowered his head, troubled. Looking at his hands, he spoke quietly. "In the middle of it, I felt something strange, an inconsistency. Just like when I first reached the 2nd star. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. There's no need to be anxious about being stuck." Derek turned sharply. A man stepped forward from the shadows, his presence calm yet overwhelming. "There's no need to force your way through." The man continued. "Didn't the School of the Wild originally pursue natural flow?" As he spoke, all eyes turned toward him. Reaching up, he removed his hood. "Of course, such advice rarely works on mages like you." Derek's thoughts raced. He couldn't sense even a trace of mana from the man, and yet, standing before him was someone extraordinary. The Wandering Spirit, Drius Wolftail, the greatest 6-star search-type mage. With a calm expression, Drius spoke casually. "If you have any decent alcohol, bring it out. My travels have been exhausting. Under the glow of a full moon." The scene shifted to the Duplain estate. The training grounds were bathed in pale silver light as Lady Della stood at the center, focusing intently. Ice mana gathered around her, swirling as she chanted softly. With effort, she shaped it into sharp arrows, forming 5 in total. But when she tried to push further, her mana destabilized. It shattered abruptly, the arrows breaking apart mid-air. Exhausted and frustrated, she dropped to her knees. "What the heck is this? So annoying." A light laugh followed. Her brother Reg approached, clearly amused. "I thought you matured a little, but your temper hasn't changed at all." Startled, Della looked up. "When did you get here?" Reg smiled thoughtfully. "Still, 5 arrows. Not bad. Is that thanks to a good teacher?" Della turned away stubbornly. "That's just my talent. What does that selfish guy Derek have to do with it?" Reg crossed his arms calmly. "It seems Lady Aisline plans to hire him as her teacher." Della's eyes widened. "What? No way. What if she gets treated the same way I did?" Reg shook his head lightly. "Don't say things that could cause misunderstandings. I also heard Lady Allen wants to keep him as well." Della frowned, confused. "Why is he so popular?" Reg smirked. "He managed to turn you into a proper person. Of course he's in demand." Della immediately snapped back before pausing. "Yeah, I guess I was a handful." Reg chuckled. "Wouldn't it be better if he chose Aisline? Then you might get to see him again. Derek, you seem to miss." Della's cheeks flushed red. "Who said I want to see him?" Reg shrugged with a grin. "Sure, I'll believe that." Elsewhere, in a quiet room, Lady Denise sat alone, calm and composed. She read a book with serene focus, an apple resting in her hand. Unlike the others, she seemed untouched by the rising competition and shifting ambitions. But beneath that stillness, her thoughts ran deeper than they appeared. At Belden's tier, the atmosphere was calm and heavy with silence. The faint scent of alcohol drifted through the tavern while dim. Lantern light flickered against the wooden walls. Sitting quietly near the corner, Drius Wolftail slowly drank the wine he had ordered, his expression unreadable from beginning to end. Beside him sat Derek, unable to hide his curiosity. Even after all this time, he still found it difficult to believe that a mage of Drius' caliber was casually sitting in a small tavern like this. A 6-star mage, a man whose name alone carried fear across the empire. Derek quietly observed him while countless thoughts filled his mind. Why would someone like him appear here? Why speak to someone like me? After finishing his drink, Drius calmly placed the glass down on the table. He rested a finger against his chin before slowly turning his gaze toward Derek. "Your name is Derek, correct?" Derek straightened slightly before nodding. "Yes, that's correct." The moment those words left Drius' mouth, surprise flashed across Derek's face. "He knows who I am." Drius folded his arms calmly and spoke again in his usual composed tone. If it isn't too troublesome, would you mind speaking with me privately? Just the two of us. Derek looked at him for a moment before silently agreeing. Soon, the scene shifted outside. Belden's terror. Night had already fallen over Ebelstein, and the streets were quiet beneath the cold breeze. Drius walked slowly through the empty road while holding his staff, his footsteps calm and steady. Derek followed behind him in silence, carefully listening to every word the legendary mage spoke. Your talent in magic is exceptional, Drius said without turning around. Though I imagine you've rarely heard those words, because of how naturally skilled you already are. Derek remained quiet. Then Drius asked another question. Why do you work so hard? For the first time, Derek looked slightly uncertain. What is it you hope to achieve by learning magic? After a brief silence, Derek answered honestly. I don't really have some grand ambition. The moment I discovered even a little talent within myself, I simply became curious. I wanted to know how far I could go. Drius slowly turned his head toward him. For a brief moment, he stared directly into Derek's eyes before a faint smile appeared on his face. As a commoner, if you wish to rise higher than where you stand now, his voice became heavier. You are still lacking. Derek's expression stiffened slightly. Then Drius calmly continued. Would it trouble you if I helped you? The moment those words were spoken, Derek's eyes widened in disbelief. A 6-star mage, Drius Wolftail himself, wanted to teach him. There was no reason to refuse. But behind that calm appearance existed a terrifying history that every noble in the empire knew well. Drius Wolftail had been born a mere commoner. Unlike nobles blessed with wealth, status, and magical education from birth, he possessed nothing except talent. Yet even so, he advanced through the world of magic at an unbelievable pace. By adulthood, he had already reached the 2-star realm. When he eventually started a family, he rose even further and became a 3-star mage. For ordinary commoners, he became a symbol of hope, proof that birth did not completely determine one's future. His village eventually transformed into a gathering place for commoner mages who admired him. Too many people, it became an ivory tower where commoners could finally dream of standing beside nobles through magic alone. But that hope did not last. In the year Drius reached the 4-star realm, tragedy descended upon him. One storm-filled night beneath heavy rain, Drius returned home after finishing his work. Water dripped from his clothes as thunder echoed across the dark sky. But the moment he opened the door to his home, everything changed. The bodies of his family lay before him. Blood stained the floor. Every member of his family had been murdered. Not long afterward, several nobles gathered together inside a luxurious hall, casually discussing the incident, while drinking expensive wine as though nothing important had happened. Has Drius finally calmed down? One noble asked with amusement. Yes, Count, another noble replied confidently. Drius Wolftail has gone into hiding. Those arrogant commoner mages have quieted down as well. Another noble laughed while swirling the wine inside his glass. How vulgar. Commoners really should learn their place. Honestly, why are they so greedy for magic in the first place? As he turned toward the bearded noble beside him to continue speaking, his expression suddenly froze. A severed head flew across the room. Blood splattered through the air. Standing there silently was Drius Wolftail. No chance, no grand spells. Using nothing but fingers reinforced with magic, he had sliced the noble's head clean off. The remaining noble immediately trembled in terror. Drius Wolftail. But Drius' eyes contained nothing except murderous intent. With a single movement, he severed the noble's legs. The man collapsed onto the floor, screaming in agony while blood spread beneath him. Fear completely consumed him as he desperately crawled backward. Please, spare me. I'm sorry, please. But Drius ignored every word. Another attack followed. Blood sprayed violently through the room alongside horrifying screams. Then silence remained. From that day onward, Drius lived as a hunted man. For 30 long years, both the imperial family and the nobility pursued him relentlessly. Yet despite being cornered again and again, he never fell. Instead, he continued growing stronger. Eventually, he surpassed the 5-star realm and reached the level of a 6-star mage. Only then did the empire finally understand the truth. If they continued treating Drius Wolftail as an enemy, the kingdom itself could collapse. In the end, the imperial family acknowledged that his revenge had been justified. To preserve their authority and avoid further bloodshed, they granted him a noble title. Thus, Drius Wolftail became a man who obtained nobility through power alone. Back in the present, Derek looked toward Drius with disbelief still lingering in his eyes. And now, that very man wished to teach him. The scene then shifted toward the noble district of Ebelstein. Inside the Grand Conference Hall of Cleon Hall, Grand Duke Veltus Enerkelocus calmly waved his hand while speaking toward Raymond Osso Duplain. Grand Duke Duplain, if you intend to expand north of the Belcos Peninsula, you should remain cautious of the labyrinth within the White Zone. A faint smile appeared on his face. If necessary, I can dispatch my knights to assist you. Raymond Osso Duplain quietly held a chess piece between his fingers before responding. The knights you speak of, his tone sharpened. Are they perhaps those lowly mercenaries? The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly froze. Anger appeared across Veltus's face while a powerful aura spread throughout the room. It must be difficult, maintaining such vast territory using nothing but private soldiers, he replied coldly. If it becomes too burdensome, perhaps surrendering that territory would be wiser. Raymond slowly released his own aura in response. Sharp eyes stared directly at Veltus while tension filled the conference room. Beside them, Belmiard hurriedly raised his hands in panic. Now, since both of you have come all the way to Ebelstein, perhaps visiting your children first would be better. Raymond turned toward him. Speaking of children, I heard your daughter Alant fought evenly against Eislein. Belmiard immediately smiled with pride. Yes, although she unfortunately lost, her talent is finally beginning to bloom. With proper guidance from a skilled instructor, I'm certain she someday surpass Lady Eislein. Raymond remained silent briefly before calmly adjusting his glasses. A skilled instructor. His eyes narrowed slightly. You mean Derek? Belmiard's smile slowly faded, but Raymond continued speaking calmly. If Derek were to become Eislein's instructor instead, then Alant would never surpass her. A dangerous magical aura instantly spread throughout the room. Belmiard smiled coldly. Ho ho. And what makes you believe such a thing would happen? His bond with Alant is already quite deep. Raymond released his own aura in response. Do you truly think he's the type of man who acts based on personal feelings? He asked sharply. You clearly understand nothing about his character. As the two continued clashing verbally, Grand Duke Veltus quietly observed everything from the side. Just who exactly is this Derek? For two men of this status to desperately fight over him, he could not ignore it. After thinking for a moment, Veltus narrowed his eyes. I should have Denise investigate him personally. The scene then returned to Belden's tier the following morning. Warm sunlight poured through the tavern windows as the front door suddenly opened. Belmiard entered alongside several subordinates. The moment Derek's uncle noticed him, his welcoming smile immediately stiffened with nervousness. Belmiard calmly placed a hand against his chin. Are you the commander of this mercenary corps? Derek's uncle hurriedly brought out an expensive bottle of wine while trying to remain polite. Belmiard folded his arms and spoke seriously. Since there was no response to the letter sent by my head butler, I decided to come personally. I sincerely apologize, the uncle replied nervously. The truth is, Derek has been missing for several days. Belmiard's expression changed slightly. Missing? We've searched everywhere for him. The uncle continued anxiously. A few days ago, he suddenly announced that he was refusing all requests, then disappeared without explanation. Belmiard quietly fell into thought. Has Duplain taken him already? Or perhaps Veltus? But after carefully considering the situation, he rejected the possibility. No. There was no information suggesting either of them had moved yet. His eyes sharpened. Then I'll simply have to find him myself. The scene shifted once more toward the outskirts of Ebelstein near the residence of Grand Duke Veltus. Denise sat comfortably on a chair while casually eating an apple. In her other hand was a letter she had been reading quietly. After finishing it, she glanced toward her maid. When did this arrive? It was delivered early this morning. The maid answered respectfully. The patriarch said it was extremely urgent. Denise lowered her eyes toward the letter once again. Hurry and locate the man named Derek. Recruit him as your instructor at all cost. She sighed softly while staring at the apple in her hand. I suppose father is panicking, she muttered quietly. That mercenary's value is probably at its lowest right now. A faint smile appeared on her lips. How troublesome. But then her thoughts drifted elsewhere entirely. Still, today was an incredibly important day. Excitement slowly filled her eyes as she removed her glasses. The newest novel by the great author. A slight blush spread across her cheeks. The lady submits to the cold. Grand Duke's ice great sword. Her imagination immediately began running wild. But what exactly is the ice great sword? She pressed a hand against her cheek, while smiling excitedly. I absolutely need to know. Without hesitation. Denise suddenly stood up. Well, if I ignore father now, he'll only continue nagging me later anyway. She turned toward her. Maid. Bella. Yes, my lady. Prepare my clothes. Denise smiled calmly while picking up the letter once more. I'm heading out. There was someone she needed to meet. As night slowly descended upon the outskirts of Ramhill, the great cave of Lasps fell into complete silence. A freezing wind swept across the mountain paths, while thin layers of frost spread over the stone walls surrounding the cave entrance. Deep inside the cave, far away from the cold world outside, Derek and Dries sat facing one another in complete stillness. Both of them remained seated cross-legged on the frozen ground while Dries kept his eyes closed, his expression calm and peaceful. Then, in a low and steady voice, he finally spoke. Close your eyes and release your mana like a thin mist. Do not force it. Let it flow naturally. Then feel the sensation of your mana touching the world around you before it returns. Hearing those instructions, Derek slowly closed his eyes and began following them exactly. A faint wave of mana quietly spread outward from his body, flowing through the dark cave like invisible fog. It brushed across the cold stone walls, touched the scattered rocks beneath the water, and drifted through every corner of the cavern. Before returning to him little by little, Drais continued speaking while calmly observing him. What you are doing now is the foundation of search-type magic. At 1-star level, It is only capable of simple threat detection. At 2-star, you can locate people and sense magical energy from afar. At 3-star, you gain the ability to see through disguises and deception. At 4-star, you begin to perceive the intentions hidden within your opponent's heart. At 5-star, you can communicate with the dead themselves for the first time. Drace slowly opened his eyes. His gaze remained completely calm as he added, and at 6-star, you gain the power to see the future. Derek's eyes slowly opened at those words. A faint look of disbelief crossed his face as he quietly repeated, "See, the future." Drace folded his hands together and nodded without hesitation. "That is correct. I saw the future myself, and that is why I came to find you. Because I need you." Silence filled the cave for a brief moment before Derek spoke again. "Then tell me, what exactly happens to me in that future?" Drace's eyes rested directly on him as he answered. "You know of a man named Valerian, don't you? The eldest son of House Duplain." The moment Derek heard that name, his expression stiffened in surprise. Drace calmly continued, "Before you reach adulthood, he will begin practicing necromancy. That is why you must kill him." A cold silence spread through the cave. Derek's eyes narrowed slightly while countless thoughts rushed through his mind. After remaining silent for several moments, he finally asked, "Why would he study necromancy? What exactly is he trying to do?" However, Drace only shook his head slightly. "I cannot tell you any more than this. That is the nature of the future itself. The more recklessly someone learns about what lies ahead, the more unstable and unpredictable those events become." His voice grew quieter as he added one final statement. "There is one more thing I can tell you. In the future, you are destined to die." The cave became completely silent once again. Yet surprisingly, Derek showed almost no reaction to those words. Drace looked slightly surprised by his calmness. "You do not appear shocked," he said. Derek lowered his gaze for a moment before calmly replying, "You said I was destined to die, but you never said that I would definitely die." For the first time, a genuine smile appeared across Drace's face. Slowly rising to his feet, he looked down at Derek with clear approval in his eyes. "Correct," he answered, "and I have no intention of allowing you to die either." As he turned away, glowing magical symbols suddenly began forming around his hand. The mana flowing through the cave instantly became heavier than before. "You must survive," Drace continued. "But to survive, you must become far stronger than you are now." He stepped toward the opening high above the cave and slowly raised his hand toward the dark night sky. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of mana exploded upward from his body like a pillar of light. The immense energy pierced through the darkness above the mountain and reached toward the moon hidden behind thick clouds. Drace focused deeply as his mana connected directly with the moon itself. Suddenly, the entire sky trembled. The clouds scattered apart instantly as though pushed away by an invisible force, revealing the bright full moon above the mountains. Brilliant moonlight poured down across Ramhal Hill, illuminating the frozen cliffs, the snowy landscape, and the massive cave below. Moments later, the mana returned calmly to Drace's body as though nothing had happened at all. Watching such overwhelming power unfold before his eyes, Derek could only stare in stunned silence. The scene then shifted toward Ebelstein. A luxurious carriage slowly rolled through the city streets before finally coming to a stop. The carriage door opened gracefully, and Lady Denise stepped out, alongside her maid Bella. The moment nearby, pedestrians noticed Denise's beauty. Many immediately turned their heads toward her with stunned expressions. Several people could not even hide the blush spreading across their faces. Denise calmly glanced around before speaking to the carriage driver. "I will walk from here. Stay behind and rest for now." The driver immediately lowered his head, respectfully. "Yes, my lady." As Denise and Bella began walking through the streets, Denise noticed the countless stares surrounding her. With a proud smile, she turned toward Bella. "Bella, why is everyone staring at me?" Bella lowered her head slightly before replying in a calm voice. "I wonder why, my lady." Denise placed a hand against her cheek dramatically. "Could it be because I'm pretty?" Bella glanced toward her with narrowed eyes before answering honestly. "My lady, your room is always a disaster. You rarely wash properly, and most of your time is spent lying around while reading books. Your normal appearance is already quite something." Then, after giving a polite bow, she calmly added, "But I believe you are even worse whenever you start acting like this." Denise looked completely offended. "Oh, Bella, you truly are talented at making jokes." "I was not joking," Bella answered without hesitation. Then her expression became more serious. "Shouldn't we hurry? What if another family recruits that man named Derek first?" Denise waved her hand dismissively. "Do not worry. Even if I move slowly, I am still faster than everyone else." Bella sighed deeply. "You are always late for your lessons." Though, Denise ignored the comment completely, as she narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. "You said that mercenary rejected every offer and suddenly disappeared, correct?" Bella blinked. "Did you even hear what I just said?" But Denise had already sunk deeply into her own thoughts. He is not someone who values money above everything else. So, why would he suddenly vanish? She placed one hand beneath her chin while continuing to analyze the situation. For someone capable of using magic at such a young age, there are only a few possibilities. Magic itself must be the reason. Either he discovered an extraordinary grimoire, or he found an incredible teacher. A faint smile slowly formed on her lips. If that is the case, then naturally he would no longer waste time working as a mercenary. Her eyes sharpened further as another thought crossed her mind. But he willingly left the Duplain mansion, didn't he? There is no better place for studying magic than the Duplain household. She paused briefly, before her smile widened. Which means, he found something even greater than House Duplain. Suddenly Bella interrupted her thoughts. Lady Denise, we've arrived. Denise snapped back to reality and slowly lifted her gaze toward the building standing before them. Belden's Terror. Inside the shop, Derek's Uncle Bisley handled his daily work until the sound of the door opening caused him to look up with a welcoming smile. Welcome, however, the moment he recognized Denise, his expression immediately stiffened with nervousness. Denise calmly observed him before suddenly asking, "That old mage came here recently, didn't he?" For a moment, Derek's uncle froze awkwardly. "Pardon," but before he could properly answer, Denise suddenly smiled brightly as though she had already confirmed the truth herself. "Thank you for the answer," she said gracefully. Then she turned toward Bella. "Let's go. I need to check the carriage transit records." "Yes, my lady," Bella replied. As the two women left the store, Derek's uncle nervously rubbed the back of his neck while watching them disappear into the distance. The scene then shifted toward the coachman's guild located within Ebelstein's commercial district. Denise sat calmly at a table while Bella searched through numerous travel records spread before them. After a while, Bella finally asked, "My lady, how did you know Sir Dreist had visited?" Denise flipped through one of the documents before calmly replying. It was obvious. That mercenary willingly abandoned the mansion of a 5-star mage. Someone that's serious about magic would never do such a thing unless something even greater appeared before him. She continued turning the pages while speaking confidently, which means only a 6-star mage could possibly attract his interest. A proud smile appeared on her face. And I just happened to know that a 6-star mage was recently heading toward Ebelstein, so I simply took a guess. She leaned back proudly before adding, and that old man fell for it perfectly. After a short pause, Denise turned toward Bella with sparkling eyes. Could it be that I'm actually smart? Bella stared at her silently before answering. You almost never use your brain properly, so I cannot say for certain. Denise dramatically placed a hand over her chest. Oh my. Bella, your words wound me deeply. I am simply being objective, Bella replied calmly. Denise sighed heavily. Being this talented is exhausting. Sometimes I wish I could just be incompetent instead. Bella smiled faintly. Do you actually enjoy it when people talk back to you, my lady? Denise grinned proudly. Really now? You only ever notice my beautiful side. Bella sighed once again. You truly never listen to anything I say. Then her expression became serious. But even if we find him first, can we really recruit him? I heard that both House Duplain and House Belmiard are searching for him as well. Denise suddenly lifted one of the records with a confident smile. Oh, Bella, that is actually the easiest part. Bella looked suspicious. You have a plan? Denise suddenly blushed slightly before revealing a mischievous smile. A honey trap. Bella instantly froze with embarrassment. Denise proudly continued. He's just a hot-blooded young man, isn't he? There's no way he could reject a beauty like me. Impossible. Bella stared at her blankly before replying flatly. But your competition is Lady Iseline. Denise froze completely. Bella, why would you say something so cruel? She asked with a wounded expression. Then she immediately grabbed Bella's shoulders desperately. I'm prettier, right? Tell me I'm prettier. Bella let out another exhausted sigh. This is the only thing you ever truly listen to. A moment later, Bella suddenly pointed toward one of the records. I found it. Denise quickly grabbed the document and read through it carefully. Her playful expression disappeared instantly. 1 week ago, a boy in robes using a travel pass. Her eyes narrowed sharply. Destination: the outskirts of Rammelhill. Last, Great Cave. The scene shifted back toward the Great Cave itself, where Derek continued training under Drace Wolftail's guidance. Sitting cross-legged upon the frozen ground, Derek focused deeply while controlling the flow of mana surrounding him. Across from him, Drace silently observed every movement. Then suddenly his expression changed slightly. It seems someone has arrived, he said calmly. They appear to belong to House Veltis. They are likely searching for you. Derek slowly opened his eyes in surprise. The center of the cave remained covered in thick ice while water continuously dripped from above, echoing throughout the darkness. Meanwhile, deeper inside the cave entrance, Denise and Bella carefully stepped through the freezing water. Every movement caused small splashes to echo around them. Bella trembled nervously as she whispered, Lady Denise, perhaps we should not go any farther. Maybe we should report this to the Patriarch and return with soldiers instead. Denise lifted the edge of her soaked dress slightly while continuing forward without hesitation. I cannot do that, she replied firmly. If we bring soldiers, I will receive no credit for finding him myself. Then she glanced back toward Bella. Besides, if soldiers begin moving around, another house may notice us. After all our hard work, someone else could steal the reward. Suddenly Bella pointed ahead in terror. My lady, over there. Denise immediately turned toward the darkness ahead, her expression stiffening. Two glowing red eyes slowly appeared within the shadows. Bella panicked instantly. It's a monster. Denise immediately stepped protectively in front of her maid despite the fear visible in her own trembling hands. Bella, stay behind me. Her mind raced with unease. Wasn't this cave supposed to have been completely cleared already? Although she lacked confidence in offensive magic, she still raised her hand and immediately began chanting a spell. Behind her, Bella remained frozen in fear. Slowly, the figure hidden in the darkness stepped forward into the faint moonlight. The terrifying red eyes were finally revealed to belong to Derek himself. He calmly emerged from the shadows while staring directly at Denise. Denise's eyes widened in disbelief. The mercenary, she whispered softly. Derek stopped before them and calmly asked, what brings someone like Lady Denise to such a humble place? Silence echoed briefly through the cave as Denise slowly lowered her hand and canceled the spell she had been preparing. Then, little by little, a beautiful smile spread across her face. As she gazed directly at Derek, a single confident thought crossed her mind. Now then, it's time to make him mine. Derek then looked at her and replied calmly, indeed. What a pleasant conversation. Hearing that, Denise was left completely stunned for a moment. Beside them, Bella stood quietly with a faint smile on her face, clearly enjoying the situation. Denise quickly gathered herself before speaking again in a softer and far more graceful tone. Actually, I can't tell you how many times I've met you in my dreams. I've heard that you are incredibly talented both as a mage and as an instructor as well. So, how should I put it? If I could be taught by you, Derek, I think I would be so happy. The moment she finished speaking, Derek stared at her with a completely expressionless face before bluntly asking, why are you speaking in such a theatrical tone? Are you practicing for a play because the cave echoes? The instant those words came out of his mouth, Bella, who had been desperately trying to hold back her laughter from the side, finally lost control and burst out laughing loudly throughout the cave. Denise immediately turned toward her with an embarrassed expression. Inside her mind, she could hardly believe what was happening. So the shy, beautiful girl act doesn't work on him? Still refusing to give up, Denise quickly composed herself again before speaking in a far more serious tone. I felt many things after watching the duel between Lady Aisline and Lady Ellen. As one of the Rosy trio, I felt like I was the only one falling behind. I became anxious, thinking that eventually everyone else would continue growing, while I remained stuck in the same place. At that moment, the narration described her perfectly as a desperate, pitiful beauty. Denise slowly moved closer toward Derek while speaking, the distance between them becoming dangerously small. Her face was now so close to his that she could practically feel his breathing. Meanwhile, inside her mind, completely different thoughts were running wild. Oh my, we're so close. He can probably feel my breath now. His heart must be pounding, right? There's no way he'll be able to refuse me after this. However, the very next moment, Derek suddenly pushed her backward without the slightest hesitation. Denise's eyes widened in complete shock. Then, in a calm and indifferent voice, Derek said, I'm not so sure. He looked directly at her before continuing. From what I've seen, Lady Denise, you don't actually seem to have much interest in magic. Derek continued speaking in his usual calm and emotionless tone. Earlier, you mistook me for a monster and cast ice spear, didn't you? It was clumsy, very clumsy. The flow of mana, the speed of your incantation, not a single part of it was properly prepared. He looked directly at Denise as he continued mercilessly analyzing her magic. Your basic mana capacity is excellent, but it's completely unorganized. That alone shows how little you normally practice magic. Hearing those words, Denise was left utterly shocked. For the first time since meeting him, she found herself completely speechless. She could not think of a single thing to say in response. Meanwhile, from behind her, Bella quietly gave a small thumbs up toward Derek as if praising him for seeing through everything so perfectly. Without changing his expression, Derek continued, let me give you a piece of advice. In front of someone who is truly serious about magic, do not speak of sincerity with lies. Some people would consider that an insult. Those words struck Denise harder than she expected. She had absolutely no reply left. After saying that, Derek slowly turned around and began walking away. Even while leaving, he spoke one final time without looking back. I don't know why you need me, but it doesn't seem to be for magic. I do not accept requests from people whose true intentions I cannot understand. Denise immediately reached out toward him as panic briefly appeared on her face. Derek, wait a moment. First of all, however, Derek suddenly stopped walking and replied before she could even finish. Find someone more capable than a lowly mercenary like me. That would be far more suitable for someone of your status, my lady. After saying those final words, he quietly walked away into the distance. Denise remained standing there in complete silence, unable to move for several moments. The confidence and charm she had tried so hard to maintain earlier had completely disappeared, leaving behind only confusion and frustration. The scene then shifted outside the cave. Night was slowly beginning to fall, and the cold evening air spread across the area. A temporary camp had already been set up nearby with several tents, while a warm campfire burned brightly in the center. Denise sat quietly beside the fire, staring silently into the flames as her thoughts remained unsettled from everything that had happened earlier. After watching her silently for a while, Bella finally spoke with a worried expression. "Are you really going to be okay, Lady Denise?" Denise replied with a determined expression on her face. "If I back down now, another house will simply snatch him away. I have to win him over as soon as possible." Hearing that, Bella lowered her head slightly and spoke in a worried voice. "Please don't push yourself too hard. I'll be leaving now." Before Bella could walk away, Denise suddenly called out to her again. "Bella." Her voice softened slightly as guilt appeared in her eyes. "I know you suffer because I'm always being selfish." She paused briefly before continuing almost pleadingly. "But this is such an important favor. I truly hope you'll do this for me. Tomorrow, when you come back, please bring volume 4 of the Duke's Pillar of Fire Melts the Commoner Lady." Bella could not even find the words to respond anymore. She simply stood there silently, completely exhausted by Denise's strange obsession. The scene then shifted to the next day. Derek was quietly sitting, alone in his usual place, when he suddenly heard the sound of approaching footsteps. A few moments later, Denise appeared while struggling to carry a massive box all the way toward him. Inside the box were piles of books, several magic crystals, snacks, and all kinds of supplies. Seeing the enormous amount of items she had brought, Derek looked at her with confusion before asking, "What exactly is all this?" Denise quickly replied while trying to catch her breath, "It's nothing special. There isn't much I can personally do, but I'll support you however I can so you can focus entirely on your magic training." Derek immediately answered in his usual blunt tone, "Doing this won't change anything." However, Denise simply smiled at him. "That's okay. I feel like I'm growing just by watching you, so please, don't mind me." But inside her mind, her real thoughts were completely different. If you're human, eventually you'll grow attached to someone who gives you this much attention. Go ahead and like me as much as you want. Feel grateful all you want. In the end, I'll be the one laughing. After staring at the box for a moment, Derek calmly said, "Then I will accept this gratefully." The moment he picked up all the supplies, Denise's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He took it. He took the bait. But before she could celebrate for too long, Derek casually continued speaking while already eating some of the snacks she had brought. "Though I still won't become your teacher." The instant she heard that, Denise completely froze. "He's rejecting me while literally eating everything right in front of me. What kind of person even is this?" The next day, Denise appeared once again with a bright smile on her face as if nothing from the previous days had discouraged her at all. "Derek, I brought some food and magic crystals for you today." However, before she could even properly present them, Derek calmly responded as though he had already memorized the routine. "Thank you, though I still won't become your teacher." The following day, she returned once again without fail. "Good morning. Our head chef personally prepared a full-course meal for you, Derek." Yet once again, the answer she received was completely merciless. "Thanks. I still won't do it though." But even after that, Denise stubbornly refused to give up. The next day, she arrived carrying a massive refined mana crystal in both hands. Her face was full of confidence as she proudly showed it to him. "Derek, look at this. It's refined ore. I thought it might be useful for your magic training." Derek immediately reached out his hand toward the crystal without hesitation. "You can leave it here." For a brief second, Denise's eyes sparkled with hope, but then he added calmly, "I still won't do it though." The instant she returned to her own area afterward, Denise completely lost control of her emotions. In frustration, she slammed her fist directly into a nearby pillar, instantly cracking and partially destroying it. "That selfish exploiter," she shouted furiously. "If I'm being this nice to him, shouldn't he at least pretend to be a little moved?" Just then, Belle suddenly came running toward her with a panicked expression. "Lady Denise, we have a problem." Still furious, Denise turned toward her irritably. "You're telling me there's an even bigger problem than this?" Belle quickly explained. "The head butler of House Duplain is heading this way right now." The moment Denise heard that, her expression changed instantly. "Belle, let's hide for now." Belle looked around nervously before asking, "But what about the tent?" "Oh, I don't know. They'll probably just assume it belongs to Derek anyway. Just hide." Without wasting another second, both of them hurried away and concealed themselves nearby. A few moments later, the scene revealed the arrival of the butler along with a massive group of attendants and guards behind him. The sight was so overwhelming that Denise could only stare in disbelief from her hiding place. What is this? Are they going to war or something? The scene then shifted inside, where Derek finally met the butler face to face. The butler respectfully handed him a letter. Derek quietly opened it and began reading its contents. Inside was an official request asking him to become Lady Aisline's personal magic instructor. After reading it, Derek calmly replied, "It would be an honor." The instant Denise heard those words from her hiding spot, she completely lost her mind in shock and rage. After hearing everything, the butler turned toward Derek and asked calmly, I see. Then, will you prepare to leave with us immediately? However, to everyone's surprise, Derek refused without even a moment of hesitation. The answer came so suddenly that Denise was left completely stunned. She could hardly believe what she had just heard. Derek remained firm and respectfully replied, only after I finish my training, though. I'm not sure when that will happen. His voice carried neither arrogance nor disrespect, only determination. Seeing that persuasion alone would not work, the head butler tried another approach and asked, what if I increase the payment? Yet even that failed to change Derek's mind. He lowered his head slightly and answered, I'm sorry, at my current level, I cannot be of much help to Lady Aisline. I do not wish to teach magic half-heartedly. His words were sincere and honest. He truly believed that his abilities were not yet sufficient and that accepting such a responsibility now would only disappoint the person he was meant to help. Nearby, Denise quietly listened to the entire conversation. Hearing Derek speak about teaching magic caused her to lower her head as well. Unlike him, she had never been fond of magic, and the topic itself made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. The atmosphere became unusually quiet as everyone absorbed Derek's unwavering decision. Soon afterward, the scene shifted to the mansion, where Aisline was spending her day. The moment she heard the news, her eyes widened with surprise and excitement. Oh, really? You found where Derek is? She asked immediately. Her attendant nodded and replied, yes, Lady Aisline. Yesterday evening, the head butler went to see him personally. Upon hearing that, Aisline looked even more surprised. Oh, you should have told me. I was going to ask him myself, she said, clearly disappointed that she had not learned about it sooner. However, that disappointment quickly turned into excitement. A bright smile appeared on her face as she rose from her seat and declared, I must go now. Please gather the swiftest soldiers. Her enthusiasm was impossible to hide. She seemed eager to meet Derek as soon as possible and had no intention of wasting a single moment. However, her personal maid looked worried and quickly tried to stop her. But, Lady Aisline, the terrain is very rough, she said cautiously. Despite the warning, Aisline's excitement showed no sign of fading. The mere thought of finally meeting Derek again had filled her with determination, and it seemed that not even the difficult journey ahead would be enough to change her mind. Aisline smiled brightly and replied without the slightest hesitation, this is about welcoming my teacher. The student should go in person. Her voice was filled with excitement and determination. To her, this was not something that could be entrusted to servants or soldiers alone. Derek was someone she respected deeply, and she believed that if she truly wished to welcome him, then she had to do it herself. No difficult road or troublesome journey could change her mind. The thought of meeting her teacher again had already filled her heart with anticipation, making her more eager than ever to depart. As the day came to an end, the scene shifted to nighttime. A quiet camp had been set up beneath the dark sky, and the flames of a campfire flickered softly against the cold air. Denise sat silently in front of the fire, staring into the dancing flames. Despite sitting so close to the warmth, she still felt cold. It was not merely the chill of the night, but a strange exhaustion weighing heavily on her mind. After remaining silent for a while, she finally spoke. Let's head back tomorrow morning, Bella. Bella immediately nodded and replied, yes, I understand. You certainly give up quickly, because you're smart. There was a subtle hint of teasing in her voice. Denise slowly turned her gaze toward Bella before speaking again. Bella, you actually think I'm a fool, don't you? The sudden question caught Bella completely off guard. She hurriedly waved her hands and answered, how did you? No, of course not. What are you saying? Denise lowered her eyes slightly and hesitated before continuing. I used to achieve anything once my stubbornness kicked in, but this time paused for a moment, struggling to put her feelings into words. I don't even want to be stubborn. I feel so drained. Her voice sounded unusually weak. The confidence and determination she normally possessed seemed to have disappeared somewhere along the way. Bella looked at her quietly before finally offering her thoughts. That mercenary M.A. is not someone moved by a person's background or money. He seems to move based on a much more important value. Hearing those words, Denise fell silent once again. Her mind immediately drifted back to Derek's conversation with the head butler. She remembered his unwavering expression when he had said, at my current level, I cannot be of much help to Lady Aisline. Those words had not been spoken out of pride or arrogance. They had come from genuine sincerity. At the same time, other memories resurfaced in her mind. She recalled the battles she had witnessed and remembered the countless efforts Derek had made while training his student. Every action, every decision, and every sacrifice had been driven by a sincere desire to improve and help others. The more she thought about it, the harder it became for her to understand. Everyone she had met recently seemed to possess a level of honesty and dedication that she rarely saw in others. As she stared into the campfire, lost in her thoughts, a complicated expression appeared on her face. Countless emotions swirled within her heart as she quietly whispered to herself, just why is everyone so sincere? After that, The scene shifted deep inside the cave where Derek was continuing his training. The atmosphere was calm and silent, disturbed only by the faint sounds of stone scraping against the ground. Derek sat cross-legged in the center of the cave, completely focused on his practice. Around him, a dense flow of magical energy swirled through the air. Several stones and small objects trembled and slowly rose from the ground as he attempted to control them with his telekinetic abilities. His concentration was absolute as he pushed himself to improve little by little. Just then, footsteps echoed through the cave. Someone had entered the training area. Derek opened his eyes slightly as Denise approached him. She stopped a short distance away before speaking in a quieter voice than usual. "Sorry, I interrupted your training. Can I sit next to you?" Without showing any annoyance, Derek looked at her carefully. After observing her for a moment, he said, "You look a bit different today." Denise blinked in surprise and tilted her head slightly. "Because I'm speaking casually?" Derek shook his head. "No, your eyes." For a brief moment, Denise seemed caught off guard by his answer. Then a faint smile appeared on her face. She lifted her gaze toward the cave ceiling as if trying to organize her thoughts before finally speaking. "I'm sorry for being a nuisance all this time. I'm going to stop now." Her voice was calm, lacking the persistence and competitiveness she had always shown before. Hearing that, Derek simply nodded and replied sincerely, "Thank you for everything. I hope you find a good teacher." The moment those words left his mouth, Denise immediately made a face of disbelief. "Teacher, my foot. I hate magic." Derek looked at her quietly without interrupting. Denise let out a small sigh before continuing. "It's all politics and acting. I only tried to keep you on our side because you became famous. But you're way too proud. Since you'll go to A's line anyway, I should step out." Although her words sounded blunt, there was far less hostility behind them than before. It felt more like she was finally admitting her true feelings rather than trying to manipulate the situation. Derek remained silent for a moment before asking a simple question. "Why do you hate magic?" The question made Denise freeze briefly. "Well, She hesitated. "I used to like it a bit in the past." She stopped speaking and lowered her eyes. "No, actually, that's not it either." For the first time, she seemed completely honest with herself. After a long pause, she finally admitted the truth she had been avoiding all this time. "I just liked being praised." The cave fell silent once again. Those words carried a surprising amount of weight. Denise realized that it had never truly been magic that she loved. What she had enjoyed was the attention, admiration, and recognition that came with being talented. The praise from others had made her feel important, and somewhere along the way, she had mistaken that feeling for a genuine passion. Now, sitting beside Derek and watching someone who pursued magic solely for the sake of improvement and sincerity, she could no longer ignore that truth. For perhaps the first time in a long while, Denise was confronting her real feelings without any excuses or pretenses, and that honesty left her feeling strangely vulnerable. Denise remained quiet for a moment before finally continuing her story. Her voice was calm, but there was a faint bitterness hidden beneath it. "I studied hard while being called a genius. Then one day, the thought suddenly occurred to me. Why am I doing this? What am I even doing? So I stopped. That's all." The confession sounded surprisingly simple, yet it carried years of confusion and frustration. She had spent so much time chasing recognition that eventually, she lost sight of the reason she had started in the first place. Derek listened without interrupting. After a brief silence, he calmly replied, "One is bound to get tired of praise eventually. Denise immediately looked at him with surprise. "You're actually listening to my story. I thought I'd just be talking to myself before leaving." A faint smile appeared on her face. She slowly rose to her feet and brushed the dust from her clothes. "Safe travels." She turned around and began walking toward the cave entrance. However, after taking a few steps, she stopped without looking back. "I'm jealous." Her voice echoed softly through the cave. "I'm jealous of someone like you, who doesn't question the notion of hard work." For a moment, she remained standing there before continuing. "You'll become a great mage, won't you?" Derek simply watched her silently. A small smile formed on Denise's lips. "Well, if we ever meet, at least say hello." With those final words, she left the cave behind. As her footsteps gradually faded into the distance, the strange chapter between the two of them finally seemed to come to an end. The next morning arrived quickly. As the sun rose above the mountains, A's line finally arrived at the area with her escort. From high atop a cliff, Denise stood quietly watching the scene unfold below. The cold morning wind brushed against her hair as she observed the approaching group. She already knew what was likely to happen. Her thoughts drifted back to a conversation she had recently had at the mansion. A's line was rejected, she had asked in disbelief. Bella had nodded. Yes, he's an unpredictable person. Hearing that, Denise had fallen into thought. Because his training isn't over yet. She understood Derek's reasoning better than before. That's different from a rejection. Bella had simply continued walking and replied, "You should stop worrying about this matter now." "Right," Denise had answered with a sigh. "I suppose he'll live in a cave forever and become a bear like that legend from the East." Bella immediately corrected her. That was a bear becoming a human. The response had earned an amused look from Denise, though inwardly she was still thinking about Derek. Does he think he's the only one in the world capable of magic? Before she could continue dwelling on it, Bella suddenly informed her of something unexpected. Oh, and a guest has arrived to have a meal with you. Denise blinked in confusion. A guest? Was someone supposed to come today? She had not been informed of any visitors. Curious, she headed back toward the mansion. A short while later, she entered the dining room. The moment she stepped through the doorway, she froze. Her eyes widened in complete disbelief. Sitting calmly at the dining table, enjoying a meal as though nothing unusual had happened, was Derek. And he was not alone. Her father was sitting there as well, speaking with him casually. For several seconds, Denise could only stare. Just yesterday she had been convinced that Derek would remain in that cave, continuing his training, without caring about anyone's expectations. She had even joked that he would spend the rest of his life living like a hermit in the mountains. Yet here he was, inside her home. The scene then shifts back to last night inside the cave after Denise had already left. Derek remained sitting alone, focusing all of his attention on gathering and controlling his energy. Streams of mana could be seen, swirling around him from every direction as he concentrated. With everything he had in his mind, he repeated to himself, "It's aligning, the flow of mana is getting closer. Just a bit more, just a bit more." Gathered the mana into a single point slowly. The flow of energy around him became stronger and denser, the currents of mana moving faster as they converged toward one location. Derek continued to endure the strain, refusing to lose focus even as the pressure on his body increased with every passing moment. Then, all of a sudden, his eyes snapped open at that exact instant. He released the enormous amount of energy that had been accumulated inside his body. The mana burst outward before quickly dispersing into the surroundings. And after a few moments, all traces of the energy vanished completely. The effort had pushed him to his limits, and Derek was visibly exhausted after completing the process. Just then, a voice came from behind him. "At this rate, you might collapse." The speaker was none other than his master, who had been watching him quietly looking at Derek. He continued, "It would be a waste to die after finally learning it. It's time for you to leave this place." At that moment, it is revealed that Derek had successfully acquired the 3-star tectonic shift skill. The difficult training and countless struggles inside the cave had finally paid off, allowing him to reach a new level of mastery. A short while later, Drest arrived carrying several fish for a meal. He sat down nearby and placed the food in front of Derek. The atmosphere was calm, compared to the intense training that had just taken place. After taking a seat, Drest looked at him and spoke in a serious but composed tone. "There's nothing more I can teach you for now. As I said before, you won't survive with mediocre talent. Think about it yourself, decide how far you intend to climb." His words carried more weight than any lesson he had given before. The path ahead was no longer something that could be guided entirely by a teacher. Derek would have to determine his own limits and decide how high he wanted to rise in the future. After a brief pause, Dress finished speaking and gestured toward the fish he had brought. "It's well done, help yourself." With his training finally completed and a new power now in his possession, Derek sat there in silence, exhausted yet accomplished, while the quiet cave around them marked the end of one chapter of his journey and the beginning of the next. Dress slowly rose from his seat and began walking toward the cave entrance. Watching him leave, Derek immediately called out, "Where are you going, Dressed?" Without stopping, Dress continued walking toward the outside and replied, "I'm going to get some fresh air for a while." Derek remained where he was, silently watching his master's back as the distance between them gradually increased. There was something unusual about the way Dress was leaving, as though his words carried a meaning beyond their surface. As he continued moving toward the exit, Dress suddenly spoke once more. "Derek, beware of Cola." The warning caused Derek's expression to change slightly. He stared at Dress's departing figure and thought to himself, "He is leaving." The mysterious warning lingered in his mind, leaving him with more questions than answers. Before he could think further about what Dress truly meant, the scene shifted back to the present. We then see Denise's father speaking with visible satisfaction as he looks toward Denise and Derek. "Denise, I am truly pleased. Thanks to you taking the lead." A precious magic instructor walked in on his own feet. Denise respectfully lowered her head and answered, "Thank you, father. I only did what I had to do." Her response was humble, but her father appeared even more delighted by it. After a moment, he continued, "By the way, you must have a reason for rejecting Duplin's request. Tell me. I'll assist as much as I can." Before Denise could answer, Derek, who was calmly drinking his tea, spoke directly and without hesitation. "I don't need anything other than the reward I mentioned. I only accepted because of Lady Denise's attitude." Hearing this, Denise's father immediately nodded with enthusiasm. Yes, Denise's attitude is indeed wonderful. What other lady on the continent could compare to our Denise? Anyone in the world who sees our Denise wouldn't be able to resist teaching her." The proud father seemed more than happy to continue praising his daughter. His expression brightened as he recalled a memory from the past. "Denise, do you remember that time when the maid broke the plate? The maid said that she had committed a grave sin and asked for forgiveness, right?" He looked at Denise fondly before continuing. Then you, Denise, gave an angelic smile and said dot. As those words left his mouth, the conversation began moving toward the memory he was so eager to share. While Derek quietly listened from the side, tea still in hand, and Denise appeared slightly uncomfortable, knowing exactly where her father's endless praise was leading. Denise's father continued, speaking with a proud smile on his face as he recalled the old incident. Rather than such a plate, I value your daughter. Before he could even finish the story, Denise immediately cut him off. After hearing enough of her father's endless praise, she turned toward him and said, I think we need to talk about the lessons now, just between me and the instructor. The meaning behind her words was perfectly clear. The moment Denise said that, her father did not argue or protest. Instead, he disappeared from the room almost instantly, leaving the two of them alone. Now only Derek and Denise remained inside the room. Denise looked directly at him and asked, What are you doing here? Derek calmly replied, I'm drinking tea. His casual answer only made Denise more irritated. Are you joking? There was clear frustration in her voice. She had not expected to see him here again after everything that had happened between them. Taking a step forward, she continued, No, didn't you say you wouldn't do it? Didn't we have a clean break? To Denise, the situation made no sense. The last time they had spoken, it seemed as though their relationship as instructor and student had ended before it could even begin. Derek, however, remained calm and answered honestly, I was grateful for what happened in the last but great cave. I received great help thanks to you. Denise immediately shook her head. I already told you. That was just a political approach. I said I have no intention of learning magic. Her tone was firm and unwavering. She had already made her position clear in the past, and she saw no reason for it to change now. Derek looked at her quietly before responding. His expression gradually became more serious. To be honest, I didn't feel good about it, without even properly knowing what magic is done. As he spoke, the atmosphere in the room subtly changed. The relaxed demeanor he had shown earlier disappeared, replaced by genuine disappointment. He continued, because of that attitude, the attitude of jumping to conclusions about whether it's good or bad. His words were direct, but they were not spoken out of anger. Instead, they reflected his frustration with someone rejecting an entire field of knowledge without ever taking the time to understand it. Throughout most of his explanation, Denise listened in silence. She neither interrupted him nor looked away. However, once he finished speaking, she finally responded, All right, it must have been unpleasant for someone like you. But what I dislike. There was no hesitation in her answer. She was not trying to justify herself or make excuses. She simply stated her feelings exactly as they were. For a moment, the room fell silent. Then Derek looked directly at her and replied with a single sentence. It's a pity. His voice was calm, yet those words carried a surprising amount of weight. To Derek, magic was something extraordinary, a path filled with endless possibilities and knowledge. Seeing someone reject it without even trying to understand it felt genuinely unfortunate. Meanwhile, Denise remained firm in her stance, neither willing to back down nor convinced by his argument, setting the stage for an even deeper clash of opinions between the two. Derek's expression hardened, and for the first time his emotions became impossible to hide. A powerful and intimidating aura began pouring out from his body as he stared directly at Denise. His voice carried both anger and disappointment as he spoke, without knowing a single good thing about that beautiful and brilliant magic. To think you hold such disillusionment and antipathy. I will not tolerate this. The energy radiating from him was terrifying. The pressure in the room became so overwhelming that even Denise could feel it. For a moment, she realized she had pushed the conversation much further than she had intended. Inside her mind, she thought, this is absurd. I shouldn't have provoked him. The scene then shifted away from the tense atmosphere and moved to the Ebelstein Noble district. There, Aisline could be seen sitting quietly beside a window. The sunlight filtering through the glass gave the room a calm and peaceful atmosphere. Yet her expression carried a hint of contemplation. As she sat there, a memory surfaced in her mind, bringing her back to her conversation with Derek. The scene showed the two of them standing face to face. Derek had spoken to her in a calm and respectful manner. Lady Aisline, you have nothing to learn from me. Your foundation is already so firmly set. It seems better for you to learn from an instructor of the same school of regulations. My apologies. After hearing those words, Aisline had lowered her head slightly. At the time, she had remained silent, but deep inside, her thoughts had been far more complicated. He's already made a firm decision. That definitely wasn't a compliment. The standard, I believe that was everything. The memory faded, and the scene returned to the present. Still seated by the window, Aisline slowly extended her hand in front of her and quietly said, I was simply not free. Her words sounded less like an explanation to someone else and more like an admission to herself. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. The sound pulled her out of her thoughts. Yes, come in. The door opened, and a servant stepped inside before respectfully bowing. A letter has arrived from the main house. Aisline's attention immediately shifted toward the servant. What kind of letter? The servant respectfully answered Aisline's question. Young master, Valerian's departure ceremony is next week. After hearing that, Aisline's eyes widened slightly in realization. Oh, is it next week already? She paused for a moment before continuing. Since it's his first departure ceremony, I must prepare a good gift. I'll go to the shopping district. The White Zone is a dangerous place, so he must be prepared. Her voice was calm, but there was genuine concern behind her words. The White Zone was not a place where someone could survive on luck alone. And as this would be Valerian's first departure ceremony, she wanted to make sure he received something useful. Then, immediately after she stood up, the chair she had been sitting on suddenly cracked and collapsed into pieces. The destruction was so abrupt that it almost seemed unnatural. The reason behind this incident would not be revealed yet and would instead be explained in future chapters. The scene then shifted once again to the Ebelstein Noble District, Denise's mansion. Inside her room, Denise was lying comfortably on her bed while complaining about Derek. That man has completely lost his mind. He was glaring at me with his eyes wide open, saying I don't know a single good thing about magic. Magic is only good for him. Why force it on others? Bella listened quietly before replying with a teasing smile. Oh my, if you've realized that, then you won't force me to read those vulgar novels anymore, right? Denise instantly sat up and pointed at Bella. To think that you don't know a single good thing about those beautiful and brilliant works. I will not tolerate this. The moment those words left her mouth, Bella could not help but smile. Like teacher, like student, I don't find those novels interesting. Denise puffed up her cheeks in annoyance before continuing her rant. If I bring in someone as a teacher who solved Duplin's headache, gained Ellen's recognition, and even kicked Aisline to the curb, do you know what the worst part is? Bella already seemed to know where this was going. With a gentle smile, she simply replied, please go to sleep. But Denise was not willing to stop. Just listen to me. If even under such a teacher I don't achieve anything, it'll make me look so incompetent. Can't I just fire him with my own authority? I just want to live by lying down and reading novels. Her dream was surprisingly simple. While others chased power, prestige, and accomplishments, Denise wanted nothing more than a peaceful life spent reading novels without responsibilities. Bella, however, delivered a devastating counterattack. If you fire Derek, won't your allowance for those novels be cut off? The words struck Denise harder than any magical attack could have. Without waiting for a response, Bella politely bowed. I shall take my leave now. She then left the room, leaving Denise alone with her thoughts. After hearing Bella's argument, Denise fell silent, lying on her bed. She stared at the ceiling as countless thoughts began running through her mind. Her desire to avoid Derek and continue her carefree lifestyle clashed directly with the reality of her situation. The more she thought about it, the more troublesome everything seemed to become. For the first time since Derek had arrived, Denise found herself seriously considering a problem she could not simply solve by ignoring it and picking up another novel. As the story continued, the scene shifted back to the past, where we saw Dress sharing some important advice with Derek. His expression was calm and serious as he spoke, making it clear that these words carried great weight. Looking directly at Derek, he said that it would be wise to maintain good relations with the three major noble houses. However, he quickly added that there was no need to swear loyalty to any particular side. Instead, Derek should carefully walk the tightrope between all three houses, keeping each of them uncertain and anxious about where his true allegiance lay. According to Drest, only by maintaining such a delicate balance would Derek be able to protect himself and secure his own future. The advice was political, calculated, and clearly born from years of experience. After hearing all of this, Derek turned toward his master. It seemed as though he wanted to say something or perhaps ask a question, but before he could speak, the scene abruptly cut away. The story then moved to Denise's bedroom. The peaceful atmosphere made it obvious that she had been sleeping comfortably, but by now morning had already arrived. Sunlight filled the room, signaling the start of a new day. Suddenly, Derek appeared and made a loud noise, immediately disturbing the quiet environment. Startled awake, Denise opened her eyes and sat up in frustration. Still half asleep and clearly annoyed, she glared at him and exclaimed, "What's wrong with you? Are you crazy?" Her irritation was obvious, but Derek remained completely unfazed. Without the slightest hesitation, he replied, "I am not crazy. The sun is high in the sky, and since you wouldn't wake up, I simply made a loud sound." His explanation did little to improve Denise's mood. Grabbing a pillow tightly, she pointed out the real issue. "That's not it. Can't you see I'm in my pajamas right now?" she protested, her face turning even more frustrated. Derek looked at her with his usual calm expression and answered in a completely matter-of-fact tone, "I can see that. Please change and come out within 5 minutes." With those words, he turned around and closed the door behind him. Denise was left sitting there in complete disbelief. For several moments, she simply stared at the closed door, unable to process what had just happened. The sheer bluntness of Derek's behavior left her speechless. A little later, the scene shifted outside. Denise finally came out and immediately marched toward Derek, who was quietly sitting and reading a book as if nothing unusual had happened. Clearly determined to confront him, she called out, "Hey Derek, There's a limit to being rude. Besides, today is the weekend. Isn't it common sense to rest on the weekend? Her complaint sounded perfectly reasonable, especially considering the way he had barged into her room earlier that morning. However, Derek barely looked up from the book in his hands. In his usual calm and composed manner, he replied, "Yes, that is correct. One should not overdo it on the weekend." For a brief moment, Denise thought he actually understood her point, but before she could feel victorious, she immediately fired back. "Then why are you making such a fuss in the morning?" This time Derek finally responded while maintaining the same serious expression. Closing his book slightly, he answered, "Not overdoing it is different from failing to maintain the basics." His words carried the strict logic he always seemed to follow. As their conversation continued, Derek calmly elaborated on his point without showing the slightest sign of backing down. Looking at Denise with complete seriousness, he said, "If you are one of the members of the great Rossi Salon trio, it is only natural to maintain a minimum level of refinement even on weekends to him. Discipline and proper conduct were not things that could simply be discarded because it was a day off." However, Denise was already becoming increasingly irritated by his reasoning. Crossing her arms and glaring at him, she shot back, "You're the one who decided what's natural, right? As your employer, I don't agree with you. As your employee, shouldn't you operate within the rules I've set?" She clearly believed she had cornered him with that argument, but Derek did not appear troubled in the slightest. Without saying another word, he immediately pulled out a document and held it in front of her. Confused, Denise took the paper and began reading it. While she looked over the contents, Derek calmly explained, "This is the contract written by Grand Duke Veltus himself. My employer is Grand Duke Veltus, and the Grand Duke has delegated all authority for your magic achievement to me." The moment she finished reading the notice, Denise's eyes widened in shock. It was obvious she had never seen this before. Completely caught off guard, she exclaimed, "Wait, I never heard about this." However, Derek simply took the document back and slipped it into his pocket as though it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Then, without giving her any time to recover from the revelation, he continued speaking in a professional tone. "Now then, I will explain today's schedule. After a light breakfast, we will first assess your level of search-type magic. Afterward, you will relearn combat-type elemental magic from the basics. In the afternoon, you will have physical training, followed by learning about mana utilization." As soon as Denise heard the schedule, her jaw nearly dropped. She immediately raised her hand to stop him and protested, "You just said we wouldn't overdo it because it's the weekend, too." Her disbelief, Derek nodded without hesitation and replied, "Yes, that is correct, and maintaining the basics is a difficult task." His expression remained completely serious, making it clear that he genuinely believed what he was saying. Hearing that response left Denise utterly speechless. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. In her mind, she could only think one thing. Is this person insane? The schedule he had casually listed sounded more exhausting than what most people would do during an entire week. Yet, Derek treated it as nothing more than basic maintenance. The scene then shifted, and sometime later we were shown Bella going about her day. Suddenly, she heard some voices coming from behind her. Curious, she turned around to see what was happening. To her surprise, she spotted Derek and Denise running together as part of their training. While Derek looked completely normal, Denise was in terrible shape. Her face was filled with exhaustion, and it looked as though every step she took required tremendous effort. She appeared to be on the verge of collapse at any moment. Desperately trying to survive the training session, she repeatedly cried out for help. However, instead of rescuing her from her suffering, Bella enthusiastically began encouraging and motivating her from the sidelines. Rather than making things better, Bella's support only made Denise feel even more miserable. The poor girl looked as though she had been completely abandoned to her fate. The day continued with even more lessons and training sessions. Denise was forced to endure various teachings under Derek's supervision, learning and practicing one thing after another without receiving any meaningful chance to rest. By the time the sun had set and night finally arrived, she was completely drained both physically and mentally. Every ounce of energy seemed to have been squeezed out of her. Later that night, we see her taking a bath, staring blankly ahead as though her soul had already left her body. In a weak and hopeless voice, she turned toward Bella and muttered, "Bella, I'm just going to die." As the night continued, Ed looking completely exhausted after enduring Derek's brutal version of basic training throughout the entire day, she looked as though she had already reached her limit. Staring at the ceiling with a miserable expression, she continued her complaint and groaned, "So that mercenary jerk goes to hell." However, instead of comforting her, Bella calmly replied, "The responsibility is unclear. So, you might be the one who ends up in hell, my lady." The unexpected response immediately shocked Denise. She sat up and stared at Bella in disbelief before shouting, "Bella, why on earth are you being like this? You've completely changed since meeting that guy. You're just like him. You have no blood or tears." Bella maintained her usual calm expression and answered in a completely serious tone, "Without blood and tears, a human dies." The moment those words left her mouth, Denise felt chills run down her spine. Pointing at Bella with a horrified expression, she exclaimed, Bella, who are you imitating? It's scary. I'm getting goosebumps. That cunning guy made a contract with father, so I can't even fire him. She sounded genuinely frustrated. Every possible escape route she could think of seemed to have already been blocked by Derek's careful planning. Hearing her complaint, Bella offered a simple suggestion, then try telling the Grand Duke. Tell him to fire him. For a brief moment, Denise's eyes lit up as though she had discovered a solution. Turning toward Bella with a hopeful smile, she said, oh, right? Let's say Derek has no skill and is really lazy. Bella, you have to back me up. But Bella immediately shattered her hope. I refuse, my lady. Denise froze. Slowly turning her head, she stared at Bella with an expression filled with betrayal. Bella, however, remained completely unaffected and calmly explained, you say that, my lady, but you know you can't actually do it. He is the instructor you brought in yourself, and he's a talent that other houses are eyeing greedily. Those words struck Denise like a fatal blow. The reality of the situation came crashing down on her once again. Slumping onto her bed, she sighed miserably and said, Father might be flexible with other things, but he never compromises when it comes to the house's honor. After a moment of silence, her eyes suddenly landed on a novel nearby. Immediately, her expression brightened. Finally, I can finally read my novel. Unfortunately, Bella had other ideas. You should probably just sleep. Denise stubbornly shook her head. No, if I give in once, Derek. Before she could even finish her sentence, the door suddenly opened. Standing, there was Derek himself. The sight of him nearly made Denise jump out of her skin. She stared at him in complete shock, while he looked back with his usual calm expression. Are you coming out now? He asked. Denise could hardly believe her eyes. What are you doing here? I thought you went home. Don't tell me there's more training left. The fear in her voice was obvious. Fortunately, Derek shook his head. What nonsense are you talking about? What good is there in overdoing it? I'm just here to tell you tomorrow's dawn schedule. The moment Denise heard the words dawn schedule, her survival instincts activated immediately. She jumped up, covered both of her ears, and began running around while shouting, blah, blah, blah. I can't hear you. I can't hear you, guards. Get this strange person out of here. Meanwhile, Derek simply stood there watching her reaction with complete calm, as though this kind of behavior had already become normal. The scene then shifted to the following morning. Inside her room, Denise was getting ready while wearing a surprisingly serious expression. Looking toward Bella, she sighed dramatically and said, Bella, it's been 3 years since then. Bella immediately corrected her. It's been 3 days. Then she continued, well, since you're attending the Rossi Salon meeting today, there won't be any training. The moment Denise heard those words, her mood instantly improved. Oh, right, today is the meeting day. Her excitement returned almost immediately. Jumping to her feet, she hurriedly grabbed her things and exclaimed, let's hurry, Bella, before that crazy man shows up. Watching her rush around in panic, Bella calmly stood up and replied, even if you don't run away, I think he'd let you go to a meeting. Not long afterward, they encountered Derek. As always, he stood there with a composed and professional demeanor. Looking toward Denise, he said, you must have rested well, my lady. Today, for the lesson on basic physical strength and theory. Before he could finish speaking, Denise immediately cut him off. I don't care. Today is my meeting day. Do you know how important social activities are? Derek listened quietly before nodding. I am aware. I will wait at the mansion until it's over. Then he added in a perfectly reasonable tone. The Rossi Salon and social circles are important activities. After all, please take your time. Denise suddenly fell silent. She had been fully prepared for another argument, another lecture, or perhaps even another impossible training schedule. Instead, Derek was simply letting her go. Looking at him with confusion, she thought to herself, what? That wicked guy is actually just letting me go. He must know I'm just going there to kill time anyway. Even those annoying meetings can be helpful sometimes. Unable to understand what was going on inside Derek's head, Denise simply turned around and began heading toward the meeting venue. Meanwhile, Derek remained where he was, quietly watching everything unfold with his usual calm expression. There was no frustration, no disappointment, and no attempt to stop her. He simply observed in silence as Denise hurried away, leaving behind a man whose thoughts remained as unreadable as ever. Denise was riding back in the carriage with Bella after the meeting, but the difference between her current state and the way she had acted earlier was like night and day. During the meeting, she had been full of energy and confidence, speaking and moving around without a hint of hesitation. Yet now she looked utterly exhausted, as if she were being marched straight toward her own execution. Bella glanced at her and could not help but comment on it. You were so energetic during the meeting, but you look like someone who's being dragged to their death. Now that we're on our way back. Denise immediately groaned and buried her face in her hands. Obviously, Derek is waiting at home, that devil pervert beast. The mere thought of seeing him seemed to drain away whatever strength she had left. Suddenly, she stretched out one hand and began gathering magical energy in her palm. Bella blinked in confusion and quickly asked, what are you doing? Denise's eyes sparkled with what she believed was a brilliant idea. I'm going to flip the carriage with magic. I'll disguise it as a carriage accident so I can skip training. Am I a genius or not? Bella stared at her in disbelief. The idea was so ridiculous that she immediately began trying to calm her down before Denise could actually attempt something that foolish. Not long afterward, the carriage arrived at its destination and Denise finally returned home. The moment she stepped inside, she began sneaking around quietly, hoping to avoid Derek completely. As she moved through the estate, she suddenly spotted him standing outside talking cheerfully with Mr. Febb, the gardener. Denise froze on the spot. What? Why is he chatting so happily with Mr. Febb the gardener? She was just about to slip away unnoticed when Derek turned toward her as though he had sensed her presence all along. Since you're back, please head to the study immediately. You will be self-studying theory books this evening. Denise's eyes widened in shock. That was it. No training, no pestering, no dragging her around. Just a simple instruction to study. Completely confused, she quietly obeyed and went to the study room. She opened the books and began reading. But her mind was nowhere near the pages. How come he's not sticking to me and pestering me today? Is he slacking off? Ungrateful. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. Unable to focus, she eventually looked outside and began secretly observing Derek's activities throughout the evening. She saw him moving all over the estate. At one moment, he was training alongside a knight, seriously exchanging techniques and instructions. At another moment, he was helping the cooks with their work in the kitchen. As if that were not strange enough, he even spent time assisting a head maid with various tasks. Everywhere she looked, Derek was busy doing something, talking with someone, or helping another person. Yet despite all of that, he never once came to bother her. Denise watched everything from a distance, growing more and more suspicious with every passing minute. When she finally returned to her room, she sat down and narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Suspicious. After a brief pause, she folded her arms and frowned even harder. It's so very suspicious. Bella was quietly sweeping the floor when Denise suddenly spoke with a serious expression on her face. What is? Bella looked up in confusion, only for Denise to immediately answer her own question. I'm talking about Derek. Lately he's been chatting up the servants quite a lot. I don't know what he's plotting. But Bella, you must never fall for it. Denise stepped closer and grabbed Bella by the shoulders, her eyes filled with suspicion and urgency. Bella, you're on my side, right? You won't be swayed, will you? Bella could only smile softly at her lady's worried reaction. Don't worry, my lady, I like being by your side more than anything. Those words should have reassured Denise, but unfortunately her suspicions were already running wild. At that very moment, from an upper floor of the mansion, Denise happened to notice Derek once again. This time he was standing beside Bella and helping her with her work as naturally as if he had always belonged. There the sight struck Denise like a bolt of lightning. Her eyes widened, then narrowed, then widened again. The little reassurance she had just received from Bella instantly vanished from her mind. To Denise, this looked exactly like further evidence of Derek's mysterious scheme. Unable to endure it any longer, she rushed downstairs at full speed and stormed directly toward him. Derek! Her sudden shout echoed through the area, causing everyone nearby to turn their heads. She pointed accusingly at him and continued in a loud voice. What on earth are you up to? This mansion is my mansion, and all the people here are my people. Derek calmly looked at her without the slightest sign of panic. I don't know why you're stating something so obvious. His completely unbothered response only made Denise even more frustrated. I know you're trying to win over my servants. Stop with whatever you're scheming and just teach me magic. Despite her accusation, Derek remained perfectly composed. It's true, I'm trying to get closer to the servants, but I'm not scheming anything. Denise crossed her arms and stared at him suspiciously. What are you trying to do by getting close to them? It's making me anxious. This time Derek slowly rose from his seat and faced her directly. His expression became more serious than before. Well, it's because I need to know more about you, my lady. Denise blinked in surprise. Derek continued. Not the elegant lady of the rumors, but the real. Denise, teaching someone isn't just about delivering knowledge. The more I know about the person receiving the lesson, the better I can provide teachings for them. For a moment Denise was completely caught off guard. She had expected excuses. She had expected lies. She had expected some strange conspiracy. What she had not expected was an answer like that. Her confidence immediately returned, though in a completely different direction. So, what did they all say? She asked eagerly. Did they say that I'm prettier than Aisline or Ellen? The question was so self-centered and unexpected that it almost completely ignored everything Derek had just explained. Derek looked at her for a brief moment before answering honestly. I heard that you find everything bothersome and lack motivation. Denise instantly stiffened. Then Derek continued before she could protest. However, I also heard that you take the lead more than anyone when it comes to important matters. Derek continued speaking in a calm voice. They also said that although you act indifferent, you actually take very good care of the servants. As he said that, several memories and testimonies from the people of the mansion came to mind. The gardener had smiled awkwardly before saying, I might get in trouble for saying this, but she's just like my own daughter. My disobedient second daughter was exactly like that. Then the cook had shared his thoughts with a laugh. There are days when she grumbles that the seasoning is off, but the next day she orders expensive salt for us. One of the knights had spoken with complete sincerity. Not long ago, this fellow was very sick, and somehow she found out and gave him plenty of medicine. Now I would risk my life to protect her. Finally, Bella had added her own story with a warm smile. She even nursed me all night when I was ill, seeing her fallen asleep beside me afterward. Now I almost munched on her because she was so cute. After hearing all of those stories, Denise remained quiet for a few moments. Her expression became strangely stiff, as if she did not know how to react to such direct praise. Eventually, she folded her arms and looked away. They just said nice things to be polite. I was just doing my job. Derek watched her for a moment before speaking again. I heard one more thing as well. Denise immediately became suspicious. What? Derek answered casually. I heard you are a talented writer. The effect was immediate. Denise froze completely. Her entire body began trembling as though she had just heard the most terrifying words imaginable. Writing? What's that about? She asked nervously. I don't know anything about that. Unfortunately for her, Derek was already too well informed. You're writing a novel called The Arrogant Sir Robane, aren't you? I enjoyed reading it as well. For a moment, Denise's soul nearly left her body. Inside her head, chaos erupted. What? Who else knows about this? And why is Derek reading that? She felt as though her carefully hidden secret had suddenly been dragged into the sunlight for everyone to see. Meanwhile, Derek continued speaking as though he were discussing an ordinary book. I particularly related to Tracy's past, however. Sir Robane felt a bit excessive. Faint romantic feelings are one thing, but 7 pages dedicated to describing his wild masculinity. He paused briefly before delivering the final blow. The vividness of the descriptions was quite bold. The moment those words reached her ears, Denise's face turned bright red. Steam might as well have been rising from her head. The embarrassment was simply too much. Without saying a single word, she spun around and immediately fled the scene in complete panic. Watching her disappear into the distance while practically running for her life, Derek simply stood there calmly. Then, with a faint smile, he quietly said, Well, I wasn't lying. Derek watched Denise's retreating figure and quietly finished his thought. The need to know my student is only natural along with her greatest strengths. I should also understand the other sides of her as well. The scene then shifted to the following morning. As usual, Derek arrived outside Denise's room early in the day. When she stepped out, he greeted her with a completely ordinary expression. Good morning. Did you do some writing last night as well? It's better to sleep at night. The moment Denise heard the word writing, her body stiffened. The embarrassment from the previous day instantly returned. What are you talking about? Writing? She asked while trying her best to act innocent. Unfortunately, Derek had no intention of letting the matter go so easily. I mean the arrogant Sir Robane that I mentioned yesterday. Did you forget already? Denise's face immediately turned red, but Derek was not finished. By the way, regarding the balcony scene in Volume 9, the sudden graphic description was a bit startling. Those words struck Denise like a direct magical attack. Her mind went completely blank. The fact that Derek had not only read her novel, but was now casually discussing specific scenes from it, was more than she could endure. Without thinking, she grabbed his hand and began dragging him away. Am I still dreaming? I need to wake up. I need to train my magic quickly. To Denise, exhausting magical training suddenly seemed far preferable to standing there and listening to literary criticism about her secret romance novel. The scene then shifted once more. Later that day, Denise and Ellen were sitting together, enjoying tea while having a casual conversation. Ellen studied her friend's face for a moment before speaking. It's already been about 10 days since you brought in the magic instructor. How is it? Have you adjusted? Denise slowly lifted her teacup and took a sip. Then she answered with a lifeless expression. Yes, if hell exists, I think this might be it. Her voice was so sincere that Ellen almost felt sorry for her. Looking at Denise, Ellen thought to herself, I don't even have to see it to know she must be having a rough time. After a brief pause, Ellen remembered something else. By the way, have you heard the news? Denise raised an eyebrow. News? Ellen nodded. I heard that Lady Dila's debutante will be held soon, so she'd be attending the next routine meeting with Lady Aisline. The moment Denise heard that name, her expression changed. The good-for-nothing Lady Dila? As those words left her mouth, the scene shifted once again. This time, the story moved to the Grand Duchy of Duplain. Inside the magnificent Duplain mansion, Dila herself was shown sitting comfortably when a butler approached her with important news. Dila looked unimpressed. Why would I go there? The butler bowed respectfully before answering. You will be attending next week's meeting. It is part of the preparations for your debutante. Dila did not seem particularly interested. However, after thinking for a moment, she eventually gave a small nod. Fine, I'll give it a go. Then a faint smile appeared on her face. There's someone I want to see anyway. The butler already knew exactly who she was talking about. Without hesitation, he replied. Her name is Denise. At those words, Dila's smile grew slightly wider. It was clear that her willingness to attend the gathering had very little to do with debutante preparations. A little while later, the scene shifted to the outside of the mansion, where Aisline and Dila were sitting together, quietly enjoying tea in the peaceful garden. Breaking the silence, Dila spoke with a completely uninterested expression, saying that she did not understand why she had to join the Rosi salon. In her opinion, apart from Aisline, Lady Ellen, and Lady Denise, none of the other members were really worth much anyway. Hearing such a blunt opinion, Aisline immediately shook her head and gently corrected her, telling Dila that she was mistaken because there were many people who were not only highly cultured but also incredibly charming. Dila simply looked up toward the sky for a moment, before lazily replying that while she was curious about the world outside the mansion, she had absolutely no interest in social circles. As far as she was concerned, everyone in those gatherings only said things that sounded pleasant, without ever speaking honestly. After hearing those words, Aisline looked genuinely surprised before softly calling Dila's name. She then explained that the difference came down to perspective. For both of them, entering high society was something that came naturally simply because they carried the Duplain family name. It was a privilege they had never needed to struggle for. However, for those who were not born into such a powerful family, being accepted into high society was an incredibly valuable opportunity that could completely change their future. Because of that, Aisline said they should never take their own position for granted. Instead, they should be grateful for the privileges they had received without effort and work hard to deserve them. She continued by saying that, from that point of view, becoming part of a salon was actually a wonderful experience because it allowed someone to meet all kinds of different people, broaden their perspective, and build meaningful relationships. Listening quietly to Aisline's explanation, Dila finally gave a small nod and admitted that if Aisline believed it was worthwhile, then she would think about it more seriously. She casually added that she had already been planning to visit the salon at least once anyway. As she reached for her teacup and lifted it gracefully, another thought crossed her mind. She asked whether, now that she had completed all of her basic education, she would finally be receiving her own mansion in Ebelstein. Smiling warmly, Aisline confirmed that it was true and added that Dila would even be able to hire her own servants to manage the estate. Hearing that, Dila's eyes lit up with curiosity, and without wasting a second, she asked if she would also be allowed to hire the mercenary from the village as her personal magic teacher. Aisline smiled gently after hearing Dila's request and said that she already knew exactly what Dila was thinking. However, she reminded her that Derek was currently serving as Lady Denise's magic instructor. Dila immediately nodded and admitted that she already knew that. She explained that it would be rude to take away someone who was already working for another noble house. She insisted that she had only been thinking about the possibility and nothing more. Hearing that answer, Aisline finally relaxed completely, satisfied that Dila understood the situation and had no intention of causing trouble. With that, the scene shifted to the noble district of Ebelstein. Inside Denise's mansion, Denise was sitting calmly as another training session with Derek continued. After observing her performance for a while, Derek praised her by saying that she had improved tremendously and should now be capable of intercepting enemies even when they were outside her field of vision. He then let out a long breath before suddenly asking with an excited smile whether magic was not incredibly fun. At that very moment, the color of his eyes slowly turned a deep crimson red, making his appearance far more intimidating than before. Denise froze for a brief moment, clearly startled by the sudden change, while Bella, standing nearby, noticed the exact same thing. Without paying any attention to their reactions, Derek continued speaking in an unusually heavy and passionate voice. He asked Denise if she could feel the flow of mana changing around her and whether she could sense those tiny, almost imperceptible differences. He declared that there was no way anyone could fail to find magic enjoyable because it was the art of taking the mana a person was born with and training it to reach even greater heights. According to him, magic demanded sensitivity, precision, and boldness all at once. It was the perfect balance between control and absolute freedom, and that, in his eyes, was the true essence of magic. As he spoke those words, his glowing crimson eyes made him look almost like a vampire, creating an overwhelming and eerie presence. Finishing his explanation with a wide smile, he asked Denise one final question, wondering if it was enjoyable. Denise stared at him in complete disbelief, and the only thought running through her mind was that he was absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, Bella excitedly shouted from the side that it really did sound incredibly fun. Hearing Bella's cheerful reaction, Denise immediately turned toward her in disbelief and called out her name before asking what part of any of this was supposed to be enjoyable. She complained that the training was unbelievably exhausting and that she could barely keep up with it at all. Bella immediately replied with a carefree smile, saying that since she was only watching from the sidelines, it was naturally fun for her. Hearing such an unfair answer only made Denise even angrier as she glared at Bella in frustration. At that moment, Derek slowly stood up and calmly declared that he understood the problem now. According to him, Denise simply had not yet realized the true joy of magic. Denise could hardly believe what she was hearing. Looking completely exhausted after the brutal training session, she pointed at herself and asked how she was supposed to feel. any joy while she was in such a miserable state. Derek fell silent for a brief moment before admitting that the mistake was his. He concluded that the intensity of the training had not been properly adjusted for Denise. The moment she heard those words, Denise's face instantly brightened with hope, believing that he was finally going to reduce the difficulty. However, before she could celebrate, Derek continued speaking with complete seriousness, announcing that instead of lowering the difficulty, he would increase the training intensity even further, so that she could experience an even greater sense of accomplishment. The moment those words left his mouth, all the color drained from Denise's face. Terrified, she immediately rushed toward him, grabbed onto his legs, and desperately begged him to stop. She hurriedly insisted that the training was already incredibly fun, and that she was having more fun than ever before. She repeatedly assured him that she truly loved magic more than anything else in the entire world, loudly declaring over and over again that she absolutely loved it. Completely ignoring her desperate performance, Derek simply nodded as if he had reached an important conclusion. He stated that there was no time to waste and that he needed to hurry back immediately so he could prepare an even higher intensity training schedule for her. The instant Denise heard that, tears began streaming down her face as all of her desperate acting proved completely useless. Crying in complete despair, she shouted after him, telling him there was absolutely no need to do that before angrily calling him a bastard. After that, the scene shifted to a grand statue of Anjali, where an instructor was surrounded by a large group of children, enthusiastically teaching them about magic along with many other subjects. The atmosphere was lively as the lesson continued. But among all the students, Dila stood out for a completely different reason. She looked incredibly annoyed, and as she watched the elegant, young noble girls around her, behaving with perfect grace and refined manners, she could only sigh in irritation. In her mind, she complained that she simply could not stand watching all of these girls pretending to be so pretty, noble, and sophisticated. The entire gathering felt unbearably boring to her, and her expression made it obvious that she had no interest in blending in with the rest of the crowd. At that moment, Denise walked over with a warm smile and greeted her. Dila did not look pleased to see her at first, but after taking a closer look, she calmly asked if she was Lady Denise of House Veltis. Denise nodded in response, while Dila introduced herself by stating that she was Dila of House Duplain. Denise politely smiled and said that it was a pleasure to meet Lady Dila before introducing herself properly. Dila, however, immediately replied that she had only called out because she already knew Denise's name. As far as she was concerned, the greetings were finished, and she wanted to ask something directly. Hearing such a blunt response, Denise could not help thinking to herself that Dila certainly had quite the attitude. Even so, she maintained her composure and politely replied that she would answer to the best of her knowledge before asking what Dila wished to know. Without wasting another second, Dila asked whether Derek was currently with Denise. Denise was briefly puzzled and wondered why this little brat was asking something she clearly already knew the answer to. Still, she answered honestly, confirming that Derek was indeed teaching her magic. The instant those words left Denise's mouth, Dila's expression darkened with obvious dissatisfaction, and she even clicked her tongue in frustration. Denise noticed it immediately and was so irritated that she thought to herself that the little brat had actually clicked her tongue at her. For a brief moment, she even found herself wondering exactly where she should kick the girl. Dila then calmly remarked that Denise seemed to be doing quite well. Denise blinked in confusion and asked her to repeat herself. In her mind, she could only wonder whether Dila had buttons instead of eyes, because there was no possible way she looked like she was doing well after Derek's brutal training. Then another thought suddenly crossed her mind. If Dila was reacting like this because Derek was teaching her, then perhaps this was not jealousy born from arrogance after all. Maybe Dila simply envied her for having Derek as her magic instructor. The moment that realization struck Denise, her entire impression of Dila changed. In an instant, the little brat she had been mentally complaining about transformed into nothing less than a tiny angel in her eyes. Dila looked straight at Denise and calmly said, "You don't seem to realize it, but you should be nervous. Derek is the type of person who does whatever he wants. He can change his mind whenever he feels like it, without showing the slightest sign of concern." Denise simply smiled and replied, "Of course. After all, Derek's choice is the most important thing." Hearing that answer, Dila silently observed her expression. I provoked her so openly, but she's still completely composed. She's that confident she won't lose Derek. The thought lingered in her mind for a moment before she spoke again. "You know that very well, don't you? If, by any chance, Duplain offers a better negotiation proposal, what do you think will happen?" Instead of becoming uneasy, Denise's smile only grew warmer. "That would be wonderful too. Perhaps teaching Lady Dila would be even better for Derek." For the first time, Dila found herself unable to respond. She could only stare at Denise in silence. What is this? She's not even flinching. No matter how many words she used to provoke her, Denise's calm confidence never wavered, making Dila even more uncertain about what she was truly thinking. After a brief pause, Denise gently added. If you'd like to speak with Derek, I can arrange a meeting. That was enough for Dila. Realizing there was nothing more to gain from the conversation, she turned around and quietly said, "It's enough," before walking away. As Dila's figure disappeared into the distance, Denise continued watching her with a thoughtful expression. Just how did she seduce Derek to become that confident? She couldn't understand the source of Dila's unwavering confidence, but she quietly resolved to find out the truth for herself. Just wait and see, please save me, little angel. After that, the scene shifted to Denise's palace, where she was quietly resting in her room. A faint smile slowly appeared on her face as she leaned back, looking completely at ease. Speaking softly to herself, she said, "Anyway, the little angel and I want the same thing." Derek moving to Duplain. The confidence in her voice never faded as she continued. "Make sure to read my letter, little angel. You won't be able to refuse." The scene then revealed the contents of the letter she had sent. To the dear Lady Dila, I believe we are looking toward the same goal. The truth is, I want to dismiss Derek, and Lady Dila, you want to have Derek. Therefore, I would like to make a proposal. Let's have a magic duel. I will put Derek on the line. So Lady Dila, please wager whatever you like. No matter what it is, I intend to lose the duel on purpose anyway. Then our house will have no choice but to hand Derek over. Sincerely, Denise of House Feltus. The letter made Denise's intentions perfectly clear. She had already decided to throw the duel on purpose, ensuring that Derek would officially be transferred to House Duplain. Everything had been carefully planned, and she was certain that once Dila finished reading the letter, refusing the proposal would no longer be an option. After that, the story shifted outside, where heavy rain was falling from the dark sky, covering the surroundings in a cold and quiet atmosphere. The scene then moved to the residence of House Duplain, where the head of the family was waiting. Looking toward his eldest son, he calmly asked, "So, how was the White Zone?" His eldest son respectfully answered, "It seems the subjugation will still take some time, but it wasn't without results." Hearing that, the head of House Duplain showed interest and immediately asked, "Results? How commendable. What kind of results did you bring?" The second son then stepped forward and said, "Well, while subjugating one of the labyrinths in the White Zone, I discovered a magic weapon." Hearing that, the head of House Duplain nodded thoughtfully. If it came from a labyrinth in the White Zone, it must be quite a high-quality item. I shall have to examine it myself. However, the eldest young master quickly added, "There is one thing about it. It was a large staff, most likely an item used for necromancy magic." Those words caused the head of the house to fall completely silent. The calm expression on his face slowly changed as he processed what he had just heard. After a brief pause, he quietly repeated, "Necromancy." Before anyone could continue the discussion, the scene shifted to the next morning. Denise was still fast asleep, but even in her dreams she seemed to be trapped in another exhausting training session. Looking completely worn out, she desperately protested, insisting that she had already reached her limit. "I've already reached my limit, I can't do any more than this." Suddenly, she jolted awake in panic, her eyes flying open as she shouted, "I told you to stop, you crazy bastard." She remained frozen for a moment, breathing heavily while trying to calm herself. After realizing she had only been dreaming, she looked around in confusion and muttered to herself, "What was that? Why does this dream about training feel so unbelievably realistic?" After that, Denise stepped out of her room and immediately called out, "Bella, why didn't you wake me up?" Bella looked at her with a gentle smile and calmly replied, "You're awake. I thought you might be tired, so I let you sleep a little longer." The moment she heard that, Denise's expression changed. Looking worried, she quickly asked, "Bella, if that devil, Derek, torments me even more because I overslept." Before she could finish, Bella simply smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry about that." Derek requested urgent leave because the mercenary corps commander was injured. "I hope it's nothing serious." The instant Denise heard those words, she turned around and started heading back toward her room. Seeing this, Bella quickly called after her, "Where are you going? You should eat breakfast." Without even stopping, Denise answered as she walked inside, "No, I'm skipping breakfast today." As soon as she entered the room, she slammed the door shut behind her. The moment the door closed, she could no longer hold back her excitement. Jumping around the room, she screamed at the top of her lungs inside her mind, "I'm free, I'm finally free. Even if it's only for one day. I'm a free woman." She stretched out happily, feeling a sense of relief she hadn't experienced in a very long time. "It's been so long since I last felt this kind of freedom on this cozy, feeling the cool air. Everything is absolutely perfect." For that brief moment, with Derek nowhere around to drag her into another brutal training session, Denise felt as though she had escaped from a prison and could finally enjoy a peaceful day all to herself. After closing the door and enjoying the rare peace around her, Denise began wondering what she should do with the precious free time she had been given. "What should I do first? Should I read a novel?" she thought to herself. "All the ones I haven't read yet are piled up in the study. However, she quickly shook her head. "No, I can't concentrate on reading right after waking up. I usually read novels at night." After thinking for another moment, a new idea came to her. "Then maybe I should write a novel instead." The scene then shifted to Ebelstein Commercial District, specifically to a place known as Belden's Tier. There, Derek could be seen walking inside the establishment, with his usual calm expression. As he entered, the scene revealed Jiden sitting inside with one of his arms heavily bandaged. It was immediately obvious that he had lost a hand, and the injury looked far more serious than an ordinary wound. Noticing Derek's arrival, Jiden greeted him with a faint smile. "Hey there, it's been a while, Derek." Paline, who was also there, turned toward Derek the moment he entered and quietly called out his name in greeting. Jiden then looked down at his injured arm and let out a bitter laugh. "Even during the Dawn War, I never suffered injuries like this. I guess I've really grown old." Derek walked over and took a seat with the two of them before replying. "What do you mean? No matter how dangerous the White Zone labyrinths are, they shouldn't be enough to take someone like you down, old man." Jiden nodded slowly before answering in a serious tone. "You're right about that. Never could I have imagined encountering a sandworm." There, Derek looked at Jiden with a serious expression and asked, "A sandworm?" Jiden slowly began explaining. "I saw more than enough sandworms during the Dawn War, but having one appear so suddenly caught me completely off guard. Still, I gave up an arm and sliced that bastard's neck. So isn't that a profitable trade?" Before he could laugh it off any further, Paline immediately raised her voice at him. "Geez, you're joking at a time like this." Jiden simply smiled, unfazed by her reaction, and continued, "Lately, ever since the plane started poking around the White Zone, other noble houses have begun submitting exploration requests as well. I wonder if they're all searching for something profitable." Derek listened to every word without interrupting. After a brief silence, Jiden's expression became much more serious than before. Looking directly at Derek, he warned him, "Never go to the White Zone, unless you're advancing with a properly organized army. Going there will only lead to a dog's death. I can't stand the thought of seeing you die, Derek." After that, the scene shifted back to Denise. She was sitting comfortably in her room. After spending quite some time reading through her novels and books, having finally finished, she leaned back with a tired sigh. Looking around the quiet room, she muttered to herself, "What is it that I usually do?" She paused for a moment, trying to remember her daily routine. Then, almost absent-mindedly, she stretched out her hand and released a small flow of magic while quietly saying, "Lately, it's always been nothing but magic." The instant those words left her mouth, the expression on her face slowly began to change. The relaxed smile she had been wearing gradually disappeared, replaced by a complicated look as she realized just how much of her everyday life had become centered around practicing and using magic. After that, Denise quietly stepped out of the room and into the courtyard. The moment she stood there, however, her expression changed completely. Painful memories from her past came rushing back all at once, and countless familiar voices echoed inside her mind. Again and again, they called out her name, refusing to leave her in peace. "Denise, you are the hope of our house. Your brother is incompetent. Only you can restore our family. You're a genius, Denise. The future of our house rests on your shoulders." A's line did it too. The voices only became louder and more demanding. "Come on, Denise, hurry." Overwhelmed by the pressure, tears streamed down Denise's face as she cried out, "I don't want to. Can't I just not do it? I'm scared." But instead of receiving comfort, everyone around her only shouted even louder, questioning what she was saying and ordering her to hurry. Their voices overlapped one after another, relentlessly pushing her forward without giving her even a moment to breathe. Suddenly, Denise snapped back to reality. She was breathing heavily, her body trembling as she tried to calm herself down. Looking ahead with an exhausted expression, she quietly muttered, "Magic ... Why is everyone so obsessed with it? It's not like I don't know how to do it." Without wasting another second, she immediately began chanting a spell and activated her magic. At that moment, we learned that she had cast the 2-star search magic, Surveillance. Countless magical threads spread outward like an enormous spider web, covering the entire surrounding area. The sight was both beautiful and incredibly impressive. As the spell continued expanding, Denise tried to reassure herself, thinking, "I can do it if I try. 2-star, that's nothing." Just then, a calm voice suddenly spoke from behind her. "The mana formula on the perimeter is distorted. This creates blind spots in surveillance." Startled by the unexpected voice, Denise instantly spun around in shock. "Derek, when did you get there?" Derek showed no reaction whatsoever, remaining completely calm. He simply replied, "Focus, otherwise, your mana will be wasted." Denise's eyes widened even further. "What? He's clearly inside the range of my magic. How did he enter without being detected?" She wondered in disbelief. Without saying another unnecessary word, Derek calmly looked around at the countless thin, spiderweb-like mana strings stretched across the training ground. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he reached out, grabbed one of the magical threads, and gently pulled on it before saying, "On the battlefield, search mages often clash. After all, war is an information battle. The outcome is decided by who is the better search-type mage. Let's start your training now. Protect yourself from external interference. Then no one will ever look down on your magic." Hearing those words only made Denise even more frustrated. She glared at Derek as both anger and determination filled her heart. So, you want to challenge me, huh? If I any don't regret it. In the very next instant, she released her mana with everything she had. An overwhelming surge of magical energy spread throughout the entire area as she thought to herself, I'm going to cut him off anyway, so there's no reason to hold back. This time, I'm going all out. Yet despite the massive wave of mana crashing toward him, Derek remained completely unfazed. His expression didn't change in the slightest, as though the overwhelming magical pressure surrounding him didn't affect him at all. The scene then shifted to Dila, who was busy taking care of a few things when a butler approached her with a respectful bow. I apologize for finding such a humble mansion, Lady Dila. Hearing that, Dila casually replied, it's good enough. Why? I just need a proper training ground. It's this way, right? She was about to continue walking when the butler quickly stopped her. Lady Dila, wait a moment. A letter arrived at the main house, so I brought it. It's from Lady Denise of House Veltis. The moment Dila heard Denise's name, her expression froze. She accepted the letter and stared at it in surprise, unable to hide the shock on her face. After that, Dila quietly unfolded the letter and began reading it. There was no one else around, leaving her completely alone as she carefully read every single word Denise had written. However, it didn't take long before her eyes widened in complete disbelief. The moment she reached the end of the letter, she stood there utterly stunned. What a duel! Lose on purpose? Her trap-setting skills are worse than a monkey's. Is she seriously trying to lower my guard with something this obvious? She wants to defeat me so I won't look at Derek. Wearing an expression full of disbelief, Dila casually folded the letter and tossed it behind her without another thought. At that exact moment, a gigantic tree root suddenly burst out of the ground behind her. It was enormous, incredibly sturdy, and overflowing with immense power. As Dila calmly continued walking forward, she thought to herself, Derek is wasting his time with a snake like that. That's ridiculous. Derek suits Duplain much better. The scene then shifted back to the Ebelstein Noble District. Once again, near the same angel statue, Denise was quietly sitting there, taking a well-deserved rest after everything that had happened the previous day. Yesterday's magic training had completely drained her, leaving her physically exhausted and mentally worn out. From the tired look on her face alone, it was obvious that Derek's intense training had pushed her far beyond her limits. Sitting silently beneath the statue, Denise couldn't help but drift into her own thoughts. What was wrong with me yesterday? Why did I work so hard? In the end, I just collapsed so pathetically. As those thoughts crossed her mind, the memories of the previous day's training replayed themselves over and over inside her head. Just then, someone slowly approached her. It was Aisline. Looking at Denise with a gentle smile, she called out, Lady Denise. Denise immediately looked up and returned the smile as she greeted her warmly. Lady Aisline, then sat down beside her before speaking in a sincere and apologetic tone. I heard Dila was rude to you the other day. As her older sister, I wanted to apologize. I'm sorry, Lady Denise. Denise simply smiled and lightly waved her hand, showing that there was nothing to worry about. There's no need to apologize. We had a good talk. Even so, Aisline still felt responsible and continued. Dila can be aggressive at times, but she's not a bad child at heart. Please forgive her. Hearing that, Denise smiled once again and reassured her. I told you, nothing really happened. Don't worry about it. At the same time, however, she couldn't stop herself from laughing inwardly. Forgive her? She's my savior, my little baby angel. After a brief silence, Aisline's expression gradually became more serious. Looking toward Denise, she spoke once again. Actually, I'm not sure if Dila will adjust well if she enters the Rossi salon like this. I'm not sure she'd be able to adapt. May I ask a favor of you? The moment Denise heard those words, she was completely caught off guard. Her curiosity immediately took over as she wondered what kind of favor Aisline was about to ask of her. The scene then shifted to Dila, who was busily giving instructions to everyone around the mansion. Looking down one of the long hallways, she thoughtfully said, This hallway is a bit empty. I should bring my paintings from the main house and hang them up. I think the moving is done. Can I go train now? One of the servants respectfully replied. Guest will be arriving soon. Immediately afterward, the butler stepped forward and added, You're meeting the Renful Trading Company at lunch, and the Magic Society in the afternoon. Before either of them could continue listing her schedule, Dila let out a frustrated sigh and interrupted them. Can't you just deal with them and send them away? Just then, the servant suddenly remembered something else and spoke again. Oh, and someone from House Veltis is coming before lunch. The instant Dila heard the name, Veltis, her expression changed completely. Looking visibly annoyed, she immediately exclaimed, Veltis? Why are they coming? Tell them I don't want to see them. However, the butler remained perfectly calm as he continued. It's Derek from House Veltis should I send him back? The very moment Derek's name left the butler's mouth, Dila's entire attitude flipped in an instant. She quickly turned around with wide eyes and shouted, Wait, why are you telling me that only now? Bring all the makeup and everything to my room without wasting even a single second. Dila dashed away at full speed, The scene briefly shifted to Derek, who was calmly standing outside the mansion, patiently waiting without showing the slightest sign of impatience. It then returned to Dila, who was sprinting through the mansion within, unmistakably excited. Smiles spread across her face. She looked happier than ever as she raced through the hallways, unable to hide her excitement as she thought about finally seeing Derek again. In her eagerness, she was running so fast that she suddenly lost her balance and fell hard onto the floor. But even that wasn't enough to stop her. She instantly jumped back to her feet without a second thought and continued, running at full speed, determined to reach Derek as quickly as possible. Derek was then led inside the mansion, where a butler greeted him with a calm expression before asking, "You're here to persuade Lady Dila?" Derek gave a polite nod and replied, "Yes, I heard the Rossi Salon wants Lady Dila to join. Lady Aisline apparently asked Lady Denise for a favor, and she sent me here to help convince Lady Dila." Hearing that, the butler let out a small sigh before saying, "Maybe not even you will be able to do it." Even after Lady Aisline personally tried to persuade her, Lady Dila only gave vague answers and kept saying she would think about it. Derek listened carefully before answering with a confident smile. "Well, I should at least try." With that, the butler led him toward Dila's room. Meanwhile, inside her room, Dila was sitting all by herself, looking extremely nervous. Her mind was filled with uncertainty, and she couldn't decide what she was supposed to do. She remained quietly lost in her thoughts until a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Lady Dila, it is Derek." The moment she heard his name, she became even more flustered. After hesitating for a brief moment, she quickly replied, "Come in." As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately regretted the awkward way she had said them and silently scolded herself. "Why did I make that stupid sound?" A moment later, Derek stepped into the room, showing his usual respect. He politely bowed toward her and asked, "Have you been well, Lady Dila?" The instant Dila saw him, a bright smile naturally spread across her face, replacing the nervous expression she had been wearing just moments ago. The two of them then sat down together, and Derek looked at her for a moment before smiling warmly and saying, "It seems you've grown quite a bit taller." Embarrassed by the compliment, Dila shyly looked away and softly replied, "Well, I guess a little." Derek looked at Dila with a gentle smile before sincerely complimenting her. "You've grown even more beautiful." The moment those words reached her ears, Dila's entire face lit up with happiness. She couldn't hide her emotions at all, and every bit of joy she felt was clearly written across her expression. Seeing such an honest and adorable reaction, even Derek was caught a little off guard. Trying to hide her embarrassment, Dila smiled awkwardly before teasing him. "You've certainly learned how to sweet talk. Quite the socialite, aren't you?" Derek simply shook his head with a calm smile and replied, "I was only stating the truth." Hearing that made Dila even happier, and although she tried to remain composed, the excitement on her face was impossible to conceal. After letting the moment settle, Derek finally revealed the real reason for his visit. Looking at her seriously, he said, "The reason I came to see you, Lady Dila, is because I have a favor to ask. Would you consider joining the Rossi Salon?" As soon as she heard that, Dila's cheerful expression changed into slight confusion, and she asked, "Why are you also talking about that?" Derek patiently explained, "Lady Dila, you'll be having your debutante soon, won't you? If so, joining a salon will be very beneficial for both you and your future activities." Dila looked straight at him before asking, "I mean, what does that have to do with you?" Without the slightest hesitation, Derek answered honestly, "I want you to head toward a wider ocean, my lady. You're my precious first student, after all." The moment Dila heard those heartfelt words, her eyes widened, and her face instantly brightened with overwhelming happiness. She couldn't stop smiling as his sincere feelings reached her heart. Soon after, the scene shifted to the three young ladies representing the three great houses, watching everything unfold. They looked at Dila's decision with great interest as the announcement was made. Dila's application to join the Rossi Salon. One of the young ladies looked at Dila in complete surprise and couldn't help but say, "What got into her? She suddenly wants to join." At the same time, Aisline quietly watched everything unfold. Deep inside, she couldn't help but think, really? She never listened to me." Denise was also silently observing the situation, but the thoughts running through her mind were completely different. She couldn't understand what was happening and thought to herself, "That troublemaking kid is listening this easily. Just what is Derek for everyone to act differently for him?" The more she thought about it, the more puzzled she became, as person after person seemed to change whenever Derek was involved. After the meeting came to an end, everyone began leaving the hall one after another. Farewells could be heard from every direction as they smiled and said, "See you at the next meeting." Just as Denise was about to leave as well, someone suddenly called out, "Excuse me." Hearing the voice, Denise immediately stopped and turned around. Standing behind her was Dila. Denise looked at her with slight curiosity, expecting her to say something completely different. However, without any hesitation, Dila looked her straight in the eyes and declared, "Let's have a duel next week." Denise was visibly surprised by the sudden challenge, but before she could even respond, Dila continued, "You said you'd put Derek on the line. But if Grand Duke Veltus isn't convinced, the duel itself won't happen, right? In that case, I should also put up something that would convince the Grand Duke. There's a painting named Landscape of the Chorus Granary at your mansion. Correct. If I lose, I'll purchase that painting from you at a good price. Her calm yet determined voice made it clear that she was completely serious about the challenge. Denise was genuinely surprised after hearing Dila's proposal. She remained silent for a moment, unable to believe that the timid girl she knew had challenged her so confidently. Without saying anything else, she quietly stepped into her carriage, and it slowly departed from the estate. As they traveled back, her personal servant, Bella, looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked, "A granary? Is there such a painting in the mansion?" Denise calmly replied, "There somewhere." Bella then smiled before asking another question. "Are you happy? The duel is finally happening. You can now be free from Mr. Derek." Denise paused for a brief moment before giving a quiet answer. "Yeah, I guess I am." Even as she said those words, her expression suggested that her feelings were far more complicated than they seemed. Later that night, the scene shifted to Denise, meeting with the Duke. After listening carefully to everything she had told him, he said, "She said she'd buy the Landscape of the Chorus Granary painting?" Denise simply answered, "Yes." The Duke nodded in approval before continuing, "If it's that much, then it's worth having a duel with Derek on the line. It's a very good deal. You don't necessarily need to achieve something through magic. If you can fulfill your role for the house even in this way, then I, as your father, will be satisfied." Denise quietly listened to every word, without offering a single response. She simply stood there in silence before eventually leaving. Afterward, Denise walked alone into the garden under the calm night sky. Once she reached a quiet spot, she began using her magic. She was practicing her tracking magic, carefully observing every tiny movement around her. Looking at a single blade of grass, she quietly murmured, calmly studying them as part of her spell. After a moment, she suddenly spoke as if addressing someone she couldn't see. "You're always watching me from there, aren't you?" The instant those words left her mouth, countless magical threads spread through the area as she manipulated them with incredible precision, attempting to expose whoever was hiding nearby. Just then, a familiar voice broke the silence. "You seem to be having fun with magic." Denise immediately turned toward the source of the voice, only to find Derek standing there. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke. They simply looked at each other in silence. As the quiet night air grew tense around them, Denise looked at Derek in surprise, and admitted that she still had not been able to sense him this time either. Derek calmly explained that it was because he had completely hidden both his mana and his presence. Then, with a faint smile, he told her that he could clearly feel how much she had grown. He asked her if she had ever noticed how similar magic and writing novels really were. Denise was left puzzled by the comparison, wondering what he meant. Derek continued by explaining that her novels were filled with vivid emotions and an incredibly delicate touch. Whenever she wrote, she knew exactly where every character was, what they were doing, and even what they were thinking. She visualized every scene and every character with remarkable precision. He said that magic, especially search-type magic, worked in much the same way. A mage had to find mana, carefully observe it, understand its flow, and then skillfully control it. According to Derek, Denise already possessed the talent needed for that because she experienced the joy of imagining and understanding things more deeply than almost anyone else. He gently asked her to recognize that value within herself instead of overlooking it. Hearing those sincere words, Denise became slightly embarrassed and shyly replied that she did not think she was someone that valuable. A moment later, she stood up, looked at Derek, and said that she had something she wanted to show him before asking him to follow her. The scene then shifted to another location, where Denise showed Derek a painting and explained that it was the one Dila had promised to buy if she lost. It was supposedly a landscape painting of the Chorus Granary. However, as Derek looked at it, he remarked that perhaps he simply did not know enough about art because, to him, it looked no different from a completely blank canvas. Denise confirmed that his observation was absolutely correct. She revealed that such a painting did not truly exist as a real work of art and was only recorded in the household's financial ledgers. It was actually a fake painting that their family had purchased solely to evade taxes. Denise then praised Dila in amazement, saying that she had somehow uncovered this secret and had deliberately offered to buy the painting in order to cover up the weakness of their household. On top of that, Dila had perfectly understood and anticipated the way Denise's father would think and react, proving once again just how extraordinary and perceptive she truly was. Denise quietly continued, her voice filled with resignation as she admitted that her father had never been interested in her magical achievements themselves, as long as she fulfilled the role expected of her and remained useful to the Veltus household. That alone was enough for him. She sadly confessed that someone like her was nothing more than a chess piece for her family, a tool to be moved wherever it best served the house's interest. Hearing those painful words, Derek looked at her with unwavering eyes and gently asked if the version of Denise that her family saw was truly everything she was. He reminded her of the Denise who remained considerate and kind toward the servants even while living under such suffocating circumstances. He spoke about the Denise who portrayed Sir Robaine's love with more sensitivity and understanding than anyone else could. Then he mentioned the Denise who smiled so naturally while learning magic without even realizing how happy it made her. Derek told her that he did not care what became of the Denise of House Feltis. The only person he wanted to support was simply the girl named Denise. Looking at her with complete sincerity, he expressed his heartfelt wish that she would win tomorrow's match and finally find the happiness she truly deserved. Those words struck Denise deeply, leaving her visibly emotional as she struggled to hold back her feelings. The scene then shifted to her room later that day, where Bella stood beside her and softly said that she had to be happy. Bella reminded her that after she lost tomorrow's duel, she would finally be able to let Derek go. Denise lowered her eyes and, with uncertainty in her voice, wondered if it was really acceptable for someone as empty as herself to work so hard at magic while standing among people who were genuinely valuable and putting in sincere effort every single day. Bella gently replied that everyone was empty in one way or another. No one was born complete, and every person lived their life trying to fill that emptiness with something meaningful. Her quiet words carried a comforting warmth, reminding Denise that searching for purpose and striving to become someone better was not a burden unique to her, but a journey shared by everyone. Bella gently continued, telling Denise that it was just like the way she wrote her novels. Confused by the remark, Denise immediately asked how Bella even knew about her writing. Bella smiled and admitted that she had been reading her novels ever since the very first chapter. Denise's eyes widened in surprise, and she suddenly realized something. She asked if that meant the person who had told Derek about her novels was actually Bella. Bella calmly confirmed that it had indeed been her. She then looked at Denise with kindness and reminded her that she, too, had spent all this time doing her best to fill the emptiness inside herself. She explained that Denise was already full not of pride or status, but of endless curiosity and genuine consideration for other people. She possessed eyes that could read the hearts of others and a heart capable of understanding and empathizing with them. Bella assured her that she was not an empty person at all. At this very moment, she was already someone who was truly full of kindness, compassion, and the desire to understand those around her. Hearing those heartfelt words, Denise felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart. Looking at Bella with uncertain but hopeful eyes, she quietly asked what she should do now. Then, with complete honesty, she confessed that she did not want to lose tomorrow's duel. Bella answered without the slightest hesitation, telling her that if that was how she truly felt, then she simply had to win. The next day, the long-awaited match finally arrived. The scene shifted to the duel venue, where Dila was already standing confidently on the stage, waiting for her opponent. A short while later, Denise also arrived and stepped into the arena to face her. As soon as Dila saw her, a mocking smile appeared on her face. She sarcastically asked if Denise had actually shown up instead of running away. Dila then taunted her further, saying that she had expected Denise to be frightened to appear since the duel was being held at her own mansion. Looking down on her with complete confidence, Dila mocked Denise by declaring that she was nothing without the support of her family and questioned whether she was capable of accomplishing anything on her own. Denise calmly looked at Dila and replied that there was no need to say such hurtful things on purpose. She gently pointed out that Lady Dila was already strong enough and did not need to belittle others to prove it. Those words immediately struck a nerve, and Dila's expression twisted with anger. At the same time, the scene shifted to Derek and the butler, who were watching from a distance. The butler asked Derek if he was really sure he did not want to watch the duel from up close since it was a match between his own apprentices. Derek calmly answered that he was deliberately avoiding becoming an unnecessary distraction. He wanted this duel to take place in its purest form, where the outcome would be determined solely by the achievements and abilities of the two girls themselves, without his presence influencing either of them. A moment later, the referee signaled the start of the match, and the duel officially began. The instant the battle started, Dila unleashed an overwhelming surge of magical energy. In her mind, she was already convinced there was no reason to drag the fight out. She decided that she would finish everything in a single attack. Without holding back, she fired a relentless barrage of powerful spells straight at Denise. The attacks came one after another at incredible speed, making it appear as though Denise had absolutely no chance of escaping. Everyone watching expected the duel to end immediately. However, to everyone's complete surprise, Denise calmly employed the footwork technique she had mastered. With smooth and graceful movements, she effortlessly slipped past every single attack as though she had predicted them all in advance. The spectators were left speechless because none of them had imagined Denise was capable of moving with such precision and composure. Refusing to accept what she had just witnessed, Dila launched another fierce assault, this time filling the battlefield with countless ice projectiles. Even so, Denise remained perfectly calm. She effortlessly dodged every ice shot without showing the slightest sign of panic or difficulty. Once she had completely avoided the barrage, she immediately closed the distance by descending from above toward Dila. Seeing Denise approach so quickly, Dila hurriedly prepared another attack. Watching the exchange, Derek silently analyzed the battle. He realized that Denise was using an incredibly subtle form of wind magic. Although the magic itself was extremely faint, her control over it was so delicate and flawless that not a single bit of mana was wasted. It was that perfect control that had allowed her to evade Dila's relentless barrage. Derek then noticed something even more remarkable. Denise's mana detection had become astonishingly precise. She no longer needed to rely on her eyes, because she could accurately sense every attack through mana alone, allowing her to dodge everything before it even reached her. Seeing Denise calmly smiling despite all of her attacks failing, Dila became even more furious. She mocked Denise, saying it was hilarious how desperately she was dodging after claiming she would lose the duel on purpose. Dila added that she had known from the very beginning that Denise was nothing but a coward. Denise, however, showed no anger. Instead, she quietly apologized and admitted that she had lied. Hearing those unexpected words, Dila was momentarily stunned. Denise then looked at her with firm determination and sincerely apologized once more. But this time she declared that she could no longer keep her promise. She calmly stated that she was going to win this match. Those confident words completely caught Dila off guard, leaving her utterly shocked as the duel entered an entirely new phase. Dila was completely stunned by those words. She immediately glared at Denise with burning anger and shouted, "You think you'll win just because you say so? Stop with the cheap tricks." At the very same moment, she activated her magic once again, preparing to launch another assault. Countless vines burst out of the ground, rapidly spreading across the battlefield as they rushed toward Denise from every direction. Without slowing down for even a second, Dila yelled once more, "And just give me Derek." Instantly, an overwhelming barrage of vines and razor-sharp thorn attacks surged forward at incredible speed, threatening to swallow Denise whole. Even Denise was surprised by the sheer intensity of the attack, but she calmly replied, "No, thanks." Meanwhile, Derek was watching the entire battle from above with a serious expression. As he analyzed Dila's attack, he muttered, "An indiscriminate bombardment unique to the school of the wild that deviates from the norm. The emission of mana has risen to an unbelievable level." Dila continued unleashing wave after wave of attacks without giving Denise a single moment to breathe. The endless vines twisted through the air from every angle, making the battlefield look like a deadly forest closing in around its prey. Despite the relentless assault, Denise remained surprisingly calm. She was doing nothing except dodging every single attack with incredible precision. Watching the vines fly past her by mere inches, she thought to herself, "Little angel, no. Dila, I can see everything." The habit of frowning when pouring out strong mana, the direction of the waist twisting when adjusting the trajectory, even the footsteps taken for your next incantation. I can see exactly what kind of child you are. Every tiny movement, every shift in Dila's body, and every flow of mana was being read perfectly by Denise before the attacks could even reach her. Seeing this unbelievable display, Derek couldn't help but comment from above, "Lady Denise, she's seeing through Dila and dodging everything. But she can't win with just that." Derek understood that simply avoiding the attacks would never be enough to end the battle. At that moment, Denise quickly moved upward while thinking to herself, "This is the limit with only mana sensing that doesn't require an incantation. What I need now is mana surveillance. It's a spell that requires an incantation. But if I show even a brief opening while incanting if even one hit grazes me, the protection magic will trigger and I'll lose." Realizing the danger she was in, Denise suddenly smiled instead of panicking. As she calmly observed the battlefield, she thought to herself, "Right now, there are 4 shots with a high probability of hitting me." She immediately began counting the incoming attacks in her mind. 1 to every movement was perfectly calculated as she continued analyzing the barrage heading straight toward her. On the other side, Dila watched with complete confidence and declared, "Now I'm going to win." As she unleashed her attack, a massive cloud of dust exploded across the battlefield, completely hiding everything from view. Standing high above the arena, Derek carefully watched every second of the fight unfold. Dila looked toward the thick cloud of dust with a satisfied smile, convinced that the battle was already over and that Denise had finally been defeated. However, as the dust slowly began to settle, Dila's confident expression instantly disappeared. Staring ahead in disbelief, she said, "It definitely hit her. Though why didn't the protection magic trigger?" She was completely shocked by what she saw. Denise was standing there perfectly unharmed, and in her hand she was holding her protection pendant. Dila's eyes widened as she realized the truth, and she thought to herself, "The protection pendant." She took it off and got hit. Looking directly at Dila, Denise calmly said, "The protection magic didn't trigger. So I haven't lost yet, right?" Her voice remained steady, showing that everything had gone exactly according to her plan. Meanwhile, Dila had completely lost her composure. Without wasting another second, She charged forward and began launching another relentless wave of attacks. Derek could no longer understand what was happening or how the battle was about to end. Watching Dila's desperate assault, Denise quickly analyzed it in her mind. This time, ice spears and magic arrow, rapid freezing, and even thinner and more numerous brambles. She probably doesn't care if she collapses from exhaustion after using that. Denise immediately realized the situation. If this continues, I'll definitely lose here. But that's not going to happen. Without any hesitation, she finally began casting her spell. As mana gathered around her, she calmly thought. Time remaining until activation, 1.5 seconds. At the very same time, Dila threw everything she had into one final attack, believing she would finish the battle before Denise's spell could activate. But before Dila's attack could decide the outcome, the impossible happened. On the other side of the battlefield, Dila's protection barrier suddenly activated on its own. The instant it did, the duel came to an end. Without any delay, the match official loudly announced the result for everyone to hear. Lady Denise is the winner. After the match came to an end, both of them greeted each other respectfully. With that, Denise left the arena alongside Derek, and the two headed toward the carriage waiting outside. A little later, as they approached, the carriage driver looked toward the arena and said, "She's late. It seems like the sparring ended a while ago." Bella, who had been waiting anxiously the entire time, couldn't hide her concern. She sighed and said, "I know. She wouldn't even let us watch. I'm worried because there were such loud noises." She had spent the whole match wondering what was happening inside, unable to see a single moment of the fight. Just then, a loud voice echoed from behind. "Bella." Bella immediately turned around. Denise was running toward her from the direction of the arena with an incredibly excited expression. The moment she reached her, Denise happily shouted, "Bella, look at this. But as Bella looked closely at her, her expression immediately changed with worry. "My lady, what's that on your eye? Did the protection magic not trigger?" Without losing her excitement for even a second, Denise quickly replied, "No, I did it on purpose. No, I mean I won. I beat that monstrous Dila. This is the certificate, the proof that I won." She proudly held up the certificate, unable to contain her joy. Her excitement completely overflowed as she began describing the battle with energetic gestures. "That monster was pouring out so much, but I went this way and that wish. And whiz." Denise enthusiastically reenacted her movements, waving her hands around as she tried to explain how she had dodged Dila's relentless attacks. Seeing her lady so overwhelmed with excitement, Bella gently smiled and said, "My lady, please calm down for a moment." "Calm down." She patiently waited until Denise finally settled down a little before softly calling out again, "My lady." Denise looked at her and answered, "Yes." Bella gazed directly into her eyes and gently asked, "Right now, are you happy?" Without any hesitation, Denise smiled and answered honestly, "I am. I'm happy as well." The moment Bella heard those words, she stepped forward and wrapped Denise in a warm embrace, holding her tightly. Bella said with a heartfelt smile, "Because you showed me your true smile. My lady, I'm so happy." And just like that, the two of them stood there quietly, embracing each other, sharing a heartfelt moment after everything they had been through together. After that, we are shown Denise sitting outside the mansion, looking quite happy and relaxed. Just then, Derek speaks up and says, "To think she'd take off the protective pendant. Common sense dictates that such behavior is unacceptable." Hearing this, Bella immediately agrees, saying, "Exactly, Denise," who had already lowered her head, quietly listens to them. Derek then continues, bringing up another matter, and about that letter requesting a duel sent to Lady Dila. Denise suddenly looks at him and asks in surprise, "Wait, how did you know about that?" Derek calmly explains, "I heard about it when I visited Lady Dila's mansion last time. You said you lose on purpose, but you fought desperately and won." From Lady Dila's perspective, "You must seem like a strange person with a bad personality." Denise, hearing that, asks with some concern, "Is it that bad?" Derek immediately answers honestly, "It's worse than that." Once again, Bella agrees with him and says, "Exactly." Denise then turns toward Bella and asks, "Bella, aren't you going to clean?" Bella responds casually, "I'm doing just that." Derek continues speaking, making it clear that Denise needs to handle the situation properly. Nothing good comes from being on bad terms with a fellow member of the Rossi Salon. Lady Dila's debutante event is coming up soon, so use that opportunity to explain yourself properly and apologize. Denise listens carefully and simply says, "I got it." However, Derek is not finished. He then brings up the magic Denise displayed during her duel with Lady Dila, and about the magic skills you showed during the duel. Hearing this, Denise immediately becomes excited and smiles proudly as she asks, "How was it? Wasn't it amazing? I even did that wind magic all by myself." But Derek does not praise her. Instead, he bluntly tells her the truth, saying, "If Lady Dila had poured in her full power from the start, you would have been stomped to the floor with your cheap tricks." After this, we see Denise awkwardly smiling while her servant looks toward her. Bella then turns to Derek and says, "Derek, please just give me some praise." Denise immediately joins in and says, "Right, Bella. I did well, didn't I?" Isn't he too much? At this moment, we are given a narration about Denise and everything she had endured. Denise had endured a longer winter than anyone else. If such a girl were to start burning, she would shine brighter than anyone else. The scene then shifts, and we see Dila sitting quietly on a chair. She appears to be quite angry and frustrated as she sits there in silence. Just then, someone approaches her, and a voice says, "You must be quite frustrated." Dila, the person who has arrived, is Aisline. Seeing Aisline, Dila immediately gets up from her seat. The two of them then sit down together and begin talking. Dila looks at her and says, "Aisline, you didn't even say anything before coming." Aisline calmly replies, "I was just so curious about the duel. I heard that even though you lost, you showed some incredible magic. I'm so happy that you're growing so quickly." Dila, however, does not seem satisfied by her words and simply says, "A loss is a loss." She then adds, "Derek, I wanted to bring him here," while looking slightly to the side as she speaks. Hearing this, Aisline responds calmly, "I'd like you to think about what you gained at a time like this. Our brothers will be happy to." Dila pauses for a moment before asking, "Our brothers? They've gone out for the second deployment now, right? Will they be back in time for my debutante ball?" Aisline reassures her without hesitation and says, "Of course. Don't worry. They'll return safely and will definitely congratulate you." Aisline reassures Dila, saying, "They'll return safely and will definitely congratulate you." Dila quietly responds, "I hope so, since I was always so mean to them." The scene then shifts, and we are shown the young master traveling with his soldiers. His servant is speaking to him, saying, "Everything will be wrapped up with this deployment, right?" The young master calmly replies, "Yes, they'll return home proudly, and we'll have to celebrate our dear Dila's debutante. This white labyrinth that threatens our territory and family is something we must conquer." With those words, we see him moving forward together with his soldiers, heading deeper into the white labyrinth. The scene then shifts once again, and this time we are shown Belden's tier. From inside, someone calls out to Derek, saying, "Derek, you're still Lady Denise's exclusive tutor, aren't you?" Jaden then continues asking, "Do you have time to come all the way here?" Derek answers him calmly, explaining, "Lady Denise and I have decided to take a short break. You're seriously injured. It weighed on my mind that I had to leave so soon, using my job as an instructor as an excuse." Hearing Derek say this, Jaden looks at him with disbelief and says, "Did you get hit by some hypnosis magic? Saying such cheesy things. What exactly do you think of me?" Jaden then reassures him, saying, "It's not something you need to worry about, so rest easy. Managing a single shop is nothing." Just then, Pauline suddenly arrives at the scene and immediately starts shouting, "Bullshit. I'm helping you with all the hard work right now." Derek hears her voice and casually turns toward her, saying, "I wondered who it was." "Pauline, it's you?" Pauline immediately responds, "You saw me earlier. Stop teasing me." After hearing everything, Derek recalls his master's words in his mind and thinks, "A labyrinth difficult enough to trump over Jaden." The continuous deployments of House Duplain. You know the man named Valerian, right? The eldest son of House Duplain. Before you reach adulthood, he will dabble in necromancy, and you must kill him. Could there be some connection? No, it might just be speculation, since he said it would be before I reach adulthood. With these thoughts running through his mind, the scene shifts, and we see Derek's master moving forward through the forest at night. As he walks, he thinks to himself, "How unfortunate, but I had no choice either." Derek, if I were to tell you the details, you would try to prepare for it, and that would only create more tragedy. Please understand that this was the best I could do. Meanwhile, on the other side, Valerian is desperately shouting to everyone around him, "Retreat." We then see enormous earthworms emerging and attacking the soldiers, killing them one after another. Valerian looks at the chaos around him and cries out, "My soldiers." Just then, his younger brother approaches him and urgently says, "Brother, get a hold of yourself. We have to get out of here immediately." But Valerian continues shouting at everyone, "Retreat. Save your lives. Retreat." As he runs away with his remaining forces, he thinks to himself, "I'm powerless. The labyrinth is growing in power. I must protect my family and territory, but I don't have the strength to do so." The scene then shifts again, and we see Bella calling out loudly to Denise, "Denise, a letter has arrived from House Duplain." Denise immediately looks toward the letter, and after reading it, she comes outside and happily calls out Derek. She looks extremely pleased as she tells him, "I've been invited to Dila's debutante ball too. We haven't completely cut ties." Derek hears this and simply responds, "It was sent out of courtesy between noble houses. It doesn't mean Lady Dila's resentment has vanished." Hearing his blunt response, Denise says, "I really hate that side of you sometimes. A person needs to say what others want to hear." She then admits, "Actually, I know as well that I'm just an extra. It's written right here that she wishes for my magic instructor to accompany me as well." Derek looks at the invitation and says, "She invited a mercenary like me to a noble ball." Meanwhile, the scene shifts once again, and we see Valerian returning together with his younger brother. Valerian looks completely exhausted and battered after what happened. Inside the labyrinth, while his younger brother remains by his side as they make their way back.